you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Glanz family is in charge of silversmithing here. No other people are allowed to come into this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Mr. Tillman. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the Mars and Baba Basra of how close may competing businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down, sorry, I only had a salad for lunch. 3 doors down, another kosher Chinese restaurant opens up, you can like Shrai Chaiva Kayam and say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away my business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down from me. Well, it depends on where you live and if it's a kosher restaurant and they report to the VAD, then yeah, theoretically the VAD could say, hey, we really don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the VAD says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another hashgacha. Say, what do I need this VAD for? I'm going to go to a different VAD. And that's how we have, our community kind of like loses its integrity because it figures out different multiple authorities. There's a downside to it. On the upside, you have coercion. So on the upside, you have consistency and the community holds together. But on the downside, typically means higher prices because you only have one shoemaker, one kosher Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that was extremely effective and kept the Kehillah going for 1,000 years. Only exceptions to that rule, it's also Gemara. When is there no Harem HaYishuv, no competition rules? Teaching Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you can set up another day school, another yeshiva right next to it. Because with Torah, it's open game. Anybody can teach Torah. Okay, let's see now. So we talk about why, right? So let's do the last part here and the impact. This is Chagall's painting of a wedding. That's not Chagall. Yeah, this is Chagall, right. So the ban is especially interesting, and you'll see over the next 9 years, because the way he formulated the ban on polygamy was it was only to be for 500 years, and then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So a lot of ideas. Why did he only make it for 5 years? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of Ashkenaz. Like, it was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially the North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up into the 20th century, they still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews moving to Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that ban, and he's the one who gives us the source of its expiry date, which is actually 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says, but we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way, like, for example, and I'm not going to step into halakhic areas. You can ask your Magidei Shir about this. But like, let's say for what you have the other ban that you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al-Qaeda, and she's moved to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from you anymore. You call her up and say, Sarah Filma, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys. And she says, I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a get from you because of the kind of Rabbeinu Gershom, I want to punish you. So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have a woman who is a moredet, a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man could marry a second wife. He could not undivorce or divorce his wife because she won't accept it, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Similarly, if a woman is in prostitute, insanity, and so on, these are like difficult issues the posting to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because after all, it's imposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, people saying, hey, wait a minute, we don't have this ban anymore. Do we really have to renew it again? We have so many single women. This should have crisis. Why don't we just let them marry richer men and so on? But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point. I do want to say, in this context, we're talking so much about the kind of Rabbeinu Gershom. One of the really important things is that it's mentionless. If God forbid, you should all get married and be happy and some hundreds and say. But if God forbid divorce is the option, give your wife a get. Don't mess around with this. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein. Yeah, absolutely. I just spoke at shul recently, and I found in the Evo archives terrifying mimeograph document that was be filled out in a displaced person camps where a husband would write, a potential husband would write, I'm going to marry Prince Alea. I'm actually married to Fuma Sarah, but I don't know what happened to us. And he would swear and he would sign this document that if Fuma Sarah shows up, she survived, and now he's married to two women, and he would do whatever the basement says is the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, so let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Let's start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and in the modern world in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. Now we do have, they're kind of like from the 19th century, there was a bias against this saying, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become big landowners, Mr. Adlerstein? Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live within walking distance of a shul, of a mikveh, of a kosher Chinese restaurant. So you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blasco? Pogroms, tell me about that. Right. So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't take it with you. Mr. Rubin, do you have your word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to run carrying an acre of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever and you need to flee and essentially abandon your land, you can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke, it's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that, violin. And the reason is because it's very hard to run carrying a piano. Right? It's hard to flee. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsion. The local king, lord, noble, whatever it says, kick the Jews out of here. Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're going to be expelled. Okay, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Tum, Mr. Parente. Sorry, I thought I'd give you a makeover. That's what happened to Jason Momoa. It's an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them and certainly not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own land as choice. Mr. Truman. She got Tina Fey. In the industry, they call it getting Tina Fey, and it's actually, well, they call it getting some color. Okay, good point. Sort of a wrestling term, and it's actually well, because you have to invest in real estate, and if you hoard, you know, I don't even know what he was doing for Aquaman. No, anything attached to the ground. Yes. Well, we're going to discuss all the things that are busy. They definitely invested in skills, and they definitely invested in skills that are liquid, like medicine, right? If you're a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with it, but you have your skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that. You're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. Right? But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can, like, you know, not only carry it and also put it in hiding places. You know, actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of, you know, jewels and things like that are frequently of Jewish origin. Quite fascinating. Because you would bury it and then you come back and dig it up. Mr. Parenti, and go on. On the 4th of July, you need to take a second, breathe in, look at the sky, and say thank you for what you've done for this country. Very quickly, in no particular order. Number 1, the pecan. Buy what, like produce? Yeah, it's not really a thing. You know, Jews generally, when they were farmers, or more likely they were like dairymen and things like that, their goods were sold just as well. It's really about price then. And perhaps the best example would be meat, right? Jews need to be in the meat industry, to have kosher meat. But Ashkenazim, as I think we discussed last week, right? Maybe the week before, Ashkenazim do not eat the yid hanasheh, the sciatic nerve. And that means that they basically, the back half of the cow, with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, meat that's cheaply priced because they can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, was very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheapest. Sometimes most convenient. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefits of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into. We'll talk about in much greater degree. Here it is. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor. The conditions permit it, and Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element given Kehillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we got 7, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroker, it sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those. This was a way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to look at this interesting image. This is a 6th century image by Quentin Massey, the moneyer and his wife. You can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. It's not really a Jewish picture, a book, a Jewish picture. She's reading, like, clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here has portrayed a small conceit bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. Kind of interesting. Not very good resolution, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to do, there's a few different ways that he can do so. He can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who are growing wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful. You can make it into bread and things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to transform that into other things the king might want, like, for example, fur coats or, Apple watches or whatever it is. So, taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. Also, remember that this is a very, very primitive economy. There's actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, they're way behind. They're just emerging from the Dark Ages. They don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era, but this is at the end of the Dark Ages. People are just beginning to come out of this. Most business is conducted in barter. I will give you 1 dead rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket, right? The basket is extra, things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor, where the king can say, look, I don't want your wheat. I have so many acres of farmland. I would rather you just come and work my fields, let's say 1 day a week. And he can force the peasants to take whatever. They'll have it rotating. Mondays, all the people from this village have to come and work the Lord or the king's land and grow the wheat. And then the rest of the week, they can work on their own stuff. So it's taxes called corvée. Yes, this is the feudal system we're talking about. Exactly. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is cashola. Money, real money, holding money, or in this case, gold and silver money. But the thing is, that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very primitive level in their economy. So along comes the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate, right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much did they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also relating to that, they're numerous. They know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money. And you will pay me back at 25, 30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you'll have to pay me every week until you completely discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works, but Jews were able to do that. And let's go ahead, Mr. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's just really valuable. And the Jews are able to hoard it. Now, here's the key thing. The reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, the two reasons. One is because the church did not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it because the king could say, oh, wow, Jews, you guys, you have all this gold and silver coming through your possession. I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my lands. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine your world today without credit cards, for example. It's like ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys will be my special people, my Am Segula Lahavdil, and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about, do your business, make lots of money, which I can then tax. This was a special status called, in Latin, Servi Camarae Regis, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their little shtetl across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king. And you did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to, a metaphor to use for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry to soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. It was also hugely important, again, I'm going to emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else was allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, the only person you could go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you for no interest, or more likely, go to the Jew. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. You'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas because you have a new Artificial Intelligence Challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men of Touro University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant base mentors, which begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and then after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonason, and the leadership of our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. Those are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on, sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. There's so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m., and they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. In fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well. Into the bigger bag of M&Ms at like a baseball game or something. There's a funny picture. He had two different bags of M&Ms and he was getting them off. He's refilling himself. He was refilling. He was eating it. So I guess he was eating the M&Ms out of the big bag. Let us just recap one really important point that we kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenaz Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashka. Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Adlerstein?
We were talking last time about conspiracy theories and things like that, where people were saying that Ashkenazi Jews really exist themselves as Khazarian, like fake Jews.
Right, imposters, fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Ruman, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's the big deal, because if you want to, Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews, evangelical Christians so much, and contemporary real life Jews. And on the one hand, and that way you can say that, oh, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, once again, Mr. Kranz, a way of lying to, allowing them. Yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge because, at least the fact the representative to the UN just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement, because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, well, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to the land of Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, why, right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jew. Mr. Rubin. Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. The genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, that we are family. We are not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, we've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework, but it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Truman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. Well, the Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. So there's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words? Uzbek, I should say. What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of Yiddish language, said the word daven is Khazarian. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish, but where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word, you know, it's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that that Yiddish is basically Duram Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, realm of. I don't want to say it on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that there's any. Oh, and by the way, I've given you the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. So we have DNA evidence. We have massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Kranz. Yeka refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who are really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yeka. They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the massive Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland, Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there, and for various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe. But there are plenty of Jews who stay behind in German provinces, and they become the Yeses. Okay, let's go Halavai Weiter now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blashfield. Not bad. Let's break it down. History. What does graphy mean? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened, like one of the great German philosophers of history was a guy named von Ranke, and he said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way that history is told, the narrative that is crafted, to describe those points in time and events definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth. What is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience, they can be totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to just introduce you to two major historians of Eastern European, of Ashkenazic history. They're hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, who was a major 19th century, his years are 1870 to 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Foyle Hirsch. He studied literally in his next to Rav Hirsch, and he was the first great encyclopedic historian, meaning he wrote all of Jewish history. And I think it was 12 volumes in the original German. And it was like a blockbuster. It was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. We might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about history faced. And one of the arguments about Gretz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing. It's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wein, who was written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leidensgeschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good, and we're to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, what do they say? You know that song, Mr. Vasilevsky? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Treitschke, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this, Dreck? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too. And I'm saying that, Gesundheit, we have Jews who are involved in speculation. We have Jews who are involved in crime. And not every time that Jews moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work. And he says that you're not being fair to the German people. And you're like pumping up your own story, and it's not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans of the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters, "Die sind unser Unglück," our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. It's not like he was faking it.
something so legendary to the Jews, so the Jews really
I think he would have. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be a Jew, which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He was really strong in certain areas and so on, but this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes in synagogues and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gretz version of that makes us sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think are to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots of things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Barron, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, and he also used the German term, Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happened. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. It was really worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, Gelehrten, they were learning, they were producing. The Rashi was writing, and Bali Tosfos were writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these amazing cultural artifacts despite the Leiden, besides the pogroms. But he said that all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he called lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the college level. I have never met anyone who has actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really condensed and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a totally different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussion, debates, objections. No?
Translation of
Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, where Geschichte is history, Leiden is sadness, and Gelehrten is like, we have Mr. Gelehrtner here, right? So he's learned man. So Gelehrten is like learning history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books and pogroms, pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there unfortunately are lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rudiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. beginning in Ashkenaz. Later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really where we begin to see it for the first time. Yeah, we also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter, Mr. Adlerstein? A legally binding document. Excellent. Between whom? Who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly. That's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. Right? These are not really complex organizations, but the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them, because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history, we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that right in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet that you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly, because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It had, it was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't, discard these documents. They considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of charters that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend traditions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and also at the bottom in the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Truman. Well, because let's say they're trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term kretschma, which is like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is to make vodka? I'm going to make some samahon here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poritz, and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poritz says, I don't even remember saying that. He said, oh, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the poritz can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents too. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle period? Mr. Kranz? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday, because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to, pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we're going to tell. Very good. Mr. Loiky. Literature, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. Is probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, of course, in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example, but 6%, and Pez had more like 15%. Big gap. Mr. Kranz, I like your opinions, but you got to raise your hand so we maintain order. Go ahead, Mr. Kranz. Yes, precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rates of female literacy as well. If you go back to there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples in a screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis the Pious, right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Rudiger, who you looked at in the assignment, notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Speyer. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because they liked the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the kanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not treif for them, and it's cheaper to simply set at a good rate than to try and do nikur and remove the gidanashe. Sephardim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the gidanashe, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell it. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I shouldn't use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall of their community? To keep them separate? And what kind of separate? What about, Mr. Blasco? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and the wall later became confining, especially in Venice, Frankfurt on Main, where it became a ghetto, became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. Don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall to protect themselves. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community if they can get a place to bury their dead separate from others. Their archisynagogas, which is, it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old documents and even Jewish documents that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Archos means leader. And that archisynagogus could serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews had Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Krantz. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of regrets, right? Because, well, I think just imagine in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things you want first. First, we want safety and security. Then we want community. Then we want, financial success. We want all these things. And so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. And selling meat, we already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loity's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but as I state, he was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive, 4-volume with big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he eventually survived. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the Nazis took all of the records were bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to, with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill, to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz? Ah, excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Blushko, you want to add to that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because we've inherited a revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halacha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, on what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying a comic book version. If you're studying pre-med, you say, well, this biology text, there's so many big words in it. Can you just give me a picture version of it? And that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the queen? Yeah, I think it was actually a king, but you're right, royalty, right? Royalty, royal person, crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. No, not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded generally. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Well, let's break it down. Who is this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester. Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who is this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the usher haircut kind of thing, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys. I don't know if you watch those things. They only have teacups?
It's like one
This one here? This is, I think, is a long finger thing, like you're the guy, you know. I have you guys ever hear of a rapper named Nissan Black? Yeah, so I'm sort of like, you know, like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we had a podcast I think once, but I happened to see him at the OHEL once. I was there with him at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. You know, we said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Nissan Black, and Nissan Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. Felt so good, you know. I want to blow that up. Anyway, so here's two Mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there two women? I think they mean Bichlal, women. Women. Yeah, all women. You put two, a plural, to mean all women. Right. You have you've got three men. You got a king. You've got one type of mendicant friar. You've got another type of mendicant friar. You have two women, which represent kind of like a class, gender of women. And who's this guy? You, right? Okay, not Gandalf. Good guess. Right. What? Yeah. So, how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people as Jews too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. So sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star. That comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hand, I'll get to you in a sec. There is some debate as to who's actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time, that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky.
The concept of the document is saying that Jews are in the back, but they're not ordinary as much as even behind the woman. I mean, they don't check on the left, they shove this woman ahead of the Jew, and still see that.
Good.
Between the woman and the Jews, Jews still happy, so I was doing the copy that the Jews still happy, even though he's in like the back of the wagon.
Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews, in that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting or whatever. They're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy. He's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead and, oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Kranz.
Also, with the idea of Stalin,
So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the borsalino today, right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats, right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbeim get the black hats, but we have like grade inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear them too. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. The Rebbe would have a beard. Mr. Edlerstein.
Probably come to like tomorrow. There's two separate Gemaras that talk about things that like a rabbi is supposed to dress himself differently.
Yeah. With a beard?
One is a rabbi would wear a hat, and then another thing was a rabbi generally had like a very large beard. The rabbi without a beard is considered like part of the statement.
So interesting. I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice based in, it was the first of his many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother, she used to say, "Besser a Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe," which I'll translate for those of you who are Yiddishly impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Wisdom. Okay, so here, that's what the Sachsenspiegel is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Loiki. Well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do this? Well, look at the Sachsenspiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too. And you have to protect them. The Sachsenspiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. Derogatory. We'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So an English tax roll from about the same period. Okay. This guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? He's another Jew wearing the Judenhut, right? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Anne of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? Because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. There's demons blowing shofar, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellerstein?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the king. I thought it might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. Pink. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from England. Okay, let's look at another one of these images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons, right? Okay, so what's going on here is Ah, good. Army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably. Doesn't look like King gives him a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall, which indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol horde, whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and they've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, but you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Everson.
Any less armed than anything else?
Because these guys all have pikes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait a minute, we should count it. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think she's a girl. I think that's a peasant. But, you want to say that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't? Everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pikes go in the back or something. It's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with Rudiger's one as well. And here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. Like this is like a book that the king would read. Like amazing. It's so poor. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blashko? Right, very good. Obviously, the cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the Judenhut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abrahams? That was interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting him, saying, "Come along." I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. Well, what about? But how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not so often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions they're allowed to ride side saddle, but they can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's a Gesundta sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Abderstein? Any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you're a non-Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right. Christians as well. So that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms.
Seems like the violence and the covering almost of the way.
Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, "Please bring me out the Sachsenspiegel so I can see what we do in Sachsen." And they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, "Is there anything about Jews in here?" And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here is it. Obviously, they can carry swords because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Campbell? One, yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's interesting. We really got to go back and figure out that pipe picture. We're not sure if that pipe picture sucks. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pipes, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay, good. Mr. Rubin.
Maybe the sword belongs to Jews, so let carry it. We're not giving you a pipe. If you want to carry it, we're not giving you one.
Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear, and it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research. You can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that, we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they hated and chased out everywhere? What is their status? Okay. Right.
But the sense of they have the walls, the sense of housing community.
Very fair, very good. Mr. Abrahams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Actually, we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trade. It's not invariably everywhere. Mr. Alderstein.
It was necessary to show Jews so explicitly in so many of these things that things could not have been altered. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any to so explicitly show that you, future king, you are required to protect these Jews.
I think that's a fair estimate. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abrahams, one more point. Question. Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century, right? So we're 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who converted to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for then using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break mindset for a minute from 9th century Ashkenaz. Let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon le Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply, disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Daf Yomi? I didn't say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered. And he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens? Do we have to treat you as enemies? You'll join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so. So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically it was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, he can just walk away, because the French government says we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I've talked so long there. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams, we know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halakha. It was very, very early Haskalah, but yes, they were very inclined towards, well, we'd be prepared to do away with such customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. And we'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Insheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Pirush on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 20 volumes. So they had some familiar, and he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to and what Judaism was prepared. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? You see the Grand Sanhedrin, and as the years when it sat, what is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's that guy? Yeah. Moshe Rabbeinu. It's crazy. And what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes. And what does that mean? He's portraying that. Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, the Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, lahavdil, elef, alfei, havdalos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get an art scroll haskama. Let me tell you that. It was to please him, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist, and he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, in my humble opinion. But I'm going up for my citizenship interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that a lot of Misnagdim took to say, we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called, Napoleon means, Bonaparte means Chelek Tov, and there were Jews that were saying, he's the Chelek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good portion. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with this. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call Jews Ashkenazi. The Yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Kurtz. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word, is over here in Bereshis, Perek Yud, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth. Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have The first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Kranz, sorry, thank you. Good, you are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with a people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? The reference to the word Ashkenaz occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Here talks about the destruction of the base, the first one. So there's a description, reading in English, raise your standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her. Oops. Assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, we sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map. The world as known to the Hebrews, according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here is the region of Gomer next. Oh, look, it bounces up. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea. This would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which of course is Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, those of you who are not new students. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Chuvos HaGeonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, who probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rav Hai Gaon, writing in Pumbedisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes, from all the lands, from Yemen, which we know, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukharia, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Tzarfat Vaspamia, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Loiki. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, What are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Chai Gaon, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of this particular tshuva, and it's probably somewhere in Europe. We're going to refine just one further. Mr. Vasilevsky? You'd think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the Vavs. Kush, the Ashkenaz, the Tsarfas, the Ashpamia. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes, "Hu sheleg b'loshen Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. Uveloshen Kanaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is, in fact, the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak, which is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Lashon Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenazim speak. Yes. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, snee, modern day snee. But you're correct. Could be the words changed totally. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible. Snee, not terrible. The English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So, yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon regions, at least, or at least Saxon regions. So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems we're getting to Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is for sure, by the time you get into the Baalei Tosfos, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off, Sfarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk in Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very culturally than Sarfat, which is France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's a settlement, Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Worms and Mainz are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual over here in Eastern Europe, Canaan. Called it Canaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time, and Canaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that, and they say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory, not like Slava Ukraina, right? Glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically the same way. So that's Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here, the Jews who lived in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Loiki, I saw your hand. Okay, Mr. Kranz? Yeah, Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guys. You should laugh at that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz. And at this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating stuff, I think. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The word sect of Judaism, that's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, then that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes, and including this recording, because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It's very soothing. You can put it by your bed. Clock. Mr. Again, Adlerstein.
Okay, if you look up which German will be built in that time that Rothschild was around, and the word for like CL at the time was
Neat, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition. It's associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. Even though the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example, that's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who was a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. He's Jewish. I think it means that it actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of cool and fascinating. So he probably did. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited. But we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very, very bald. His courtier here looks a little bit unhappy. It looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular, particularly creating these martyrs that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is literary about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Kranz. Yes. There's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian in the, well, there's 2 actual rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent us abroad. Let's go to the first one. The Vespasian, rudderless boats one, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews in the first century. This is after he gave them no skippers, no rudders, and pushed them off into the Mediterranean. And they went and they landed at 3 distinct ports: at Lyon in France, at Arles, also in France, and strangely enough in Bordeaux. Although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishment of the first 3 Jewish communities in France. It's most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these this period of these 3 kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the there, and they say, if you live, we'll give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You'll have the right to settle here, and no one will kick you out. Some desirings that Jews wanted, as we shall see. Go on to Canvas. That's one of those charters, and I want you to analyze: is this good or bad for the Jews? Was it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. And this is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to me saving $5 because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically lived in city centers. You go to a great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out, and here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that it could be done. And a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics. And he ruled that under these circumstances, where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbones. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like, if you lose the tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to save it and bury it. It's kind of weird use of your deep freeze, but, you know, as I. So, yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same chashivas with regard to teeth and bones. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Center in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to the well or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. Here are two reconstructions of an adult and a child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color and, in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were strictly well known, so that we knew a lot about these. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in a Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. I forgot again, Adlerstein.
So I heard them, not for security, but I heard that red hair is not actually something that is natural for Jews to necessarily have.
What does that mean, not natural for Jews to have? How can you say it's...
It doesn't come from the Jews full red hair originated from a region that Jews were not originated from.
Okay, but...
And in order for it to enter Jewish community, Garris or less.
Correct. But so you're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with origins, right? If it was Aim Achar Aim, Av Achar Av for generations, we probably would not look like we look in this room here. But we're not defined as Jewish genetics. There are sort of like convergences where there are bodies. No. So that's precisely, because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually have Jew with red hair. So that's the point, that we what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question, who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure, a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern in origin. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest, Ashkenazi Jewish. Wait, we shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole when we get to the bottleneck. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones not too long after Jews apparently, according to the literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic record Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here. Going from bottom to top is time, right? This is long ago. This is the present day. And this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews, nation Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in are of Ashkenazic descent. So you have, in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a white woman, of course, described in the Bible, Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people. They attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. When you read about her in Masechta Sota in particular, Queen Hilni, she comes to us as Malka Hilni from Adiabene, which would be today's Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome to be slaves between the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 100, 200 Jews, maybe not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazic Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Europe, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to what kind of, God forbid, diseases a person might have, hair, eye, complexions like that, you can also calculate backward. Figure out when did this come into this person's system? How many generations back does it go? That's why some studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome as a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago. Mind blowing. Doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great who knows how many Zadis back as someone else, which is with the biblical account. What happens in the year 800? Please, I've forgotten your name already. Gotta tell me again. What time? Who made it? How can I forget that? Genetics just doesn't go back far to find an Eve. You find, however, the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set. But when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites in particular, Levium, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Levium come from 4 women. I think called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. But no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people who call themselves Levi. So, well, it's through the father, right? A Levi can marry a Gioris. Right, so if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converted. And what is, then you get into a massive question, which is not for us today, but what is conversion? right? We have a basic idea of for a woman to be mikvah and Kabbalah's all mitzvos. So what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is mekabel all mitzvos, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting tshuvas on this from Reb Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. You can ask about that though. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from foreign women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and the Norwich remains. And amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were centered in the Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level Ashkenazi Jews are to Jews who lived in 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant in marriage, over and over again. This tiny community, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases. Lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay. That's the bottleneck. Which is a good reason for marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that from me. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? And the what family? The bones. No, we're really close. We could be beside them today and people would think they'd fit right in. They wouldn't look weird and things we look a lot like, similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is astounding. We tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tuman. Right, we had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event and then constant endogamy over the last 700 years. I can give you the citation to the study where it goes into it in great detail. Okay, Mr. Edelstein. Adlerstein.
So, yeah, I've heard that Ashkenazim are so genetically close to each other that basically every Ashkenazi Jew is as genetically similar as a fourth cousin.
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read too. Mr. Vasilevsky.
I'm just so afraid. Where do the remains
They're right here. Let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should not made these curved. It's basically like a straight up and down. What is depicting is back in the ancient world, we had a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in. I don't know how to do that. And then at a certain point, other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have moved across North Africa. Oh, you know what? Let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those mothers. And it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East. There's huge dispersion of them in the first century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. We begin to see archaeological evidence from Jews in Spain in the first century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century, and by the time you get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Big civilization happening here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany. And then later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, Ukraine. It refers to the people who trace their origins back to the Rhineland in particular. And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim after, especially 1492, with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic hint. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our complexion. And, you know, if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? You know, some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. Right. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that, you know, what we have from the Akolonimus family and moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other, and it seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Leakey. Well, again, when you look at Erfurt, they had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest could be, you know, German, French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siegel. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? Right? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, then yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, I don't know, Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either, no, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert to Judaism. And it's always been that way. Well, as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th millennium before the Common Era. And it goes way, way back to, like, you know, Parshas Bo times. But it's really, it gets there because we don't even know what to do with it. We don't have like big samples of other peoples also. This huge amount of people moving around in different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of a well. Good chance they were Jews. I shouldn't say that. That's terrible. I should take that out of the recording. But, you know, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent with it. We have a literary record confirming it. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by you know, a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarian. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Loiki. There's a book, yes, a Kuzari. We're going to see that in a second. What is the Kuzari all about? Yeah, a king from this region in Central Asia. Let me just close this a little bit. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, there's no screen. So I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Kuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Bulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him. Christianity, two different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, and so on. And he decides to hold a debate between the leaders, or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. We will give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote HaKuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who are very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, for religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many, many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large gubernatorial, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now in its war with Ukraine, is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Omelian Pritsak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. They're definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. And by the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who, it appears, at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Hastai bin Shaprut. I don't think, none of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so, none of you. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anyone please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers, meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat, for 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want and tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Kuzari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll block it a little bit. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. I'll stand over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is this a massive treasure trove of documents that was discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jewish living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a petek. You guys, have you ever heard the term petek? You may have heard it like as a ticket. I'm sorry? No, that would be petach. But petek with a kuf. And it's like a someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door asking for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah and he has good midos, and usually a story of how he fell on hard times and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazarian Jew. And there's the usually when you see these peteks, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of a petek? Or what do you, signature of whom? Right, saying that this is for real, it's not. And they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name in Hebrew. It's as if, you got a petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote it. His name is, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something like that. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community couldn't even write in Hebrew representing the Jewish community. Mr. Loisy. This is the way you always find it, but it's a Hebrew document. He's going to Hebrew communities, Yeah, but if you wouldn't sign if you were an aide on a kasuba, would you write, Mr. Loifi? No, you would write your Hebrew name, right, in Hebrew. Yes.
The jokes in the Gemara that even some Amorayim don't use their names as their signatures, like one of my
triangles and stuff like that. Yeah. But this is actually perfect letters. Oh, you're so down the Chavskus. Yeah, so you're so down the Chavskus. This, I think, means he's an ignoramus. Doesn't know how to write his name in Hebrew. But maybe, this is like, we're so close to Chavskai Yeshiva, we should be down the Chavskus. No, it's an error. It says, we have read it, and then there's a signature, Elik. So it says. Exactly, because he's an important guy. He's the president of the Jewish community. If the president of the Jewish community can't sign his name in Hebrew, you wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism there. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document. Poves Vremya is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, because it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their story too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khuzari. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 9088. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000. It's a modern era. we have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become Muslim. Anyone guess why? Nope. Nope. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's forbidden. It's, what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, we will not give up our cups. So, and then there's a little comment, which was probably added by a Christian monk afterwards, saying, and also they smear their beards with excrement, which is hard to believe. I think that the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. And he says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our many sins. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev and Russia became Jewish, if that whole part of the world was Jewish? Came that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going with the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khazari, all a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay, they have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shaul Stamfer, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, why would they have converted in the first place? He thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khazari seems to take it. Definitely a big question is, how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. Meaning, even though they're very close to Dagon and places like Babylon, we don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because maybe they had Karaite leanings, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those Khazars? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time you get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, and pseudo-scholars, a lot of scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand, who was one of the darling historians of the Semitic world, writes this book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it again, Mr. Prince. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would think about politically for a minute. Why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo, he says, I wish to reside, he's considering myself a Jew. That's kind of funny. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real Jews? Which land? What do you mean by that, Mr. Kranz? Exactly. Go back to Poland, where you belong, you Khazars. If you look carefully at the nastiness in comments, you will frequently see that that pro-Palestinian source will accuse the Jews of being illegitimate colonists of a land that is not theirs, saying they're all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? We've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly, Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And they'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Who are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazim, they also conveniently omit the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there's a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi people. One more political context. What else would it mean if you want to say that Ashkenazim are not the descendants of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov? What else do we not have claim to? Torah, Mr. Kranz, brilliant. What do you mean by that? Right, we're not the chosen people, is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazim, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We can be so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomi and Davido, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews, both in terms of a political position for Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical. Now, I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out when here, this is a book on Amazon, by the way, you can buy it right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangster, Khazarian scams, right? They have all these strangest Khazarian guys wearing Khazarian black hats, you know. There's this star of Khazaria with the number 666 in it, thing like that, right? Masters of lies, deception, illusions, and mind control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. Right? Like we're not anti-Semites, we're anti-Khazars, right? Okay, I am actually at the end of today's lecture. Do you have any last questions or arguments? Mr. Tuman. Right. Are not racially Jewish. It has to. The only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition of Judaism, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you on Wednesday. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to give you a brief update on my experiences in my most recent trip to Israel. I just got back yesterday, and tell you a little bit about what's happening on the channel and answer one question in particular, and then a call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to the land of Israel. I was there in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, meeting with new and prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also get quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post-high school to study full-time in the yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us at Lander College for Men. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller groups, having dinner with some of them, and I feel really great about the future of the Jewish people with students like these that we'll be having on our campus. I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historical elements of the land of Israel. I loved especially my return visit to the Jewish Museum, where I got to see the Tel Dan stele. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has a reference to the House of David, Beit David, written in Paleo-Hebrew. I also really enjoyed seeing the Theotidas inscription we've talked about on this channel before. This is a stone that was discovered in a well that dates from somewhere between 100 BCE to 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem, and it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that an individual named Theodotus donated money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And, this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained lovingly in synagogues all over the world today. It continuously amazes me how vibrant Israel is. How, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get this impression of like a highly militaristic culture locked down in an international struggle. And there are elements of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news. You can have conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. There are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around this central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover in orange like this on the day of the funeral of Shiri Bibas and her two sons, who were sadly murdered in captivity by their Hamas captors. An absolutely horrific event that galvanized the entire nation, with tens of thousands of people lining the streets to watch the funeral cortege go by. Really, really heartbreaking. One of the last photographs I took while I was in Israel, this is from the Ben Gurion airport. All over Israel, there are these kind of impromptu signs and memorials and messages reminding everybody how long the hostages have been in captivity, and photographs of the hostages talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for their return. This is sadly the section where the Bibas children are represented. You can see that people have spontaneously brought, various kinds of toys and so on. But I was especially moved by this sign put up by the airport authorities that at the behest of the family, they've asked that no one should remove the photographs of the Bibas children, even though they are now sadly killed. And it's an absolutely terrible time in many ways. But Israel remains an incredibly vibrant, alive society. I mean, I flew on El Al. It's incredibly loud flying on El Al because everyone on the plane feels connected to each other, and conversations sparked, spontaneously and so on. Here's an amazing thing of flying out of Newark. A couple of people on the flight happened to have a guitar and a saxophone, and they got up and they just started playing spontaneously for the people who are leaving for Israel. You see that the combination of the vibrancy and the seriousness in, for example, this visit to Machane Yehuda, which is an outdoor shuk, an outdoor market that's very popular in Jerusalem. Incredible displays of spices and breads, and we bought for our children a whole pile of candies. But even in the candy story, but even in the midst of all of this vibrancy and this vivacity and all of this joie de vivre, this simchas chayim, this joy in life, you also see reminders of how fragile it all is. This is a plaque that's posted where we picked up some of these candies, and I'll translate it for you. It says, for eternal memory, on this place was killed our dear son, Shimon Chaim ben Chazali, son of Chazali. He was the father of a 3-month-old child, and he was killed here by a bomb left by cruel and heartless terrorists on this date, the Chaf-Dal Sivan of Tafshin Lamed Ches. I believe that would be 1968. May God avenge his blood. Terrifying kind of reminders of how Israel lives in a state of vigilance for terrorist acts at any moment. But nevertheless, Am Yisrael Chal, the Jewish people live, the Jewish people preserve through this. Just had to share that with you. Now, in terms of public information, I want to let you know that I am giving some public lectures this coming Monday and the following Monday. These are going to be on my campus in Queens. RSVP is required, and you'll have to bring ID to be allowed in, but it is open to the public and no charge, and I hope that you will be able to attend. The first lecture is going to be on the Jews of Bukhara in the Sephardic world, and the second lecture is going to be on the Jews of Russia in the Ashkenazic world. Both of these populations are known to exist in the immediate neighborhood of Queens, so I'm hoping we'll have a turnout. Since a lot of you are not able to get to Queens for these lectures, if you are a channel member, please check your community tab and you'll be able to get the link for the live cast. I want to address one quick question that came out of most recent videos that I posted. I had a lot of response to the brief discussion of African Jews from the Caribbean. This seemed to get a lot of reaction from many viewers, and quite a few viewers were very upset with this idea, perhaps paradoxically, that Jews could be white people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my viewership. It's amazing how active they are on YouTube. I think that must be part of the deal, but there's a lot of comments there about how Jews can't possibly be white. All Jews are black and so on and things like that. And if you go to Israel today, of course, you see the incredible diversity of the country racially, that there are so many non-white Jews, so many non-white Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish. It just seems like such a silly question. But I would like to point out that I'm really talking about race at all in these Jewish history lectures. These lectures are about the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is not a racial concept. It is a partially tribal concept, as I've discussed many times. There is this idea of matrilineal descent. Some Jews in the 21st century recognize patrilineal descent. That's quite a bit more controversial because it really only dates from the 1980s, at least since antiquity. But nevertheless, the Jewish people is multiracial. So at any rate, I don't know what to do about that, but maybe they'll comment on this video as well. Finally, some calls to action. So as I mentioned, that public lecture that I'm giving on Monday, you can either attend in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a member. So I really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that, unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you are a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website to at least get notices of what's happening. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you'll also see I've got online courses, many of them free, many of them are pay what you want. So just have a look there. You might find something really interesting. And I guess that's about it. So I hope you have a fantastic Shabbat for those of you who celebrate it and mark the seventh day. And for those of you who don't, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the near future. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are all doing well. One of the things I really like about this time of year, I'm recording this on January 2nd, is that, we have another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do tshuva and really focus on our spiritual, our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's the secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out what am I doing and what can I do differently. So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I'm speaking to you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that, since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. I have to say, the kind of comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back. I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, to try and find a balance between those students who are really invested in learning Jewish history, and I have to prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students that I work with during the day, but I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So this is what I'm planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to try to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment in the comment box there. But what I can do is I can sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly one where I can discuss them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially and colleagues of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course, and the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I am doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since 2019 has been the writing of a multi-volume history of the Jewish people. Together with a lot of comments that I received from many of you, I have completed volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a big deal. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first draft of volume 2, chapter 2. All of volume 1 and chapter 1 of volume 2 is already online. And hear your comments and hear your suggestions, because that really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by the summer. That's my publisher due date at any rate. So this is something that I can offer to you through my website. Right now, I'm thinking I'm only going to offer it to researchers and colleagues because it's a big deal to share a manuscript, to think about reading all the comments I get back, but let me try that for now. So please do consider subscribing to my website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you've gained some benefit from it as well. And I look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow explorers in Jewish history. I'm really enjoying the research I'm undertaking to promote the Kosher River Cruise exploration of Antarctica in 2026. I'm really amazed that we've had such a phenomenal response, but it's important for us to note that besides the hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish explorers that existed over history, there are also equally as many enablers of exploration who had a signal effect on this wanderlust, this desire to see, unknown areas of the world. And I think one of the most important of them was Abraham Zacuto. He was a phenomenal individual who was born in Salamanca, Spain in 1452, but his main career was in Portugal. He was an astronomer and also a philosopher and a historian. Let's focus, however, on his work in supporting exploration. I think one of the most important things that he did was he wrote a book called Hachibur Hagadol, which is essentially a kind of a, chibur means literally a collection or a book, a great book, and he completed it in 1478. And basically, it's 65 detailed astronomical tables that tells you exactly where the various planets are going to be at various times and various dates and things like that. This proved to be extremely important for navigation at the time. And then he actually followed that up with something called the Biur Luchot, which is like the explanation of the tablets, I guess explanation of the tables. Maybe that's an interesting reference to the Alphonsine tables that were written sometime earlier that he developed further. The Latin translation is the Almanach Perpetuum, which is like the perpetual almanac, the perpetual sort of like calendar of all of these celestial bodies, and together with the new metal astrolabes, which is a really important device. Many of the astrolabes that come from this period actually have lettering in Hebrew because so many Jews were working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships to have a much more accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing. This is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they can't rely on the North Star when it goes below the horizon. So this was an incredible leap forward, so much so that in 1497, Vasco da Gama, who was, of course, one of the greatest Portuguese explorers, he already used Zacuto's work on his way to India, and then became very important afterwards. There's also a fascinating story that based on these tables, Christopher Columbus was able to actually predict a solar eclipse, and in a conflict with the indigenous peoples that he encountered on his way, this actually saved his life at one point. So who knows, another Jewish individual to blame for Western civilization, right? He also did many other things in his life. He unfortunately, despite the fact that he was the astronomer to the royal house, he was nevertheless expelled from Portugal in 1497 because he refused to convert to Christianity. This was a terrible story at the time. He ended up spending his life in the Eastern Mediterranean. And while he was in his exile, he also wrote a very important book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is essentially his historical account of the world. And it's a really important work, and it talks a lot about not only his personal story, but of course the story of humanity. Okay, if you are interested in getting one of the few rooms that we have left on this amazing expedition ship, please visit the website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing my research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that we see there. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, moving along in our series looking at famous Jewish explorers, I have to talk about someone that I really didn't know about until I came across his name quite recently, Ibrahim ibn Yaqub. He's a remarkable 10th century traveler. Part of the reason I may not have heard about him before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not he's actually Jewish. I mean, his name is a giveaway, right? Ibrahim ibn Yaqub, Abraham, the son of Jacob. I mean, that sounds very Jewish. Like, if your name is Sam Goldstein and you're not Jewish, maybe you should consider becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish sounding name. But most of the scholars that I really respect have come to the conclusion that definitely this is a Jewish traveler, among many reasons, because he reports in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that would seem out of place if it were not for the fact that he himself was Jewish. So anyway, let's talk about Ibrahim ibn Yaqub. He left behind writings that have not been preserved under his own name, but they have been preserved as quotations or paraphrases in several really important medieval Arab geographers. Why was there so much Arab interest in world travel? Well, we should remember that in the 10th century, when he was active, the Arab world were actually at the peak of scientific knowledge of the Western world at the time, but they had very, very little knowledge about lands outside Dar ul Islam, the region of Islam. Very, very hazy ideas about even Rome, and certainly about things like Eastern Europe, where Ibrahim ibn Yaqub really was prominent in his travels. And Jews actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the Carolingian Empire, where there was kind of like a sort of an iron wall, an iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. And it was very difficult for Christians to travel into Muslim lands and vice versa. But Jews, who were, equally poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nevertheless protected by Christians under the doctrine of witness and by Muslims under the Pact of Umar, they did have a certain amount of travel. And if you combine that with the fact that they were engaged in international commerce through connections with other Jewish communities behind or on either sides of this Iron Curtain, it was actually quite a prominent time for Jews to travel. We spoke about the Radhanites and others, so Ibrahim ibn Yaqub would be about 100 years later than them. Why exactly did he travel? We actually don't know. The references that we have to his work in Arab geographers never ask the question why he actually traveled. Some historians have assumed that he did so for some kind of trade, perhaps the slave trade, but there's no evidence to suggest that. Salah Baran, the genius of 20th century scholars, supposed that perhaps he was the envoy of Hasdai bin Shaprut, a very important Jewish figure in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't fit with the dates because the earliest possible date is 966 for Ibrahim ibn Yaqub's travels, and that will be too late for Hasdai bin Shaprut's major diplomatic efforts. Eliyahu Ashtor, who wrote quite a bit on Ibrahim ibn Yaqub, says that he must have been a diplomatic envoy, perhaps on a scientific mission, of the scholarly Caliph al-Hakam, who was like a really curious intellectual supporter of the arts kind of figure, so much so that he actually commissioned a history of the Franks, and this would have been entirely in keeping with what he was doing. That makes the most sense, I think. Now, the route is somewhat in doubt. We know several of the places that he visited, but we don't know exactly how he got from A to B. He is called in one of the sources Al-Tortosi, meaning he comes from the city of Tortosa. He may also have come from Cordoba in southern Spain. We know that he went to places like Rouen in France. He went to Magdeburg, where they actually met the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I. Fascinating. He went to Mainz, Fulda, and Prague. And actually, one of the most fascinating things about his trip is that he is actually the first person to mention in extant writings not only the city of Prague, but even the entire kingdom of Poland. Right? We're talking about the 10th century. It's really quite old, and he's the first person to tell the rest of the educated world, in this case the Islamic world, hey, there's a whole country here called Poland. And when we visit these places, he gives us fantastic details about the demographics there, of the health of the local population, their diet, disease, and so on, economics, like their agriculture, what kind of industry they're involved with, their trade, fascinating aspects of their religion, including styles of worships. He went to Christian lands, he went to pagan lands, and so on. There's a lot of things to say about it. And here, by the way, is one of the Jewish giveaways. He tells you where to get the best Asian takeout in all of these cities. Okay, I made that part up, but I just couldn't help myself. And of course, like our Kosher River Cruise travelers, he likes to visit the local Jewish community in all the places that he visits. This is something, by the way, for those of you who are looking forward to our Antarctica trip. It'll be a little bit more difficult there, but nevertheless, we'll try. But Ibrahim ibn Yaqub tells us about Jews working in salt mines. If this was in nearby Germany, he talks about the trade going on in Prague in particular, things that we would not have known about this city at this period if it were not for the writings of Ibrahim ibn Yaqub and the Jews involved in the trade in Prague. Fascinating material. I hope you found this interesting as I do, and I hope you're able to join us on one of these cruises. If not, I look forward to sharing the research with you in these videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers in history, and it made me think, why do Jews travel? Or maybe we could refine that question, because travel, in the sense we think of it today, is really a modern phenomenon. Why would Jews ever have traveled before the existence of kosher river cruises? Because kosher river cruises are really a tremendous cut above. It's a phenomenal experience that I love so much, and I think that enthusiasm might communicate itself to you a little bit across YouTube. But the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled, especially before the modern era when traveling is so much easier and so much more convenient and so on? So I came up with 5 basic reasons why Jews would have traveled historically, and I think they're kind of useful to frame the historical debate as a whole. So let's go through them. First, Jews traveled not by choice, that is, specifically, they were expelled. Jews are not the only people in history, of course, who have been expelled, but they are rather unique in that Jews have survived multiple expulsions through millennia. And the questions for why they were expelled in various times and places is quite complex and fascinating, and we've talked about it in a few different videos. But the concept of expulsion is really burned deep in the Jewish psyche. The Babylonian expulsion was memorialized in this really arresting 19th century portrait by Edward Bendeman on the mourning Jews in exile. Closely related to expulsion is the concept of coerced migration, which would be something like the Maimonides family experienced in the 12th century when the new Islamic regime of the Almohads really placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, made their way across North Africa, and landed in Egypt. But if we take away the whole category of expulsion as travel, why else would Jews travel? So I think the second most significant example of the reason for travel would be economic opportunity. Jews, of course, got very deeply involved in international commerce in the medieval period. You have the remarkable Radhanites, who may have actually emerged from southern France, Jewish traders that were known particularly in the Arab world and among Arab writings as being people who were able to speak many languages and travel all over the world and engage in trade. And I think you'd also add to these economic migrants, my own grandparents who fled from Lithuania. I use the word fled there. It's indicative of the fact that there was definitely a pull towards North America, in my family's case, Canada, because of the great opportunities there, but also the increasingly hostile environment of the late 19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire that meant them want to leave as well. So expulsion is one category, economic opportunity migration another category. Now we get to things which are perhaps more quintessentially Jewish than the first two categories. The first two categories, of course, apply to virtually every people we know in history. Pilgrimage. I think we could probably say that Jews invented the very idea of pilgrimage. If you look in the Bible, you have the Shalosh Regalim, the 3 pilgrimage holidays, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, which require Jews to travel centrally to Jerusalem from ancient times. But even once the Jews were sent out into the widespread diaspora, especially after the Roman diaspora, the very first example of pilgrim literature that we have is from the so-called Bordeaux Pilgrim. It was written about the year 333, which for a long time people have assumed it refers to a Christian pilgrim because there are some references to Christianity in there, but there's some interesting theories that suggest, that Bordeaux pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We talked about that in another video, so we'll skip that. But we have so many examples of Jews kind of like reacting to the centripetal force of being attracted into Jerusalem. Rabbi of Bartanura, and so many others who've left descriptions of their travels. Fourthly, a little bit related to pilgrimage, you have what I would like to call religious missions. And these are not Jews traveling specifically to Israel, like would be more like pilgrimage when I talk about Israel mission.
I'm thinking about Jews who specifically travel either from Israel around the diaspora for a religious purpose, such as, for example, the great Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azulai, the Chida, who left behind a remarkable travelogue of his experiences collecting money for charitable causes in Israel in the 18th century. But you also have some religious missions which are somewhat kind of like sketchy, like David Reubeni with his Messianic mission. So many other examples of that, of, like Jews traveling to other Jewish communities to try and, raise up Jewish support for X, Y, or Z cause. And now we get finally to the fifth cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. I'm speaking about the motive of this beautiful German word, Wanderlust. Wanderlust basically means the urge to wander, the urge to travel, the urge to experience new things simply for the sake of experiencing new things. Now, again, the cost of travel has dropped precipitously in the last couple of centuries, and the possibility of Jews organizing for kosher travel is something that's only happened really in the 20th century, the second half of the 20th century. And now we're beginning to see incredible potential for this Wanderlust in organizations like Kosher River Cruises. I mean, we're going to Antarctica, right? Like, what's Jewish in Antarctica? It's true that it's closer to traditional Asian food, but seriously, examples of Wanderlust would have to include people like Benjamin of Tudela, the great 12th century explorer who wandered around the Jewish world and collected lots of information on Jewish communities all over the world. And even you can go to the 21st century with scientists like the great astronaut Ilan Ramon, who unfortunately was killed in the Columbia disaster of 2003. But nevertheless, he's just indicative of Wanderlust, this desire to see the world just for the sake of seeing what there is and appreciating the tremendous variety of the wonderful universe that we live in. I don't know if that's quintessentially Jewish, but I do think it really resonates with so many things in my personal Jewish identity, and maybe in yours too. Okay, I hope you enjoyed thinking about these 5 reasons for Jewish travel, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. We're going to continue our series looking at Jewish explorers in connection with my research for the lectures that I hope to be giving on the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Antarctica. It sounds so amazing to me even to say it. But today I'd like to talk about Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Kharizi, fascinating individual who was primarily known as a poet and a translator. He lived between the years 1165 and 1225, but he was also a remarkable traveler. He was born most likely in Toledo in Spain, but then he made his way over the top of the Mediterranean into Provence, where he had quite a bit of activity there. And then he shows up later in Egypt. He probably crossed the Mediterranean directly from the southern part of France, and he's in Egypt for a while. He is in Israel for a while. He goes up to Aleppo and in Syria, all the way over to Baghdad. And throughout these long travels, he's writing about, who he meets and what the communities are like, and especially he's producing a tremendous amount of poetry. His work has phenomenal lyric value, phenomenal literary value, and incredible historical value as well. I want to focus in on a couple of things. First of all, I should mention, we don't know exactly why he was traveling, like what motivated him to do this. Maybe he had just a Wanderlust. He just wanted to see exciting places, which is, I think, something we can all identify with. But he also may have been doing this for economic reasons, because this is an era where you had a certain number of Jewish poets for hire, where they would wander around and for a whole series of possible occasions like weddings, funerals, all kinds of things, they would create poetry for hire. Some of the most famous poets in Jewish history, this era, Yehuda Levi, for example, were poets for hire who made quite a bit of their income through, creating these kind of spontaneous, sometimes poetic presentations. At any rate, focusing on Al-Khwarizmi, I want to specifically look at one particular aspect of his work, and that is his role as a translator of Maimonides, because he produced what is most likely the most influential translation of the great Mora Nivuchim, the Dalal al-Ha'irin, the Guide for the Perplexed that Maimonides wrote originally in Judeo-Arabic, meaning it is basically in Arabic, written with Hebrew characters, and a lot of quotations directly from Hebrew, from Tanakh and rabbinic sources and so on. And at the end of his life, Maimonides had worked with one particular translator from the Ibn Tibbon family. This is a family of translators that lived in southern France, and the father, the elder Ibn Tibbon, had a particular method of translation that, and using that, he rendered famous Judeo-Arabic works into Hebrew and made them really quite famous. And so he started working, Maimonides started working with his son on this translation of the Mora Nivuchim. However, when the son came back with some of the early versions, Maimonides was displeased. He said, wait a second, no, this is not the way you should translate my book. Specifically, the younger Ibn Tibbon was following his father's method of translating as accurately as possible, including, whenever possible, preserving the precise word order from Arabic into Hebrew. And this particular translation is renowned for its precision, and it has become sort of like the overwhelming standard. However, Maimonides himself disapproved and wrote back to him saying, no, not like this. You're losing all of the feel of my text. What I need you to do is to read the paragraph, understand it fully, and then express it properly in Hebrew. You don't have to be rigid and stick to the word order and the specific vocabulary and so on. And then Maimonides died. And what happened was Ibn Tibbon went ahead and just continued with his original approach, even despite Maimonides' explicit disapproval, and he produced the translation that we have today. Now, our protagonist, Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Khwarizmi, said, well, no, this is so awful. He's losing all of the tam, the taste of the Guide for the Perplexed, which has some pretty pungent places in it. And so he says, I'm going to do it the way Maimonides said. And he wrote another competing translation, which was written with the skill of a poet, and it's far more readable, far more accessible, and so on, although it was naturally criticized for being less accurate. He added as well a kind of an appendix where he said these are the kind of complicated philosophical words that Maimonides uses, and it's a glossary to help people through some of the more complex ideas. So he was heavily criticized by Ibn Tibbon. They had like kind of a literary war for a while, but Ibn Tibbon did pick up his idea of adding a glossary. Cool idea, let's add that too. And ultimately what happened is Al-Khwarizmi's translation sort of lost a lot of popularity in the Jewish world. It's very hard to find an edition of it today. I happen to have an edition that my great uncle left me, but it had huge impact in the Christian world because it was Al-Khwarizmi's version that was later translated into Latin and then became incredibly popular among Christian readers. And that's where we got the brilliant title in English of Guide for the Perplexed. It is rendered in Latin as Doctor Perplexorum, the doctor, the teacher of the perplexed. So that's, now I have not even touched some of the most famous works of Al-Khwarizmi. He wrote the Tachkamoni, he wrote some amazing poems and some fantastic things. But in terms of his role as a traveler, he provides us a tremendous amount of information about the Jewish communities, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Baghdad of this time. And, I have to say, it probably was his particular personality and his desire to see the world that motivated him to take these journeys. And we're very grateful for it, and we emulate it, I think, in many ways. So I hope that you will be able to join us on this remarkable trip to Antarctica. And if not, I look forward to certainly sharing my research with you on this channel. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In connection with the upcoming Kosher River cruise to the Antarctic, which is not going to be a river cruise, but will be kosher, I'm continuing this series of discussion of Jewish explorers in history. And I'd like to speak with you now about one fascinating figure named Eldad Hadani, also known as Eldad Hadanite, because he claimed to have come from the tribe of Dan. So here's the story. It's really bizarre. This individual shows up in Kairouan, you can see where that is in modern-day Tunisia, in the late 9th century, in the year 883. And he has an amazing claim. He tells the people living there that he actually comes from the biblical kingdom of Chavila, which is mentioned 5 times in Tanakh, and it's associated especially with precious metals like gold and things like that. Now, the actual location of Chavila has never been definitively determined, but the way that Eldad describes it probably is somewhere on one of the banks of the Red Sea, either in contemporary Yemen or maybe in contemporary Ethiopia, Somalia, something like that. But at any rate, what he has to say about this place is absolutely phenomenal. He says, in, by the way, perfect Hebrew, which is apparently the only language he knows, that he is actually a member of the otherwise lost tribe of Dan. This is one of the 10 tribes that inhabited the northern part of Israel, and they were essentially lost to history after the invasion of the Assyrians in the 8th century before the Common Era. Dan, he says, fled early or migrated early to avoid the onslaught of the Assyrians, and also with some other interesting motivations. And they made their way down to Chavila, where they settled. And later, after the Assyrian invasion of Israel, several other tribes, specifically Gad, Asher, and Naphtali, made their way to Chavila as well, and he lives beside them. It's an amazing story, and basically the people of Kairouan listen to this, and they're boggled with the possibility there's actually a Jewish kingdom living in this region, not so far away from them. Is it possible? Furthermore, what Eldad tells them is that they've been there, for 1,600 years, and the Judaism they practice is somewhat different from the Jews of Kairouan. Specifically, they lack certain historical holidays that began after the Assyrian invasion, like the holiday of Purim, which takes place in the period of the Babylonian exile, which is 100-odd years later. And also that everything they do is in Hebrew, including their Talmud. And the Talmud that we have today in the standard tradition is written in Aramaic, both in Jerusalem, or really in the land of Israel. We call it the Jerusalem Talmud, though it's really written a little further to the north, or the Babylonian Talmud, written in Aramaic. His Talmud, moreover, not only is it in Hebrew, not in Aramaic, it also lacks a whole bunch of the names of rabbis who are quoted in our Talmuds because they lived many hundreds of years later after the dispersal of the 10 tribes, like Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Meir and so on. These great rabbis are not mentioned in their Talmud, although their Talmud, he says, comes to the same conclusions. But there are some details that are different. For example, the way that they slaughter animals to make them kosher is not exactly the same as the rabbinic tradition. So that prompts the people of Kairouan, the elders, to send a letter all the way out to Baghdad, where you have the Geonim. This is the great Talmudic center of the 9th century. And they say to them, hey, this guy showed up here. He told us this amazing story. It's a beautiful Hebrew. And he says these things about we're not doing shechita, we're not slaughtering animals for kosher consumption the way they do. And so they asked Rabbi Tzemach Gaon, one of the great leaders of the academy at the time, is this guy for real? Is his story true? And if his story is true, then what about the way he practices Judaism? Are we doing the wrong thing, maybe? So fascinatingly, Rabbi Tzemach Gaon writes back, he's the real deal. Yes. And you know how we know? because he was here before he came to you. And he quotes how several elders actually interviewed him in Baghdad as well. So this is someone who claims to come from the southern Arabian Peninsula, maybe Eastern Africa, makes his way up to Babylonia, to where the Baghdad Gaonate is actually. And then from there, he makes his way all the way over to Qumran. And we also have another tradition, which was written a few hundred years later, but also citing actual witness testimony from Chastai ibn Shaprut, who lived in the 10th century in southern Spain, in Al-Andalus, who also say that he was there as well. So definitely, Eldad Hadani gets around. He's traveling all around the known world with this amazing story of the independent Jewish kingdom of Chavila. His story as a whole, by the way, is absolutely fascinating. He talks about how he and a colleague were shipwrecked, and then they were seized by cannibals who ate his friend. And he talks all about how he escaped and how really fascinating how the Jewish community is organized in Chavila. They're very military. They defend their territory. He talks about the amazing river Sambat, which is also mentioned in the Talmud, this fantastic river that apparently flows with rocks so violently during 6 days of the week that nobody can cross it. But on the Sabbath, it amazingly rests. And theoretically, it could be crossed at that point, but the people who live beyond the river Sambatyon are very religious Levites, and they do not want to cross and violate the Sabbath, so they stay in their area, trapped, as it were, by this remarkable river. So, wow, what an incredible story. Now, we have all kinds of difficulties trying to parse this story. One of the big issues is the earliest texts that we have of this story were written down hundreds of years after Eldad lived. We do know from the multiple documents from both Tzemach Gaon, the Jews of Qumran, and Chastai ibn Shaprut, that he was a real person and he did come with some kind of story, but we don't know how much of it was actually what Eldad was saying and how much of it was embellishments by later readers and copyists who just wanted to add to the amazing qualities of the story. But that begs one more question, like, okay, so there was an Eldad who claimed to be a Danite coming from a Jewish kingdom. Was he really the real deal? So Tzemach Gaon, as we mentioned, and ironically, much later rabbinic opinion says, yes, his story is for real. It corresponds with so much of what we know in Midrashim and in the Talmud and so on about the history of the Jews. And so his story, it checks out. You know, we met with him, we interviewed him, we had all these facts, we were able to confirm the other documents. So yeah, evidently there is some kind of thing happening there that's a Jewish kingdom. However, they disagreed with his halachic analysis and said, but the Jewish tradition follows the Babylonian Talmud. That's how we determine the halacha. You should not follow his method of shchita and all kinds of things like that. Lots more room to discuss that, by the way. The second opinion, which is more characteristic of Jewish historical scholarship, particularly in the 19th century and beyond, people like the great Heinrich Gretz, who wrote that this guy is a charlatan. He's there as a swindler. He made up this big story. In the text that we have, there's no ask for money or things like that, but they assume that he must be kind of trying to swing some angle. And what he really did was he read up all these midrashim, which means he's a very learned person, and he concocted a story that was based on these ideas. Like, for example, we know about the river Sambatyon from Talmudic passages. He read about it, and then he described it as a place where he lived. So he's really, though, trying to scam the communities that he's going to. That's kind of like the second opinion. The third opinion, which is raised by Professor Micha Perry from the University of Haifa, who recently wrote a book about Eldad Adani, says that, well, there's one third possibility, that he is a true believer. He actually does claim, honestly, he comes from a place called Chavila, or whatever that place was, because the text could be corrupted. And the people that he lives among believe that they are descended from the tribe of Dan, perhaps living next door to people from Gad and Asher and Naphtali. But This we do find in Jewish history as well, that there are sometimes spontaneous communities who associate themselves with the much older Jewish traditions of those mysterious lost tribes. There are like dozens of examples of peoples that say, oh, we're really from Menashe, or we're from this, or from that. And we simply have no way of really validating the veracity of those historical claims. Some seem far more reasonable than others, but it could be that he is incorrect, and this is like sort of a more spontaneous community that somehow developed this tradition amongst themselves. He could also be a charlatan, and he could also be a true believer. I mean, all of these things are possible, but at any rate, it's an amazing story of a fascinating Jewish explorer from the 9th century. I hope we'll be able to speak in person on this amazing exploration to the Antarctic. I know it's not going to be for everybody. It's a pretty, daunting enterprise, but I hope to share my research with you as I'm preparing the lectures for that. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most mysterious groups of Jewish travelers that we know about from the first millennium are the strange Radhanites. We don't know a lot about these apparently very influential traders. We only have two real significant references to them in Arabic sources, and a couple of scattered passages that may allude to them later on in medieval history, but they were especially widespread, and they must have had a phenomenal impact on the economy of the 9th century and later. Our most important and extensive source, which is really just a couple of paragraphs, is in a remarkable 9th century book of geography called the Book of Roads and Kings, which was like essentially a geography book that had lots of politics attached to it and so on. And in this context, this Persian geographer is describing all kinds of trade routes. The name of the geographer is somewhat complicated and difficult to pronounce. It comes in two different transliterations. One is Ibn Khordadbeh, and the other one is Ibn Khordadbeh. Okay. My Arabic is not so great yet, but I am learning. I'm working on this. At any rate, he describes this unusual people called the Radhanites. And his description of them is so fascinating because in a couple of paragraphs, he talks about how they're ranging far and wide across the entire known world of the 9th century, going as far east as China and as far west as Spain, covering the Mediterranean basin. And when you look at this map here, you'll see that the blue lines represent the trade routes that we can project from Ibn Khordadbeh's account, and then the pink or the violet color represents the connections that would happen after that. And these Radhanites, who are described just in two paragraphs here, he specifically describes them as being Jewish. They are polyglots. They know at least half a dozen languages, and they are involved in virtually every type of import and export that is going on in the 9th century. From the east, they're bringing lots of spices and rare goods. From the west, they are bringing raw goods and some manufactured goods like swords and things like that. They are also involved in the infamous slave trade, which was pretty much par for the course for this period of time. And although modern sensibilities may recoil at that, we have to place that within historical context. To note that in the 9th century, the only people who really got upset about that were some of the churchmen, like Agobard of Lyon, for example, who was not so much upset with the institution of slavery, but upset with the idea that Jews might own potentially Christian or Christian slaves. That was something which upset him very much. He wanted Jews to divest of slaves so that other Christians could purchase them, but he did not like the idea of Jews owning slaves. But that is just one part of the many different things that they traded in from west and east. Now, there's a lot of questions about them because we don't have any Jewish sources that speak about them per se. There are some that may allude to them and some that might infer their presence, but really don't know about them. We assume that this term Radhanite is perhaps a family name related to the place where they come from, and there are several major theories about that. One is that they come from the Radan region of southern Iraq. This would be Professor Moshe Gill's theory. Another that is popularized by the great scholar Cecil Roth is that it actually comes from the word Rodonos, which is the Latin name for the Rhone River, which is in the south of France, meaning they're based in around the city of Arles in the northern part of the Mediterranean. Both areas make sense. I tend to lean personally, not that I'm an expert, but I tend to lean towards the Rhone location because so much of the activity is really centered there, more even than you would have in, at least when you look at the entire map. At any rate, they're extremely influential for the trade of the period. There are some interesting discussions of the impact of their decline, which occurred a couple centuries later, on the entire consumption of spices, for example, in Europe. It seems like much of their business was essentially gobbled up by the rise of merchant rivals like in Venice and places like that. Now, you might want to wonder, why would Jewish merchants be so successful in this environment? There are a few things that would lend themselves to the success of Jewish merchants, specifically the increasing tensions in the 9th century that would eventually explode in the 11th century with the Crusades between Muslim and Christian lands. Jews enjoyed a level of tolerance in both Muslims and Christian lands, which may not have been extended to Christians in Muslim lands and vice versa. Not that they were equal citizens. Under the Christian lands, they were protected under something called the Doctrine of Witness. Under Muslim lands, they were protected under something called the Pact of Umar, which again did not give them full equal rights, as it were, of Muslim subjects or Christian subjects in their respective lands. It nevertheless meant that the law prohibited them from being openly molested, although that could sometimes happen against the law. And of course, it was known to happen with some frequency with pogroms and things like that. Nevertheless, Jews who undertook to make these journeys could count on small pockets of communities all over the region where they would encounter friendly faces, co-religionists, find ways to make connections for more trade and so on. So they had some sort of built-in advantages because of the diaspora, ironically. Also, let us not forget that Jews, although they traditionally are polyglots, able to converse in many different languages, they do share a common language of Hebrew. And so you could have Jews coming from Christian entering into Muslim lands, and although vernacular might be, let's say, Frankish or Arabic, they would still be able to converse in the common language of Hebrew. So there's some advantages that would have lent themselves to making the Radhanites successful. So although really everything we know about the Radhanites is basically in one principal account, a second account that occurred later that's probably derivative of the first account, and maybe some allusions to them, the question that maybe they had reached as far east as China, and that some of the documents that may have been deposited along the Silk Road may have belonged to Radhanites, but all of that is primarily conjecture at this point. There nevertheless is a fascination for the Radhanites among conspiracy theorists. And if you bounce around the web, either in Arabic or in American English, you will find some really bizarre things. Sometimes the term Radhanite, for example, is used as kind of like a cover term for Jew. Like, people will go on and on about those Radhanite Babylonians who are involved in controlling the media and the economy and things like that. And that's just, to use the Latin term, totally meshuggah. But at any rate, it is fascinating to see these Radhanites who are traveling far and wide, highly influential at this period of time. At any rate, really fascinating group. We only know a few things about them, and much of the rest is conjecture, but still amazing to see them described as such worldwide travelers. And in this context, putting in a plug here, we are getting ready for that amazing trip to Antarctica. That is going to be a phenomenal voyage of exploration. I can't wait to go on it. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to speaking to you again about more explorers in Jewish history. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to continue our discussion of great explorers in Jewish history. And someone I'd like to look at today is really more of a type than a specific individual. I'm thinking about Rabbi, who represents a group of explorers called the Nechute. This term Nechute is Aramaic. It is the translation of the Hebrew term Yordim, or those who go down. It's a little bit of a derogatory term in modern Hebrew, and it refers to people who leave the land of Israel, since metaphorically we speak about immigration to Israel as aliyah, as going up. You ascend to Israel in Hebrew. Then those who leave are called Yordim, those who go down. Of course, this is a very old phenomenon. Jews have been going to and from the land of Israel literally for millennia. But for our purposes, the Nechute is not used in an explicitly derogatory sense at all. It's simply referring, as the term Yordim does today for many Jews, simply leaving the land of Israel. So what this refers to is the traveling of rabbis from Israel in the 4th century in particular to the lands of Babylonia, and actually vice versa. Even though they go in the other direction, they're not called Nechute, they're called Olim, those who go up. What are we talking about here? So have a look at this map. I happen to like this map because it is a draft of one that's going to be appearing in my new book. Very excited, coming from Coram Publishers. You'll see this is just a rough draft, and it's referring, of course, to the roundabout route that Abraham, the patriarch, used when he went all the way from the southern Euphrates River region, which would be in contemporary Iraq, not too far from Kuwait, all the way along the Euphrates River, northwesterly direction, and then eventually curving around and dropping down into the land of Israel. This is the great first exploration of the Jewish people based on the command from God in Genesis 12, go for yourself, from your birthplace, from your homeland, and so on. This doesn't include his sort of detour into Egypt, and it also is really significant because the map, notwithstanding the modern country names there, dates from about 1750 before the Common Era. The topic that I'd like to address today is really primarily concentrated in the 3rd and especially 4th centuries of the Common Era. So here, let me add a couple of details. This region here is what let's call Talmudic Babylonia. It is the region where Jews had been settled from the 6th century before the Common Era, during the exile under the Neo-Babylonians, right, when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the land of Israel and deported so many of the people, particularly from the region known as Judah, to the Babylonian region. This was like an ancient sort of thing that you had population transfers to try and control restive populations. And so you have a Jewish population developing in Talmudic Babylonia really from the 6th century before. That's quite old. Just fast forward like 800 years, and it's really well developed with all kinds of Talmudic academies, Sura, Pompadisa, Naharda, so many places, and they basically are centered around the region where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers begin to narrow and then slowly separate again. That's Talmudic Babylonia, and of course is a great center of Jewish learning, especially from the year 219 and onward, when the great scholar Rav returned from his visit to Israel to settle there, eventually being involved with the yeshiva of Sura. Now, over in the land of Israel, you have a major center of Torah study, particularly around the city of Tiberia or Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee. It's in the north of Israel, in the Galil region. There's also several other cities, including further down in the south and Lod and so on, but Tiberias is really the capital city of Torah learning during this 3rd and 4th century. And the fascinating thing that relates to our question about exploration is that there are lots of rabbis who are making this roundabout trip, essentially following backwards the same path that Abraham took, like 2,500 years prior, going from Tiberias to Talmudic Babylonia. And relating to the scholars in Babylonia, what the scholars in Israel were saying about topic A, B, or C. And so quite frequently, when you study the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, it'll have this phrase, Ki asa Rav Dimi, or Ki ata Rav Dimi, when Rav Dimi came, meaning when this scholar came from Israel, he told us this is how they decided this question, this is the kind of question they asked, and so on. Now, these are a group of rabbis called the Nechute, these long-distance travelers who will make this, massive trip all the way from Israel, way up north, down into Babylon. Obviously, so the reason why they didn't go straight as the crow flies is because there's a lot of desert to cross. It could be done with caravans, but the route was to follow the river banks where you would have oases and civilization and things like that. So the Nechute, those who go down, are those rabbis who are bringing Torah from Israel to Babylonia, and the other way as well, bringing that Torah back to Israel, cross-fertilizing the two major centers of Torah scholarship time, and ultimately result in the production of two major Talmuds, the so-called Jerusalem Talmud. That in itself is a little bit of a misnomer. It wasn't actually written in Jerusalem. It was really written primarily in Tiberias. However, it's also known as the Palestinian Talmud, but that's also somewhat problematic of a term, so people still call it the Jerusalem Talmud, and of course the great, much larger Babylonian Talmud. Okay, that's just a quick look at some of these intrepid rabbinic explorers from the 3rd and 4th century. Rav Dimi is one of about a dozen of them who's made this trip, but he's undoubtedly the most famous. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to begin this new series of Jewish explorers in history because, wow, we are doing some amazing things at Kosher River Cruises. I'm really excited to go to some of the destinations we have coming up. We have, of course, planned a lot of our, European locations in the Caribbean and so on, but in the next couple of years, we're planning Japan and, get this, Antarctica. Wow. So now, there are not that many Jews in Antarctica. There have been some. Some people would say that because there are a lot of penguins there, and in slightly derogatory Hebrew slang, penguin is another word for ultra-Orthodox Jews. But otherwise, it's a pretty remote location. And so what we're going to be doing for this series is looking at Jewish explorers through history, which is just amazing. So today I'd like to talk about Benjamin of Tudela, but let's just begin with a little bit of background on the idea of Jewish exploration. One might say that exploration is right at the very heart of the Jewish experience. In fact, way back in the distant past, somewhere 1750, before the Common Era, we have the first command of God to Abraham, the ancestor of the Jewish people, when he says to him, Lech lecha me'artzecha, leave your land, your birthplace, your homeland, and go to the land where I will tell you. And if you can see from this map here, it's quite a trek, or as we would say in ancient Hebrew, a schlep. I'm just joking. That's not ancient Hebrew. But it's quite a trek. Have a look at this Google map. He went all the way from southern Iraq, presumably by camel caravan or walking, not sure, all the way up to what would be in Syria, and then makes the curve around south into the land of Israel, as it will be known later. At the time, it was probably called Amaru. Now, not all of these commands to travel were so benign. We have, of course, throughout Jewish history, numerous expulsions, including the great expulsion from Spain in 1492. And also we have many voluntary migrations, such as those of my own grandparents who left Lithuania and traveled to Canada at the turn of the 20th century. So taken all together, when you combine the kind of adventurous explorations of individual Jewish explorers, when you look at the forced migrations of Jewish refugees, and when you look at the expulsions, of course, you see a tremendous amount of Jews traveling all over the world. It stands to reason that a culture we would develop a love for river cruising. Okay, so let's talk today about one of the most famous of the medieval explorers. And in fact, if you just, I bet if you, I didn't try it, but if you Googled famous Jewish explorer, you would probably get Benjamin of Tudela. He published a really fascinating itinerary of his travels in the 12th century, and he described his journey from about the year 1159 to around the year 1173. This is a century before Marco Polo, and it was an incredibly popular book. It was translated to many European languages because there were not that many people who were traveling such distances and bringing back that information to Europe. He doesn't exactly say why he was traveling. There's a lot of references to coral, which might suggest that he was involved in the gem trade. That was definitely something that we've seen with the Radonites, for example. Many earlier Jewish merchants were involved in various types of trade, and perhaps he was engaged in that. But you know, while he's traveling, he definitely had an eye out for Jewish communities. He tells us every stop along the way the size of the Jewish people that he met. He talks about their economic basis. He talks about their intellectual population, about various sects of Judaism and so on. The Samaritans, really, really fascinating historical information. It's a trove of data for historians, especially of the 12th century. Here's a map where you can see where Benjamin of Tudela traveled. You can see he started out in Tudela, which is in northeastern Spain, and then he made his way to the Mediterranean, traveled around the coast through Provence. Really fascinating material on many of those towns there. Tells us a lot about that great era of creativity in the 12th century. And then he made his way down the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and then eventually all the way out to Turkey and his final destination, the land of Israel. Now, while he was in the regions, he also collected reports on places that he never visited. Sometimes it's not clear if he was there personally or not, but most likely not. And what he heard about far-off Jewish communities as well. Really quite amazing and fascinating material. Now, what kind of things does he tell us about? Well, he's especially good for us in terms of talking about the ethnography of the Jewish people in all these various places. He's very, very important for the history of trade because very few other sources tell us about these kind of details. His is the first account of the Druze people in non-Arabic sources, and his is the first European reference to China by that name. So it's really significant, very important. He is the only source for a long time on the history of a fascinating figure named David Alroy. And he also tells us a lot about really fascinating, unusual Jewish communities, like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India. Benjamin of Tudela, fascinating character. In this series, we're going to look at a whole bunch of Jewish explorers, migrants, refugees, and so on, people who travel to unusual locations. And I want to put in a plug for these really amazing trips that I'm looking forward to taking with Kosher River Cruises, especially Antarctica. Here's a short video that gives you a sense of what it was like on the most recent trip to Bo, with a few shots of penguins in it as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, the premier all-kosher, all-inclusive luxury Jewish cruise expeditions. Imagine luxury and expedition cruise ships, chartered exclusive for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers, exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions bring like-minded travelers together for worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Our 5-star ships and expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience. Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated shore excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining, to entertainment. Discover the world with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a unique travel and cruise experience.
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this migration, besides the political and religious background that I began with at the beginning, the Inquisition and so on, searching for places where they could freely practice Judaism, first as crypto Jews, sometimes even in a Portuguese environment like Brazil, and then later open as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the triangular trade. Basically, the way it looked, and this is somewhat of an oversimplification, but nevertheless captures the larger picture. You have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal and England and the Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They are then trading them for slaves. And these enslaved peoples are then shipped across the Atlantic Ocean through the notorious and horrific Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America and the Caribbean, and to a certain degree in the 13 colonies. I don't especially like this map because it tends to imply they're going straight to the 13 colonies, but in reality, many of them are being dropped off in places like Curacao and then being resold
There she is.
up to the Americas.
Hello. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How was your day?
It was good. I'm tired now.
All right.
I'm gonna wait for it, but it's okay.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let me fit my alarms. I gotta fit my alarms. Okay. Got my alarms on. Let me come on to the Play-Doh app. Okay, there we go. Ready? There we go. Yay. That was fun. We had everybody playing with us.
Yes, it
That
was.
fun. All right, Rabbi, let's go.
There we go.
Yay!
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at this bear. You're right.
Look at you.
Bye-bye.
Look at you.
You got it. You got it.
Yes, I do.
Yay! This bear.
Get it, Miss Grace. Perfect.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Right.
This is a tough one. Oh, what a spare. What a spare. Ooh, you should have got that.
Almost there. Come on. Fingers in the sky.
How many times is it gonna go invisible pin on me?
Right.
Got it.
Come on, you got it. Yay.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, what a strike.
That was good.
That was amazing, Miss Aquarius. That was amazing. That was amazing. All right, get these 4. All right, you got 1.
Come on, let's go.
No doubt.
You got it. Let's go.
Let's get 90. No. Oh, yeah, I got 90. 93.
Good job.
I'll take it. All right. I win, you win.
Yep. I won. We
Yes,
won.
we both won.
Okay, we'll win again.
Word, girl.
Let's see.
Get these 2.
Thank you. Yay. Come on, Rabbi. Ooh, let's shut that down. You got it. You got this. Good job. Okay.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. Go, Rabbi. Go, Rabbi. Right. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Excellent. You made it down. That's what this crocking is. It's all right. All right, Matthew. You got this. Another strike. You
That's
got
what I'm talking about. All but 1. You got this.
Nope. It's okay. I'm letting it down. It's just there. It's okay. Yay!
Ooh, girl. Get it.
You win. It's okay. You got this, but we win. You win, I win. Okay, let's go. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. No way.
Yay!
No way, Miss Aquarius.
You got
I'm going
it.
for a record. Oh, no. 1. Oh, that is the record. That's the record.
That's good.
123.
Oh, good.
123 is the all-time record, Miss Aquarius. 123 is the all-time record.
I got my 90 wins. I'm good. Yay!
I win, you win.
Yeah, we are undefeated in first step and undefeated in both.
That's right. 123 is the all-time record. We just said it.
Yeah. You did it. Alrighty, one bed, gotta get up.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. God willing, we'll play tomorrow.
Alrighty. Sweet dreams. I got the other way, go to sleep.
Very well.
Hey, see ya.
Take care.
Later.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Hey, Zoot, how are you, pimp? Zoot, how are you? Zoot, let me guess, your phone's about to die.
41%.
Okay, let me guess, you're going to say, hey, let's play a game, and then you're just going to stick me and leave me with no reasoning.
Yep.
Yeah, why have you been such a dick?
Because I am a dick.
Yeah, you are. Okay, so long as you know it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What's up?
Can you help us?
No.
You know?
Nope.
Do you believe in astrology?
From a Kabbalistic standpoint, to some extent. From a Kabbalistic standpoint, like some Jewish mystics do, but mainstream Jewish teachings do not.
I've read something about psychics recently, right? They are very good at market reading because they predict conservative, predictable. They predict the most conservative outcomes, which makes them very good at stabilizing market, like finding stabilized market conditions. So they'll predict the most predictable investments because they want to be right. So they'll go with the safest option and the most conservative. So getting a reading from a psychic can be like in markets is good because they're trying to prove themselves. They're not. They're trying to keep up the bullshit game.
Hey, you ready for one? You ready for a prediction?
Yeah, I've learned that a lot of hedge funds use tarot card readings and psychics because of this reason.
Very
They don't
cool.
believe in the bullshit in it.
Very cool. Bitcoin's going up. There you go.
Bitcoin's going down today, but in the long term it's going to get $1 million eventually.
Word, dog.
That's a very fucking easy prediction.
Hey, you wanted it. I gave it to you. Zoot, remember that time I sent you an invitation and you were just dicking around? Zoot,
I'll tell you something. I'm going to make another prediction. Eventually the stock market's going to come down. Eventually the housing market's going to come down. Doesn't mean it's going to happen today.
Zoot, did you know that you're down one hole to none? Oh. What are you going to do,
Grandma,
Zoot?
do you think I'm stupid?
No. I think you do some stupid things, but I don't think you're stupid. We all do stupid things.
What's the stupid thing
Fat Girl Investment Company.
I like to keep an investment too. Rabbi, what did that was the law activity. I just gave up again. Rabbi, I'm gonna go off this get my friends the other day.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You just said it's 47%.
39.
Okay, that's a lot.
I need it for the end. I need it to last the next 2 hours.
Why don't you get a power bank?
I'm poor right now.
Dude, you can afford a power bank.
I can't afford a power bank, but I'm fucking poor. I gave a lot of my money to my mom, so I stopped gambling. So now she has access to my money, and she's in Bali, so I can't do anything about that.
Well, you have like $10 for a power bank.
I have $600 Australian in my bank account, and that's all I have access to for the next fucking 2 weeks.
Okay, well that's enough. That's enough for a fucking. That's enough for a.
I have access to my 200 back, but
that's enough for a power bank, big dog. Oh, what a shot. Dude, that was beautiful. You gotta feel good when you do that. That's not what you wanted to do, Zoot.
Hey, Rabbi, if you had problems with your coordination, what would you do?
Improve it.
How do you improve your coordination?
What kind of coordination do you need to improve?
I struggle doing daily activities like making my bed, washing, cooking, learning to drive. It's nearly impossible.
Okay.
I stutter a lot.
Yeah. So, didn't you say nicotine helps with that stuff?
Somewhat.
Okay, so then why don't you wear nicotine patches? Zoot, you just lost.
Alright, let's go over another game.
Do you want darts? Do you want darts or do you want mini golf?
Here you go.
Do you think you're gonna win?
I'm having nicotine right now, by the way.
Okay.
It's not helping with the coordination.
Well, yeah.
I should make what?
Well, why don't you use patches? Why don't you use patches?
Sorry?
Why don't you use patches?
But I have to sleep in a fucking single bed because I can't make a double bed.
What do you mean you can't make a double bed?
I can't make a double bed.
Why not?
I don't know how.
Why don't you learn?
Because I don't have a double bed. You know, Rabbi, in the future, the conversations that we have are going to be studied when you're at a voting ship.
I say that every day, big dog.
Intelligence as well.
Perhaps. Dude, what's the name of this hole?
That's all.
Where, dog?
How does it feel to lose to someone? It's very uncomfortable.
It stinks.
You haven't lost.
I know. Oh,
Rabbi,
yo, Pimp.
I want to find out what I'm good at.
Not mini golf.
Yeah, no. I want to know what I'm like. I might be a savant. I just need to find the thing that I'm a savant in.
You're not a savant.
How do you know?
You're an average person.
I could be a savant. I just need to find what I'm good at.
Okay, you're a savant in self-analysis,
What's that?
where you just review what you do. You're obsessed with it.
Well,
Oh, fuck.
maybe I'm just a... Name one genius that ain't paid. Oh,
Oh, what a shot.
there's a rough fucking Rabbi.
What's the problem, Zoo?
I look like a fucking movie star, but I'm bad at everything.
You don't look like a movie star.
Who said that?
I did.
What do the movie stars look like?
Better looking than you.
Fuck you.
If you look like a movie star, you'd have so many chicks right now. You would never have women issues.
Sorry?
If you look like a movie star, you'd have so many chicks right now. You would never have any women issues.
I mean, I have
Oh, what a shot.
I have communication issues with basically that with women.
You could literally be on mute, and if you were super good looking, chicks would want to be with you.
I don't know if that's true.
Dude, it's true. Dude, are you ready for Mancala?
Yeah. Done. 6 months from today, I'll be 30.
Cool, dude.
I thought I would have achieved more by now.
Okay.
But I will achieve. Rabbi, one day I'm going to achieve something so fucking phenomenal, the whole world will talk about it.
Sounds great, big man.
Yeah, Rabbi. About this time 8 years ago, I worked something out. Right? You know what I worked out this time 8 years ago?
What'd you work out, Zoot? I
I was
won.
doing the sales.
I won, by
I
the
was
way.
doing the sales job.
Okay, you
I
were
was doing the sales job. I came across an ex-Catholic priest.
okay.
And I asked him if what created God. And he said God lives outside the realm of space and time. And then it hit me, right? In order to live outside of the space and time, that means you haven't been created yet. But if you live inside space and time, you need to be I don't think the universe has been created yet. I think the beginning of time will be the end of time.
Okay. That's a nice story.
How can we prove something that doesn't exist that hasn't been created?
I don't know.
Have you ever experienced deja vu?
Yeah. Oh, fuck you, Zoo. That was good. That was really
Why
good,
do you think
Zoo.
deja vu happened?
I was in Barstow, California when I was like 3 years old, and we went to Disneyland, and then like 30 years later, or no, not 30, 20 years later, I was there registering a car, and I went into the same place where I was. It was like this old train, and I was like, I feel like I've been here before. And I called my mom, and I'm like, Mom, when we went to Disney World or Disneyland, when that time when I was little, um, with my aunt and uncle and stuff, who came in, who visited, or we visited. Did we go into that? Did we go into like a train? And she's like, yeah, there's like a place in Barstow that has that. And I was like, oh, I just had this weird feeling that I'd been there before, and I had been there before. Right. Have you ever had deja vu?
Yeah. It's a strange feeling though, because it's only like a small little like details. Like it was just like it was like I had it all the time as a child, where it would be like well, not all the time, but it would be like a tennis ball. It would just be like a tennis ball, and I would just like see everything that surrounded the tennis ball, like the grass and location of where. There would be locations that I've never been to before, and then I could see that there was a tennis ball that I was here, and it was just like deja vu. It would be like someone would have a conversation with me, and I'd be like, you know, you've already said that. I dreamed that you said that. I can't go into a specific detail. Yeah, it could be possible. It could be possible that I was in school and it could have just been repetitive behaviors.
Right.
I know you're a teacher, so like, you're a teacher, but if you were a teacher your whole life and you're stuck in that job until retirement, like, you think you'd go a little bit crazy because like your whole life from beginning from like 4 years old to
like 67 when you retire has been the structure that has gone to school in an education system. You go 5 days a week. You go 5 days a week to school for 67 years, or not 63 years, and then you go. You get your holidays, and then you've got. You got like. You're there 5 days a week, the same time every day. 5 days a week. You get your weekends, and you repeat that for 63 years. Like, that would be the most boring life for me.
Yeah, it's not like that though. You get summers off, and your work day is shorter than it is for a normal person. Normally, you work like 8 to 5, and teachers work like 8 to 3:30, 8 to 4.
And there are probably teachers as well that do work during the summer, that have summer jobs as well, because you can't live off the average teacher's salary, unless you're in a relationship.
No, in the United States, teachers, at least in the public school system, do pretty well.
In the public school, yeah, but we discussed this before. You can earn more as a McDonald's manager over here than you can in the U.S. as a teacher, the average teacher.
Well, a McDonald's manager is not a bad job.
Yeah, McDonald's manager is not a bad job.
Correct.
I mean, it's stressful.
Yeah.
Not the most desirable job.
Some people desire it.
So,
Some people desire it.
I mean, there's a guy in Australia for 40 years. He has Down syndrome, and he's just finished 40 years at McDonald's.
Dude, that was big time, Zoot.
And he's making more than the average US teacher. He has Down syndrome, and he's working at McDonald's.
There you go.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
I auditioned for Australia's Got Talent. Australian Idol. Australia's Got Talent.
What did they say?
I just auditioned. I just sent my application in.
Very cool. When do they get back to you?
I'll probably get it by the end of September.
Very cool. Is Danny Minogue on that?
Amy Shark.
Who the fuck is that?
She's a singer.
What happened to Danny Minogue?
She was on Australia's Got Talent. Amy Minogue. Doing something else.
So she used to be on Australia. So Danny Minogue used to be on Australia's Got Talent, right?
She was the judge, yeah.
Would you take her to? Would you take Danny Minogue to Pound Town?
Maybe. Currently, yeah, probably. Currently, the way things are going, probably. But like, my standards are very low right now.
What happened to your girl in Orange County again? She just ghosted you?
Yeah, she did that.
She got back to you?
said she will get back to me eventually.
Oh, okay.
She wants she doesn't want me to go over there.
Okay. Probably because she's in a relationship.
Sorry?
Probably because she's in a relationship.
She's not in a relationship.
You don't know that.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
Oh, you might have fucked up. You fucked up.
No, I won.
Oh, that was a high. That was a high activity. Yeah. Is it better to go first or second in this?
I don't know.
I think that's a good thing. Oh, you just fucked me. You just fucked me 10 times and so. Rabbi, you might have beat me here, but I think this is a very count move for me.
You're done, Zoot.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
does it take time to become a savant, or is it a natural ability?
Generally, it's natural.
Natural, really.
Correct. It's almost in the definition.
How do you find out you're a savant at something?
You're really good at it.
How do you find out if you're...
You start doing it and you're like instantly better than everybody.
So if I just try everything, I could figure out what I'm a savant at if I just put everything.
Yep. You fucked up.
I mean, do you have to be better than everyone to be a savant?
Generally.
Is Kanye a rock savant?
He's a very good lyricist.
No, he's better at production than he is in lyricity.
Okay, he's a very good producer. I won. Maybe you're a savant at Moncala.
No,
What are darts?
I'm not singing.
No, you're not.
Why do you say that?
I've heard your voice. It's good, but it's not savant.
Right. I just had to work on it.
But that's not really a savant.
Big Bernard Bomb is a savant singer.
I don't think so, but okay.
He's a savant singer, but he can't. His vocabulary is very, very shit.
Wow, that was close, dude.
Man, what are you good at that no one else knows?
Live streaming.
You know,
I'm better at live streaming than anyone in the world.
that's debatable.
Okay.
If you were better at live streaming, you would have more attention to it.
Not necessarily. I didn't say I'm more popular than anybody. I'm just better at starting my streams than anybody else.
Quantity doesn't equal quality.
That's true. But quantity is understated in the streaming world. It's underestimated.
You know, I'd like to see someone who just goes around and just interviews normal people.
That's called man on the street interviewing. That's called man on the street interviewing.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But I want to see someone do it every single day. They don't take a break, even when it's public holiday.
Okay. You fucked up. You fucked up majorly.
Okay. Yeah, done. I resigned.
Just finish the game, dude. Just finish the game.
I could win.
Yeah, why would you resign if you're about to win?
I could bring it. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Alright, you can't catch me. Can't catch you. Can't capture me. Alright, you're in trouble. You can't capture me.
You're fucked, Zoot. Zoot, you're fucked. Zoot, it's over for you.
Nothing to do.
It's over for you, son.
Alright. Fuck. Alright, fuck.
You're up, Zoot.
Alright, Rabbi, we're all done.
All right, let's go.
Last game.
Let's go.
I might go send you a thing there.
If you can afford to do that, you can get a power bank.
Alright, let's go again. One more game. No, this was like one of the most addictive games I've ever played. You like still do not understand how to like get good at it. I understand how to play it. I don't understand how to get good at it.
I'm with you on that one, big man.
But you have improved since we first started playing this.
Word, dog.
I don't know. Right. I don't think I'm in a good position here.
I'm definitely not. You just helped me.
Maybe. Capture. Okay. Capture. Capture.
I won.
You have won. Maybe no.
No, it's definitely I won.
Return here.
It's over.
Okay. Oh fuck! You won.
Let's play
Let's
till
go again.
let's play till you win.
Yeah. I am playing like shit right now. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I think I know how to play. Play music. Here. Okay. I might be in a better position than you right now. And I think I am. You have to use that. I mean, you're going to capture me though.
You won.
Let's go again. You put too much. I know where you crossed out to put too much effort to that. You lost and you put way too much effort in. Good mate. Not think about it. Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
I've been thinking about it.
Think about it,
You
baby.
probably bit me, yeah.
Oh,
Probably bit me, yeah.
for sure.
You just look away. 5, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1. Yeah, I can't.
You could.
What were you gonna? Yeah, no, no, I can't. I'm gonna end it on that. Okay, later.
See you, baby. Sweet.
And we are praying, we are hoping it's not happening again. Yes, we are hoping to God you, Chris, were ever up in heaven because you deserve to be up there. You are one of the best people I have ever known. You're so good at Superman. So good. So good at Superman. He's one of the people I think, gosh, if only Instagram was around, when he was around, he would have killed it on Instagram.
TikTok. People love those sort of stories.
He would have done so good on TikTok. That's like
them diving into a pool and going paralyzed. People love that shit.
People do. I mean, he would have killed it on TikTok.
Story time.
He would have killed it. Yeah.
How I got in this wheelchair.
I fell off the horse. I fell off the really scary horse on the 4th of July. And ate a firecracker.
Like part 2.
It's so funny that people take these long stories, and it's like, okay, you look on the next video and people want to hear the story. What is going on here?
And I'll click it.
How is this so popular, right? Because everybody must click it. We still haven't seen the people in the other country being so scared of the water bag. Still waiting for one of those water bags to blow up on somebody. Still haven't seen that. Yeah, it's funny to watch reels. Like sometimes my algorithm on like YouTube reels will be like, it'll go to like Malaysia, so it'll be a bunch of weird videos where, they have like 5 balloons filled with shaving cream, and then it's like 2 little kids with like harmonicas filled with thumbtacks. It's like these weird games where you can't really tell what the game is. Yeah. There's a language barrier there. You can't just quite understand what's going on. It's too weird. That's weird. That's what we're living. Yeah. Everyone's different a little bit, right? 100%. You would tell me it was caught you. I thought it caught you right there. I thought for sure that was you talking real loud out there. So definitely reach it quickly for the unmute so that you guys can. What is that? What is going on out there? Who is that? There's hustle and bustle here on this jet. Somebody in the other studio right over here? Are you hearing it right now? You're probably hearing Even Steven? Oh my gosh, is the girl from Even Stevens here? That's here right now. Bring Red in.
Dog, you gonna take a shower?
She does her thing here.
Oh my fucking word. I can't believe you're going to shower. Dog.
Caribbean is extremely
Your
important
crotch has
for all
developed
of
a
this
new
trade.
type of,
And
it's not
then
even an
from
STD, it's
the
like an
Americas, the
un-STD.
southern
It just
Mesoamerican,
burns
North
your
American
balls.
continents, you have raw materials, all kinds of furs and things like that coming from Canada. But from the Caribbean, you have particular cane sugar that is traveling. And by the way, the cane sugar requires heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and then ship it off. From the Americas, you have things like tobacco, for example, or cotton, the same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, where it's processed into manufactured goods, and this cycle went on for a few hundred years, to the tremendous misery of the enslaved Africans in particular. So how did Jews fit into this overall picture? The issue of Jews and the slave trade is especially heated and is used often in polemics and apologetics. I'm going to return to 1 second, but I do want to say that on the whole, the participation of Jews in the entire institution of slavery was largely unremarkable. And what I mean by that was they were not especially distinguished by a high level of moral allergy to this institution, which caused so much pain, nor were they grossly overrepresented, particularly when you correct for not only the size of their population, but their place in the overall socioeconomic structure. In fact, when you look more closely at the trade, what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean, where a lot of this slave trade was happening? They had the so-called grote vaart, the large trade, these are Dutch terms, which involved those three basic elements: the raw goods, the manufactured goods, and the enslaved Africans. And Jews were only, tangentially involved in the grote vaart. They were very heavily involved, however, in what was called the kleine vaart, or the small trade, which was lots of things that supported the overall economic structure. Like, for example, around Curacao, where there was a large Jewish settlement, the Jews, there were Jews definitely involved in plantations and owning slaves and so on. We're going to look at one of those in particular. But primarily, Jews were involved in sort of supportive industries. Like, for example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs. They need to have their ropes repaired, their sails repaired. They need tar. They need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the ships and so on. And so Jews would be very much involved in kind of the peripheral industries to support the overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were, on the one hand, totally divorced from the grote vaart, because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. Jerónimo of Núñez da Costa, for example, also known as Moses Curiel, he lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they called the Joden Savannah, or the Jewish Savannah, it was established in the 1600s, and it absorbs all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled Recife. Some of them made their way up to the New Amsterdam at that time, and others went to Joden Savannah. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jews, and about 9,000 enslaved Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole. There were multiple slave revolts. There were attacks from foreigners. But what really caused the Joden Savannah to collapse, and in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really changed by this, was the development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe. They can be transformed to sugar. Europeans had developed an addiction, really, to sugar once it had been exported cheaply from the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that was sent, and molasses and rum, all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally rather than engaging this expensive shipping across the Atlantic, all of a sudden the cane sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on the plantations, including Yonisavana. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, like a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, from the 1760s onward, it was much more of an impetus for Jews to look for, better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right? Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation populations, this led to the development, sometimes very exploitative, of a Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is that many slave owners, typically males, would take female slaves as wives or as concubines and would produce offspring, and they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population. And how were they dealt with in Jewish society? This is fascinating. It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than non-Jewish population. This was due in part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate than other Europeans. They're all fleeing persecution, and so therefore traveling as a family makes more sense. But it also has to do with the fact that there were specific institutions dedicated to trying and produce Jewish marriages. The Dotar Society in particular was extremely important. This was a society based in Amsterdam that collected funds and underwrote marriages as far as possible for poor Jewish brides. The problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for Jewish, but nevertheless it was significant. So you have a look at this remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise de Hart, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, of African descent. They're, however, in very European. They are, in fact, very important people. Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region. His mother was a woman from Ghana. This picture was taken, by the way, in 1846. So how do we know about these populations that racially look different from Ashkenazic Jewry, or even from Sephardic Jews coming straight out of the Iberian Peninsula? It's amazing work done by Professor Aviva Ur. And basically the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is, when slaves are freed, this is something that had to be recorded because obviously, if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom. And it's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to free their slaves. It was an expensive proposition to free a slave. You had to provide an annuity, you had to provide income for them, and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them. For example, they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant numbers of these slave manumission records that give us a sense of why Jews would engage in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which will second. We also have wills of former slave owners who then freed their slaves and then chose to bequeath money to them. And finally, we have burial records. which indicate what happened to these freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery, for example, and so on. And you have this large phenomenon of what were called reputed children, and these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners, like in Yod and Savannah, with wives or concubines of African descent, who may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless were included in the wills of Jewish testators. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Baruch Lusada, who died in Jamaica in 1795, he left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, this son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin, who apparently had a tremendous amount of fondness for him. And in her own will, she had left money to this child as well. But what is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch was cognizant of the fact that his children, presumably from his European wife, it appears that his reputed child was the child of a mistress. He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child. And so he actually put a codicil in his will that if any of them, his wife or his children by that wife, disputed the will or questioned the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would formally lose all of the money that had been allocated to them in the will. It gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that these Jewish testators had for their offspring, even though they were necessarily born by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Ben-Ur points out, that the records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that reflects on individuals who had particularly close relationships, where otherwise we can imagine the horrific degree of abuse that could arise in these family relationships because of the intrinsically exploitative nature of the institution of slavery as a whole. We nevertheless do have lots of examples of offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon manumission. We have examples of infant conversion. We have all kinds of things going on that are quite fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the mikveh of Suriname. It's now dry, but this would have been filled with water and would have been part of the conversion process. However, taking all of this together is a complicated picture, little details here and there, but it's a complicated picture. It is important to note that one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society functioned in Yod and Savannah. The reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who were converted to Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless, there was kind of a layover of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated degrees of racial distinctions the overall society was making between Europeans and Africans, and half European, half Africans, and 1/4 Africans, 1/4 Europeans, 1/8, and so on. And they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, you have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called congregantes, or congregants, and that would refer to these partially African Jews, nevertheless Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they could sit, often buried at the side of the cemetery, things like that, and so-called yechidim, which is hard to translate exactly. It sort of means like, it literally means exceptional people, but it really means like unique people, and that's the purely European Jews who have more privileges villages, are married and are buried in the main section of the synagogue and things like that. So to think that, once they were converted to Judaism, they were automatically socially accepted, I think that would be kind of Pollyannish to think that would happen. Nevertheless, they were considered halakhically as Jews. And maybe I conclude by saying that, this is an interesting illustration of the overlay of societal prejudices upon a halachic basis, because in terms of Jewish law, race plays absolutely no status in the role that a Jew has with regards their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There's no distinctions made whatsoever within the halachic literature that bear any, reference to a person's racial backgrounds or so on. So all of this other material of separating the congregants between congregantes and yechidim and separate burial sections, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social reflection of that time, or sometimes it's a complete contradiction of halakha. Nevertheless, this society function. There's a look at Professor Ben-Ur's books on this, quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish steppe in the Caribbean was rather light. It's really only about 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was a really important transitional place for Jews fleeing the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and then, the emigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization. As we shall see, it turned out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so Jews moved on, as many other peoples did. But this is really so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration patterns. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, which is primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinct phases. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, as this is really just when the Americas were being discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century, and then moving into the early 16th century, Jews were kicked out of Spain in 1492, although there were some crypto-Jews, meaning they had been forcibly converted or were the descendants of forcible converts who accompanied even Columbus on his voyage. And Columbus's story we explored elsewhere. It's quite likely that he was in fact descended from crypto-Jews himself. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity, and it takes them a while before they're really allowed to emigrate out of Portugal for reasons that we've explored in other videos. But then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing the Caribbean, but also making their way directly with Portuguese travel to the eastern Brazil, for example, to a place called Recife is very important, and also to the northern regions of what we would call today Colombia, places like Curacao. And then there's a secondary migration that I've indicated here with that kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America. And that's very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century As the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically, for reasons I'm going to discuss in just one second. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economic change. So this is kind of like where all these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There is one really significant movement in 1654 of Jews from Brazil making their way up to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement, meaning they sort of petered out after 1654, but it only took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in larger numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in the 1840s through the 1870s. This is especially associated with a noxious practice that was implemented in Central Europe, the so-called familians, that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. And that would mean that all of the other brothers could not marry. Jews are, of course, by this time, definitely monogamous in Ashkenazi lands. And so this was like essentially a really cruel social form of population control that meant that so many Jews had to look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry them. And so you have, skipping the Caribbean entirely, you have this migration of German Jews coming northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they would reach a certain degree of wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for the next massive wave, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration, about 2.5 million Jews making their way out of Eastern Europe after the pogroms of 1881. And these are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are also skipping the Caribbean. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews trace their lineage to these Eastern European migrants who came at the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of emigration from Germany and Austria out of fear of the Nazis and their rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to Jewish immigrants. And so therefore, many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone before they could eventually make their way to the Americas. So you have a significant, much smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba in particular. And then after the Cuban Revolution, many of them flee to Florida, and then others go all the way up to New York. You also have Jews making their way through Rico at this time, and so on. So there are, once again, to encapsulate, there are 2 major Caribbean migrations to North America. The first is specifically in the 18th century, when it's a kind of a secondary migration from the Caribbean as the economy changes. And the second one is the refugees from the Nazis, the so-called Jubans, Jews who made their way primarily to Cuba, and then from Cuba moving up to Florida and the Northeast. So that's basically where the Caribbean plays a role in Jewish migration, particularly to North America.
Everybody say KRC.
massive Jewish settlement in the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles where we are, but also hugely important, Curacao. The Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly.
And then tomorrow we really get going. So full schedule. So thanks again for coming. That evening.
Okay.
Some of those child actors are really cute as kids, but then they look weird. He lives in Austin. My boys.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Steve.
Somebody knows communication until they get in communication with us, please. If somebody's like a really good friend of Elijah, what an average to watch this or something. That's her.
So maybe Brad asks her, ask Elijah.
To Elijah. Frankie.
Yes.
Frankie, oh my god.
This is so cool.
And you get on your 3 degrees away from Frankie. I think we really are right now. This is the weirdest thing that I think about. She does. Elijah's little brother went to summer camp.
Cody Bay.
Cody Bay, yes. The real Cody Bay. Real Cody Banks.
And I was friends with Frankie.
Gosh, we were gonna get them.
Wait a second. I know somebody who might do antibiotics videos.
Chemicals, because it's there it is. Oh, it's alright. 20 years, 20 years or something like that. 26. If anybody ever tells you to eat metal shavings or anything, they're really good. First off, don't eat them. That's not fun. And no matter, even if it is a prank, it's not fun. Casey, it was a fun in-house experience for that. Yeah, we kept it enough great. I want that to be the oh my gosh, now we can be direct. We can tell directly to Grant what the episode was like. Oh my gosh.
For the thumbnail. You can use that one, right?
Oh my gosh, love it. Yeah, as long as we're keeping it in the family. Casey, do you have shows coming up? Yes. I got a bunch of shows. Minneapolis, St. Louis. Love that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Everybody say KRC. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, I know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher river cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing to learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, you know, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food because Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, you know, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise
high luxury items to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was dealing primarily with Port of Bordeaux, and you think of how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and particularly the Jews of the Caribbean. To be able to join us on this cruise, it promises to be absolutely amazing, and it's so fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in the videos. Thank you very much for watching.
If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up. Then mostly we're angry with Hollywood Bear, which interrupts their set. And then I conduct an interview. We find out more about them, what they could be talking about, what is interesting about their lives. The entire thing is improvised. Anything can happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with his very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because, you know, he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that he would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton by Andrew Porwancher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porwancher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish, right? This is a question I happen to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism, and everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it didn't. Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish. So that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider Jewish, that changes. Universal. Go anywhere to any Jewish community consider Jewish. Also relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? public, does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considered themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it, and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting the other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might hit some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Torwacher brings to suggest that he was in fact Jewish. So legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion in his book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay? What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican. And he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify. And so he declared himself an Anglican. But when they queried him, it's interesting that they felt the need to query him. He was still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There's also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all. And he was, in fact, not allowed to testify. So in other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that, to allow him to testify. Interesting. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He only was baptized as an adult. Again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well, does the local Jewish community consider you a Jew? Rachel had her son Alexander educated in the Jewish school at Nevis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happened, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal, would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her version was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century like this, but if she had a Beit Din and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish as the son of Egbert. But this is still one of the stickier things is even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Rothschild's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers. And, compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes. And he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this, even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself at some attenuated form of culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public, the general community in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adulthood in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that there's no point going into. But bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Porwancher's book, I think he makes a very convincing case. And I think that the Hamilton advertisements might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps something like this. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic. And if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
Biggest fear. All right. Get away from me. Okay, ready. Todd, very fun time.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles, and it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States with Florida and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico, and then just below it you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on the sort of the west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising. And, it looks like just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese Jews in particular. They're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity, but for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called New Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New, and quite often simply reassumed their Jewish identity once they felt it was safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in the Greater and the Lesser Antilles. Also in Suriname, a very important center of Curacao, and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. It's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say, go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see there where the scroll is red and the sand is on the floor. West Virgin Islands, not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement.
So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? What, there's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halacha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel at home there. Another reason is the idea that, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretched to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint Martin, or Saint Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Anguilla, which is a British island. And then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. By the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states. Others are still controlled by their European colonizers.
Movie about you and wallets.
I thought it was like a slavery thing, but cool.
Oh, well, it plays both ways.
Look, already having that guy Todd, he's got a movie coming out. It's called Bacon.
Oh, shit. So, Jay, tell us, what's something crazy that you do for fun when you're getting away from the kids and the baby mama and everything? What's other than stand-up comedy, what do you do for, like, a little release?
I don't know. One time I did some mushrooms. I wrote a song. That was fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
You, like, wrote the lyrics to a song?
Hell yeah, bro. Okay, so I was going through the first breakup with my baby mama. We were moving out of the apartment, and she just, like, took the kids and moved in with her mom and left me in the house. And I was did mushrooms after an open mic. And I came home, I couldn't sleep at like 2 in the morning. So I was hungry.
How does the song go? Yeah, come on, tell us. How many of you want to hear Jay's song? Jay Legend, making his musical debut here live at the Mothership in front of millions of people.
It's crazy.
And here,
Alright, so
we go.
So she let me. I was single at the time. I was hurt. So these are lyrics. The song is called Bags and Boxes.
It's called Bags and Boxes.
Yeah, that's all she left me.
Oh, she packed bags and boxes.
Alright, cool.
Here we go. So, okay, bags and boxes.
You left me alone and afraid, and you left me here to deal with this pain, and you left me with a pictureless frame, and all I have to my name are the bags and boxes you left me to do this alone, and you left me. And what I thought was my home, and you left me. And everything is all gone, and all I have to my name.
I love it. It's better than a modern day Will Smith, that's for sure. Bags and boxes.
So I was broke as fuck. I didn't have nothing but bags and boxes and some mushrooms. So
I love it. Those are some good mushrooms.
it's so when you heard
Those are great mushrooms because that song fucking sucks.
honestly, you left me. Tony, don't make fun of my hurt, man.
Oh, that's adorable. Jay, great stuff, fun times. We're in Dan.
I'm gonna have you on the Secret Show Thursday. Yeah, I appreciate you, dog.
You already have a big joke book, right? Yep. Jay Legend. And back Back to the bucket we go, everybody. Hey, y'all. This podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, enter the room dick first. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code for your crotch. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And here is my senior sex correspondent. Hey, I'm Tony. I'm a big throbbing fan of Blue Chew. This ain't a supplement, it's an erection, a resurrection. Wow, and it's looking juicy down there, Red Band. Guys, this isn't just about performance, this is about legacy or third legacy. Give her or chat something to talk about. You know, when you lay it down, they're talking about how it gets up. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Tony and check out and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time and one bust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. And big thanks to Blue for sponsoring your podcast. Oh, hello. This podcast is sponsored by Nicked. It's time to tell you about our friends at Nicked. These are our favorite nicotine pouches by far. If you haven't made the switch to Nicked pouches yet, now is the time. The flavor I'm reaching for most right now is Tropical Ice. Nicked premium nicotine pouches will elevate your nicotine experience. They're made with a proprietary coconut fiber blend filler for a better nicotine absorption and a more comfortable mouthfeel. With Nicked, you get strong, lasting flavor that is clean and discreet without the smoke or spit. And here is our senior spit correspondent. Tony, I'm obsessed with my Nicked pouches. The other comics and crew around the set have all switched to Nicked too. Everyone loves them. Make the switch to Nicked nicotine pouches like we did. We know you love these two. We have a special offer just for our Tony listeners. Nicked hooked it up with 35% off your first 3 orders. Only if you order now at nickedpouches.com/Tony. That's nykdpouches.com/Tony. Don't forget, you can get 35% off up to 3 times. nickedpouches.com/Tony. Nicked pouches are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. This looks like a... Oh my God. We know what that sound means. It is indeed the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Wow. With bags and boxes you left me. It's actually kind of catchy. He sucks at singing, but if like a real singer sang that, that'd be great. You left me. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket pool. We're going to meet them all together. It is Ram V. Ram V.
Hello. So I was recently in Wisconsin. Anybody from Wisconsin in the house? All right. Normally there is, which is crazy. So I played a new game called Do Hard Drugs and See Who Turns to Jesus First. Yeah, I hadn't played this game yet. I was at the bar. One girl that was like 40. I'm 47. Another girl was like 25. We go back to the park. We're hanging out, like doing lines and shit. Talking about, oh yeah, you should see my Whitefield when I go to church. And oh my God, you go to St. Bernard's? I go to St. Oh my God, obviously we should go together. And I'm like, you know what? I think Ram B just won the drink game of See Who Turns to Jesus First. And I just did a little bit. They was doing rails. Went all the way, you know? Yeah. My daughter said she saw Jesus at her bedside once. And I thought it was Mexican dude named Jesus and his protective father. I was ready to throw hands, and I was ready to go for it. Then I realized I had to ask, hey, you got to ask Jesus a question. I don't know how you're here, because I definitely pulled out, you know? Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Ram V. You know, I'm still thinking about the song you just sang for us a second ago. It's starting to grow on me a little bit. With bags and boxes you left me. Hey. This show is out of control, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kidding. kidding. It's a different guy. Everybody, it's a different guy. That's a new one. I'm going to have to download that one. Yeah. The funny thing is I do rap and sing, which is hilarious to me because I wasn't expecting that standing back there. I have no idea what you just said. Graham B, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy? Since 2021, so 4 years about. Yeah. Since 20 what? 2021, so about 4 years. Okay, 4 years. What do you do for work? I used to do a lot of physical jobs like machining and stuff like that, but now I'm actually doing like phone customer service. Phone customer service? Yeah. You do that from home or you do that from like an office? I just started so I can get an office. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Real cool. Yeah. Okay. And what was the job that you had right before? How long have you been doing that? I'm like a weekend. A weekend? Yeah, I just started training. You know what I'm saying? Right. I got it. So what was the job you were doing right before that? I was moving people's apartments, like moving. Oh, yeah. Shit. Yeah. Damn, that's it. I know you looked at me like you don't look like you can live in the house. No, that's yeah, I know. It was too backbreaking, and I got a bad back, so I said I'm done with that. You know. Right. Yeah. Right. Okay, Randy, what's your love life like? I am single. Yeah. I had a girl for a while, then moved to Austin in comedy, and she didn't want to come.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, and that's no longer a thing. We don't talk. So
How long's it been since you talked?
February.
February.
Yeah.
You miss her?
Honestly, yeah. But enough to care right now. You know what I mean? I'm gonna kill Tony. I'm not thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? Right? I got bigger fish to fry. You feel me?
Bags and boxes. Bags and boxes. Bags and boxes. Hell yeah, Ram B's getting into it. All right. Joe DeRosa.
I'm not gonna be able to sleep because that fucking song. I'm gonna be up there in that room 6 years from now. God damn it.
It is getting catchier by the minute. It turns out if anybody other than Jay Legend singing it makes it a perfect song. Ram, have you ever written a song or done anything other than stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I actually ran for about 25 years.
Oh, no fucking way. We gotta hear you rap, dude.
It's not gonna be funny. It's just gonna be.
We want to hear, is it an original? You have your own raps? Okay, let's get a little beat from Michael.
Let's see, it'd be kind of slash rapping and singing. So more
whatever you want, but just give them the 1, 2, 3, 4.
I called my baby.
Oh shit.
She didn't pick up. I'm sitting in a forte. I ain't got no pickup. She ripped my heart out. Oh, we got glory. I'm singing the same song as lady before me. But I shoot for me.
With flags and boxes, you left me. Hey!
Flags and boxes. Flags and boxes.
Motherfucking bags and boxes! A little jump up. Rabbi. Oh yeah, we're flying through it here tonight. We're having a good old time. We're fun times, Ram. Come back, sign up again sometime. We're gonna keep it moving. We having fun here tonight, huh? All right. I think you guys all understand what the show is. Anything can happen, and it's completely retarded. All right, your next bucket full goes by the name of Darren Jones, everybody. 1 minute uninterrupted for Darren Jones. Oh, wow.
What's going on? Must be a black bag or some shit. I heard they put aborted fetuses in some vaccines. That shit tripped me out when I first heard it. I'm like, damn, man, I'm glad I didn't get that shot. That blended baby in my motherfucking arm. Like, depending on, like, who got the abortion, you're gonna have the essence of a trauma-filled bitch and an unwanted seed in your motherfucking gut. Fuck my circadian rhythm up. Nigga wouldn't have been able to get no motherfucking sleep. But human beings, they fucking resilient, though. There was this dude who was protesting climate change and he set himself on fire. I'm like, damn, what's the people who block the road and do that shit?
Fuck yeah, Darren Jones. That's a good one. I think the first joke kind of like got unheard or something. We were all laughing at the fact that you're black. It's a thing. Like, the property value's in the... And I rapped the last
Sam, I was up here too, and I seen a black guy Rabbi coming out. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah.
My favorite thing I've ever seen on the show was when the third black dude came out. You reached to the bucket and started feverishly mixing it up, as if that was going to affect it. Did you oversee the bucket tonight? Does this bucket say KFC on it somewhere? Joe, what the fuck, man? Shit, I'm sorry. I have a special coming out. I'm sorry.
So, Darren Jones, welcome to the show, my friend. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 2.5, goes to 3, probably. Years? Yes. Okay. Where are you from? Dayton, Ohio, man. I'm baby in the fucking States. Ohio, we know it very well. How long have you been in Austin? Since January last year. Since January of last year. What made you move to Austin? Comedy. You wanted to do comedy? Yes, sir. Hell yeah. What made you wait so long to start doing open mics after moving in January of last year? I started right away. You mean January of this year? Not last year. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I got up here. It's like September. Yep. Got it. What do you do for a living? I work in a fencing yard. You work in fencing? Yeah, I manage a fencing yard. A fencing yard, so you're in charge of putting up fences? Yeah, I work shit out in fences. Okay.
Oh, I thought he meant like hand one sword fighting.
Yeah. Could be. It's amazing.
Dude, your comedy I thought it was great, man. And I think like the fact that you're one of the most natural comics I've ever seen. Like you figured out the hard part and the jokes were funny. Like I feel like you got a nice road ahead of you, man. For real. I really appreciate it. Yeah. I just gotta stay more consistent. But if you have a song,
Have you ever written a song, Darren Jones? I wrote a lot of songs.
wow, what is happening tonight?
This is amazing. This is the first time ever where all the bucketfuls look at the exact same human being. It's never happened before. Over 700 episodes. Normally, people are different sometimes. Sometimes it's people, different stories and lives. But not tonight. Just slightly different hairstyles from the bucketfuls. Perhaps there's a wing person. What would we call them? Predator. Unbelievable.
now the more important question is, do you have a song you can sing that we can then hijack and turn into bags and boxes?
My friend, you can turn any song into bags and boxes. It's possible to do with anything. So what is a song that it's an original song that you've written?
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta think of one though, man.
Okay, while you think about it, I'm gonna ask you some more questions. What's your love life like?
I'm single, man.
Single. Have you been hooking up with some random girls in Texas?
Oh, yeah, I got a couple of
So how does that happen? Where do you meet like Darren Jones with a girl?
I met one at I don't remember where I met these. I think I met actually walking down here somewhere close to the
On the street.
the campus. Yeah.
So on the street, and what do you say to somebody when you meet them?
How you doing? Same shit, everybody else. Same shit.
Wow. Do you have any special moves in the bedroom that you do to these thick white women that you're right? Are they thick white women that you're having sex with?
Nah, I wish. Yeah, it's big pussy.
So you're with black women?
One Mexican, other one Mexican.
Oh, they're both Mexican. One Mexican, the other one Mexican. One Mexican, the other one. In suspense, wait for it. Mexican.
But one California Mexican, the other one Mexico Mexican.
Oh, shit. They're both about to be back in Mexico. Because we are cracking down. Sorry, horn players. Shit is going down. All right. What is it about Mexican women that you like so much?
We ain't got a lot of them in Ohio, man. So shit.
You are correct.
Yeah, it's like, to be honest, you don't always want the same flavor, you know what I'm saying? You might like vanilla anytime, but shit, I like to switch it up.
My friend, I'm not only a fan of what you're saying, but I'm also a fan of Benihana's. I appreciate the Benihana's explanation there. Even in Benihana's, sometimes steak, sometimes shrimp. I'll catch you. Right from the chef's paddle. Okay, so just me connecting with my new black friend Darren Jones. Darren, what do you think is the blackest thing about you?
Shit. Only my mentality, really.
Explain what you mean by that. I love that answer. Explain to these white people that drove 45 minutes from their ranches in the country what exactly you mean by black mentality.
I know y'all know the word, but y'all don't know it like that. I'm a nigga to the core, man.
Oh, I love it. Keep going, Darren. You're just scratching the surface here. When you say to the core. Explain to these innocent whites what you mean.
Oh, man. Damn. How can I explain being a nigga?
Joe, you are gorgeous. You're like one of the hottest chicks ever. Get out of here.
Oh, no. Don't go to John. You know, John, I'm not letting you take over. I want a pure answer, Darren, and then we'll check in with John Bees when he expects the...
Welcome.
Show the rest. This is about to be the best TED Talk I've ever heard.
How are you?
We hate niggas, we hate Jews, we hate faggots, and we hate...
I like your song. I like your song. Is it on Spotify? Oh, that was really cool, man. Thanks, Mr. PPPP. I like the song. It went like this.
It just mean I'm black as fuck, man. I wouldn't want to be any other thing. You know what I'm saying? When you think of the stereotypical black man, I like watermelon chicken.
Oh, hell yes.
I love all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You like sleeping in late?
Same here, Doug.
I wish I could, but I love it. Yeah, if I could, hell yeah. I'd rather be late everything if I could too. But shit, I guess I ain't that fucking black so on time.
Finding out you're not quite as black as you thought.
Hey man, don't be so hard on yourself. What's your credit score?
Yeah, what do we got for a credit score?
Like 720.
That's really good.
Wow. Oh, the crowd goes wild. 720, ladies and gentlemen. Something better than Joe DeRosa. He's got no kids.
Welcome. How you living, Pimp?
What I do on a ColecoVision.
I'm just looking for somebody to, become friends with.
Very
You
well.
seem pretty chill. You seem pretty chill.
Absolutely.
I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy, just so you know.
That's okay. How'd you find out about me?
Oh, I was just chatting.
YouTube stream. Found it from your YouTube stream.
Oh, very cool. So one of you found me from YouTube, and the other person from Twitch.
Yeah.
No way. And
On
you
Twitch, yeah.
and you guys don't know each other, but you just came at like the exact same time.
Docking me.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's wild.
I know, it's pretty shocking.
Okay, CCP Kurt Cobain.
Have your day going on.
CCP Kurt Cobain. How old are you?
Niggers.
Yo. Okay.
Fuck you.
We are the Ku Klux Klan. We hate
He's a Raider.
You're good.
Raider.
No issue at all. So, Lil Killer, you found out about me from Twitch. Okay, great. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Little Killer, have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie The Truman Show?
No.
Okay, well, no big deal at all. It's just basically someone who's on camera all the time. You can follow my life Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of birth of AI, the coronation of king, and everything in between. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously right now at this moment, and I have created the largest database of human record in global history. Data is Earth's number one resource. In 2018, data overtook petroleum, according to The Economist magazine, as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, Lil Killer, all your friends, your family, very wealthy. And when I mean that, when I say that, I mean it. I mean that I want to make sure that you all become independently wealthy, financially stable if you're not already. I want to make sure that you are able to create generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start philanthropic organizations and charities of your own. How does that sound? Does that sound good to you, Little Killer?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. I talk about things to help the world, things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to help the underprivileged. I'm a major advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that are interesting to people, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light technology, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, things like cryptocurrency, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing project and goal. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves that they brought to fruition. Joe Rogan has met them. There are 3 dire wolves that exist. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is just a really exciting premise. I talk about things that I think are not just going to help the world, but help you specifically. Things like life extension technology. Lil Killer, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. If you want, I want to give you the opportunity to be able to utilize oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapies, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy to get you to 100, 120. But then you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. I don't want it to end. What's the next plan? And this is with your consent again. There's a type of technology that you may be able to utilize in the near future known as mind uploading technology, where consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Lil Killer, is you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would love that. I'm actually terrified of that. So.
Well, there's a way to escape it.
Love that idea.
Excellent.
And also, I heard you talk about crypto. I've been wanting to get into crypto.
Oh, very well. Well, you should know that Bitcoin is at like an all-time high of $120,000, and it's going to hit $1 million probably by the end of the decade. I know you don't probably have that much money to invest in it, but you can always buy smaller amounts of Bitcoin and then just
I don't have any money.
That's okay. You don't need it. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of everyone you know. It's just a matter of time until I go viral. And if you're like, okay, well, you're just sitting here, like, how does that make you go viral? Well, firstly, if you would, in the left-hand side of this Discord, you're going to see something dots that says 24 YouTube links. Just take that, put it into YouTube, and you'll see I've got more live streams going than any person you've ever seen in your entire life. And you can watch my live 24/7 and 360 degrees. Additionally, you're going to in front of me a bunch of computers. These are robots that I've created that are promoting me on different social forums, including Kik and including Blue Sky. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kik accounts. It absolutely is.
So they don't track your IP and try to stop you from making.
No, they do, but I just program robots to use VPNs to avoid that.
Smart. Such a good idea.
So that's a little about what I do. How about you? What are your favorite things to do?
My hobbies are just like mainly just I do sound systems. I'm big into sound. Mainly bass. I do a lot of bass work. I make different sound systems to perform high quality bass. For example, there's a song that produces 20 hertz of bass, and I had to program and I had to make sure my receiver and my amplifier and all that did not catch fire when I played that one song. So I'm really intelligent when it comes to sound systems.
Very cool. I'm sure you know about spatial sound, right?
Never been wanting to.
Okay, very well. I think that's going to be quite interesting in the world of audio technology. And I think, I'm sure you're aware probably about 3D sound. 3D sound, instead of being like essentially surround sound, the sound comes from more locations and can even like vibrate your body to whatever hertz is necessary in order for you to be put in the correct wavelength for the music. So very similar along the lines of what you can do it with bass. Bass shake a person, vibrate them to a point where they are in a state of mental clarity and well-being and just enjoying whatever art to which they're listening. These are some types of advanced sound, but let's learn together. We'll find out some more. Or just one moment. I like to use AI in my discussion, so just one moment. But can you please give me a breakdown of, like, let's say 50 upcoming futuristic audio developments, things like spatial sound and 3D sound and bass? All right, here we go. So we've got immersive and spatial audio. Spatial audio, Dolby Atmos, Apple Spatial Audio, surround sound that adapts with head movement. Then there's 3D mapping, full environmental audio rendering in real space. There's head tracked binaural audio, realistic left-right balance bass position, room-aware audio rendering, system adjusts output-based room acoustics, holographic sound fields, projected sound with location-specific targeting, volumetric audio, layering sound by height, depth, and distance, 360-degree cinematic sound for VR, AR, audio that rotates with your view, wave field synthesis, simulates sound sources anywhere in 3D space, multi-zone 3D audio, different immersive sounds in different room zones, object-based audio, individual sounds rendered as separate objects in space. Then we have wearable and personal audio tech, AI-driven hearing enhancement earbuds, adjust frequencies for your ear's needs, bone conduction and spatial audio, immersive sound without blocking ears. I've seen this for people who are deaf. They basically can use bone conduction to be able to hear things. In-ear biosensor audio devices tailor sound based on body feedback, heart rate, etc. Adaptive audio glasses, smart glasses with personalized sound zones. Neural audio implants, direct brain audio interface. That's in the long-term future. Ultra-directional wearable speakers creates a private bubble of sound. Self-adjusting noise cancellation shifts dynamically based on environment. Emotion responsive headphones, audio EQ adapts to mood. Head gesture control for audio, nods, tilts, etc. Change track volume. Personalized HRTF modeling, 3D audio tuned specifically to your ear shape. Then with AI audio technologies, AI mastering tools, real-time pro level audio mastering, voice cloning and style transfer, make your voice sound like anyone, anything. AI powered audio cleanup, remove background noise, clicks and pops automatically. Real-time translation with voice tone replication. Hear a different language in this voice. Emotion aware audio assistance, audio responses match your mood. Generative ambient soundscapes, music or sounds created in real time. Voice to music AI generation. Hum a tune, get full orchestration. Driven spatial mixing for podcasts and music. Auto position voices or instruments in 3D. Interactive voice soundtracks and games. AI audio that reacts to your voice or gameplay. Deep fake, static, and altered audio content. Advanced playback and the bass through touch, not just hearing. Modular sound, next gen ambisonic ones, 360 high res sound capture. Acoustic holography for sound mixing. Visualize sound in 3D while mixing. Immersive DAWs, digital audio workstations, 3D spatial mix environments. Voice isolation and group calls. Automatic focus on the dominant speaker. Multi-source ambient noise recreation. Simulate real-world locations. Tactile feedback audio controllers. Sense sound through touch when mixing. AI audio co-producers suggest and build audio arrangements. Quantum audio processors. Experimental high-efficiency signal processing. Environmental and ambient audio. Context-aware ambient soundscapes. Auto-generate based on location or activity. Silent sound projection, hypersonic audio. Targeted sound to a single person. Smart sound masking. Adaptive privacy audio in shared spaces. Geolocated audio storytelling. Audio changes based on where you are. Time of day adaptive sound systems. Different tones and vibes for morning versus night. Weather reactive soundscapes, audio shifts with live weather changes. Smell integrated audio experiences, syncing scent and sound multisensory. Drone audio systems for outdoor events, sound delivery from flying speakers. Interactive museum exhibit audio layers, layered sound per user location. And urban sonic landscaping, city infrastructure with built in sound modulation. So that's what we're looking at in the near future. Isn't that stuff cool?
So I heard you say that you use AI in most of your conversations.
Yeah.
Aren't you scared that AI might try to take over one day?
Well, these are certainly fears of futurists, but I feel that I can perhaps, if I want, be able to get at the forefront of this by creating data and archiving it.
Really smart. So you talk about this and crypto and all that. What kind of PC do you have? Because you have to have a pretty powerful one if you have all that information.
Yeah,
it's spread across all those laptops.
It's spread across all the laptops. So I've got like 33 different devices that I use. Just right here where my hands are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 devices. Over here, I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 devices. There, I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 devices, 6 devices. Behind me, I have devices. I even have a ceiling camera.
Yeah, you're archiving all of that.
I'm archiving the entire world for more than 3.5 years.
Wow. So you said that you would help me with crypto. That
100%.
I definitely want to get into that. I know I've heard about it, and it's like a good thing to invest in. It's an amazing thing to invest in because it can get you money in the long run.
That's correct. So, really, if you don't know anything about it, the best place to learn is Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter is?
Yeah, I've heard about it, but I never went on there.
Okay, so Twitter is a microblogging platform, but it also has an audio and video function as well that allow people to be in group calls. And so you can get group calls of thousands of people and they discuss cryptocurrency. And so that's where you can find out about new cryptocurrencies and cutting edge technologies. So if I were you and I was interested in getting into crypto, I would download Twitter and I would get into Twitter spaces that are cryptocurrency based. You can find out the topics of these. There's like a section where you can say what your interests are, and then or in what your interests are. You would need a crypto wallet. So what's a crypto wallet? It's something that you download generally like on your phone. MetaMask is one. Uniswap is one. Those are two of the big ones. Coinbase is one. You download one of these, and then what you do, it takes maybe like 10 minutes to do. It's not super fast to do, but like you can't do it in a minute, but you can do it in about 10 minutes. They're going to give you a password, and that password's very important. You never want to share it with anybody or they can drain your wallet. And you're going to write down, it's called your crypto key. Basically, it'll give you like 20 words or so. Words like dog, cat, olive, tree, bread, just like random words. And instead of you choosing your password like you normally would, like I don't know, pass 123, which is really easy. Your your key is much more difficult to hack. And then you write this down, keep it in a safe place, and then and again, like if you don't remember anything that I say, remember for the rest of your life, don't give anybody your crypto key, your wallet key, because if you do, then they can drain your account, and they can, when you get they can drain your account for thousands of millions of dollars. You don't want anybody to be able to do that. So then what you do is you can, if you don't, you're like, hey, I don't have any money. That's cool. You don't need money to start in cryptocurrency. So what you can do, people have what are called airdrops. And so let's say I'm launching a cryptocurrency. It's in my best interest to have as many holders of cryptocurrency as possible. It makes it stronger. So sometimes what I will do as a developer of a cryptocurrency or a founder, I will say, we're going to have an airdrop this week. All you have to do is basically like go to our website and you can get they'll have the instructions there. And then you'll get a little bit of our cryptocurrency for free, not having to do anything. What do I get out of it as the founder of the crypto? I get another holder. What do you get out of it? You get a little bit of my cryptocurrency, but sometimes that cryptocurrency can be worth hundreds of dollars in a few months.
How do they go about selling the crypto? How do they get that money?
Yeah, so that's where you get it from airdrops. Now there are other ways to do it as well. There are things called crypto fountains. If you're interested in that, they exist. So basically, what you do is you go to a crypto fountain online. You can Google these things, but what you're going to want to do is click. It's basically like if you click this web page once an hour, you'll get free cryptocurrency. You can get free Bitcoin. So it's not a lot of Bitcoin. It's like a really, really, really small amount, but it's free. So like basically you're earning money by just clicking something on a page. And you can automate that. There are ways to do that. But basically, if you have absolutely no money and you don't want to invest any money, and I completely understand that, then there are ways to get involved and earn money without any money. Now, let's say you are like, you know what, I've got $10 I'm going to invest in this because I'd like to just try it. Well, keep in mind, it is like gambling. And when I say that, what do I mean? Like, there's a chance you're going to lose that $10. but there's a chance that $10 could become $1 million. And so it's like gambling. Okay, so let's say you had $10. What do you do with it? Well, you find a project that you really like, and whatever one it may be. Like people have all kinds of different projects for whatever their interests are. So, like the one that I'm a part of, it has a very long name. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. If you're like, what kind of name is that? The reason why this is worth $100 million is because it has a really long, crazy name, and people like it. That was its niche. There are other cryptocurrencies that are based on certain communities that protect the environment, or that are very patriotic, or some that are tied to the US dollar, or some that are tied to the euro, or some that are tied to Bitcoin. You can create a cryptocurrency in the current age and tie it to anything you want, or it doesn't have to be tied to anything. Um, the other thing that you're going to learn about, and if you haven't already, is do you know what an NFT is? It's a non-fungible token. Have you ever heard this term?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so an NFT is basically a piece of art that it's digital. So just like you would have a painting, like a Picasso painting or a Van Gogh painting, that would be worth millions of dollars. People instead buy and trade digital art. Now, why, you may ask, like, why would you want digital art? What's the benefit of digital art? Just like anything, some people just like to collect things. And so one of the things that is very popular that people collect is digital art. And so there's another kind of wallet, basically, or another app that you can download that's known as OpenSea, OPENSEA, and you can look at all kinds of digital art and buy it if you want. And people put it up there for a certain amount. If you want to buy it, that it's called listing. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. If you don't think it's a good investment, you don't have to buy it. It's up to you. But one thing that you'll find is a lot of people will give away their NFTs to you because they just want holders, or they like you. Like a lot of times what will happen if you get in these Twitter space calls and you're there all day and all night, and you like, people start to know you and get to know your profile, and they'll be like, hey, Lil Killer, I'm starting a cryptocurrency and I want you to have it, or I'm starting an NFT and I want you to have it because you're my friend. And you're like, okay, and they'll just give it to you. And then if you hold on to it, after a month or a year or 5 years, it can be worth millions of dollars. Now, is any of this guaranteed? Absolutely not. Chances are most cryptocurrencies currently fail. Most NFTs fail, meaning you might buy an NFT for $100 and it just loses a lot of its momentum, and people end up selling it, and then it's worth a penny. Like that can happen. That's probable with most NFTs. That kind of stuff happens. But then there are other NFTs that are out there that are worth like $200 million, $100 million, and they're nothing special. It's just like a piece of digital art that is just in demand. And you'll get to know these, which ones are in more demand than others. If I were you, and you don't know anything about cryptocurrency, before I even got in the Twitter calls and all that, I would watch some documentaries on cryptocurrency. So just go to YouTube, type in Bitcoin, type in cryptocurrency history documentary, and just watch some. And you'll get an understanding of how the world works. And that would be my advice to you. I hope that helps.
Okay, another question, another random question. What is the future of narcotics like fentanyl? What are the future? I'm talking about illegal stuff.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a mass decriminalization perhaps in the future. I mean, fentanyl already is a scheduled drug, I believe. So I mean, it's legal to possess with a prescription. It's used quite often for people who have pain issues or who are recovering from a surgery. So from that aspect, it's very common. Um, we've already seen marijuana move from Schedule 1, which is the most serious, to like Schedule 3 now under the Biden administration. So I'm not saying that you still can't get in trouble for it, but it's been leased in many states as well. Recreation in terms of cocaine still has been is seen as a very addictive substance, but some is stronger types of drugs, and also to make the laws fairer. So there was a during the 1980s and 1990s and 1970s a big push. Many white people would snort cocaine. Many black people would smoke cocaine. Wait, uh, many white people would snort cocaine, and many black people would smoke cocaine. And so they made the punishment for smoking cocaine much stricter than it was for snorting cocaine. And this
well, what they really did was they took it, they made it into crack, and then
that's exactly right.
Crack is it.
That's exactly right. But it's still cocaine. The charges you're going to face are still for cocaine. But yeah, and then we have like psilocybin, which are like mushrooms that we've seen decriminalization in. The state of Oregon pushed for decriminalization of all drugs, and they stepped that back. But we have seen some developments in some states that they are doing their best to make it so that drugs are no longer such a taboo subject.
Like oxys, xannies, all that shit. It would be legal in the future. You're saying it could be.
Well, so decriminalization is different than legalization. Decriminalization means if you're caught with this stuff, you don't get any kind of criminal time or criminal penalties, but it still doesn't necessarily mean that it's legal to sell. So the people who control the patents are general drug companies on Percocet and OxyContin and oxycodone and Xanax. Those companies are going to hold on to their patents for as long as possible because they're very, very lucrative substances. But what may change is that if you get caught with these without a prescription, you may not go to jail. That's
My dad went to jail at the wrong time.
yeah, probably.
But yeah, no, I just remember hearing about that. People always talk about how bad they are, and it's not really that bad. I mean, it's if you overdose on drugs, it's your choice to buy those. It's not like it's not like the guy who sold them to you forced you to take them. It's your choice to take them.
I'm in agreement with you on that. A lot of states, or at least jurisdictions, have really harsh penalties for drug dealers, and I think that's unfair.
Oh my God! Someone finally understands.
Yeah, no, definitely. So if you are selling, let's just say, cocaine, and you may or may not know it's laced with something, with fentanyl or something. You don't know. You're not a chemist. You've got a little pile of cocaine. You don't know all the stuff that's in it, and you don't have access. You just bought it from your dealer, who bought it from their dealer, who bought it from their dealer. But then you give it to somebody, and that person overdoses. Well, then the police come after you, and they don't just come after you for drug dealing. They come after you for murder. And I think that's unfair.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's dumb. How like the dealer fucking told you, like, take the drug now. No, you made the choice to buy it. you are the one who made the choice to take it. It's your fault that you overdosed, practically. It's
Many
it's not
times.
the dealer's fault.
Many times. And I have a friend of mine, a very wealthy individual. He was in Las Vegas and got in with the wrong crowd, got in with a hooker. And this man was very wealthy, multi-million-dollar person. Has houses all over California and all kinds of cars. Has car collection. And he liked cocaine. And he asked the hooker to get him some cocaine. She called up some people and they got cocaine. It was laced with fentanyl and it killed him. And the three people who were involved are now facing murder charges. I don't think they should face murder charges. They didn't know. They they didn't have access to the chemicals that were used to cut this stuff. They were just basic in the wrong place in the wrong time on the chain of custody of having these drugs. It'd be like
Yeah,
let's it would
they
be
weren't the dentist. They were the supplier.
exactly. It would be like
Giving.
it would be like I have a connection in South America and they give me a ton of cocaine. And I say, you know what? I know Lil Killer wants some cocaine, so I'm gonna put baking soda in this, and I'm gonna cut it with fentanyl, and I'm gonna cut it with all kinds of stuff, so I make more money. And then I give you that cocaine, and you sell it to somebody. You didn't think with it. You didn't. You're not the person who cut it with anything. You just sold it to someone. Well, now you're facing murder charges. That's unfair.
I agree. 'Cause I was thinking the same thing, and everybody I told that idea, my dad, he's in jail for not murder charges, but he's in jail for drug dealing. And my whole family tells him, well, what if somebody overdosed him? And I tell them, well, that's not his fault. And they call me dumb because that sounds dumb to them. But I don't believe it is.
I don't think it is either.
It's not like he purposely laced it.
I'm 100% in agreement.
And plus, the stuff that he sold, if you're smart enough, you would know that what he sold was fentanyl. He sold M30s, which is a fake oxycodone pill. It's fentanyl. And he sold pure fentanyl. And also, he would warn people before they bought it, too. He would tell them, hey, this is, So it's not, I say it's not his fault at all. If anything happened, thank God nothing happened, but it's dumb.
I'm in agreement. And you had to grow up without a father in your life, or at least for a significant.
No, I helped.
Or
13 years and then he got caught.
okay, but I mean a significant period of your life, and your life.
I'm 15 now, so
he's
only
2 years, but still.
Yeah, 2 years.
Little Killer,
Yeah.
Little Killer. I apologies. You got to be 18 to be in here, my friend. Yeah, and I know that's okay. I gave you all the advice that you need, and feel free to come back in 3 years or whatever. And best wishes to you. Okay.
Can the guy just stay and it's not coming to the server until I'm 18?
Yeah, you can stay in the server. Just don't come into this VC.
Oh, okay.
Take care, my friend.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Darren, have you thought about the original song? Yeah, just give us a line or two. I wrote this when I was like... 7 now, so this is a 16-year-old song. Wow, Red Band's immediately attracted to it. 16-year-old song. It's right in here. Asian girls. It's true. Y'all want the hook? Let's do it. Okay. It's about selling dope, so. Oh, I love it. I love selling dope. Let's go. It was, if you need a quick fix, you know where to get it. You know I supply it with that shit up in my kitchen. That shit up in my kitchen is that shit that I be flipping equations to how I waste it. I doubles my coefficient. If you know math, then you probably get it. The math, the flow, never subtract money, always efficient. Never wrote the chef in the kitchen with this game that I'm whipping. I'm up for mathematician with this book that I'm flipping. Hell yeah. Absolutely. He's rapping about crack and crack rocks this. Let's bring it back to bags and boxes. Alright. Fantastic. Fun times. Darren, here's a little joke book. Fun times. Sign up again. Come back. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Bags and boxes. Hello there, our dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. You know, when we were young, we used to dream of being anything, an astronaut, the president, a princess. But as you get older, your dreams change, focusing less on running the world and more on how you can take your skills and ideas and turn them into something real. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe you start dreaming of owning your own business. Huh? Yeah, you'll need a website, a payment system, a logo, and a way to advertise to new customers. It can all be overwhelming and confusing, but thankfully, that is where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. So get started with your design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store to match your brand style. And here I am with our senior style correspondent. You can accelerate your content creation. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your food photography for your products. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling, bowling. Invest at Shopify as your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So turn your business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/KillTony. Go to shopify.com/KillTony. Shopify.com/KillTony. All right. This appears as though the name will set us apart and break the streak. It's almost disappointing at this point. But let's see what happens here. Make some noise for the Kill Tony debut of Johnny Morney, everybody. Johnny Morney. All right.
Hi, I'm Johnny Mockney. I'm a teacher during the day. That's my day job. I teach high school seniors. They're 8 years younger than me. It's weird being so close to your kids because they know your weaknesses, you know? Like, I had a kid show up 10 minutes late for class, and before I could say anything, he was like, Mark me tardy if you're gay. I was like, fuck. I was like, you in this one, kiddo? And they get involved in your personal life too. Like, watching my kids found out that I had this breakup because the picture of my girlfriend disappeared from my desk. So they're all like, Mockney, what happened to your girlfriend? Don't worry, Mockney will find you a new girl. We'll hook you up with someone. I was like, guys, that's what parent-teacher conferences are for. I'm gonna fuck all your moms. I've been clocking this class since day one. I know who doesn't have a dad. I'm well aware of that. I know who doesn't have a dad, and I know who has 2 cool moms. So that's my time. Thank you.
Johnny Mockney. See? Those hearts, they're seasoned like ours, the way you write them. You do that on purpose.
No.
Has anyone told you that you're seasoned like ours?
No, you're the first, but this is a huge credit for it, so I'll
And that's here in Austin.
No, that's back in Michigan.
Oh, you work in Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay. So they have young people teaching young people there.
Yeah. Okay. There's a shortage.
Where exactly in Michigan?
Lansing area.
Okay. And that's where you're from? That's where you lived your whole life, obviously?
I moved around a lot as a kid, but that's where I settled. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. The fly just hit me in the head really hard. It's so hard that it actually blew my head back. I've been assaulted by a fly. It won that round. But I will get it by the end of the day. So Johnny, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 8 years.
8 years. Okay. And what do you do for fun, Johnny? Tell us about your life. You seem like the kind of guy that likes to fucking let it rip. Definitely never written a song before.
Never written a song.
Exactly.
No, I do stand-up, go to the movies all the time. I go to the movies alone sometimes. I think it's better a lot. Fun sneaks up on me, Tony. I don't know. I can't. I wish I knew.
That's a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Fun sneaks up on you.
What the fuck does that mean?
What exactly do you mean by that?
I'm trying to say, like, I don't know what my hobbies are on paper. I think they just, I'm not.
What ethnicity are you? You're some kind of Asian-esque guys.
I'm half Thai.
Half Thai?
Yeah.
The other half is?
Polish, Polak.
Okay.
There's the one called
Thai Pole.
Yes.
You're a Thai Pole.
Yeah.
The rare Thai Pole.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel extra Thai, or there times where you feel like you're Thai?
No, well, I think the English cancel each other out, so I'm like okay at math.
I can see why that would work, yeah.
Decent at driving.
Decent.
Yeah. So,
right? That's about 50%. 50% Thai. Most Thai people total their car twice when they're here.
Yeah.
Okay, Johnny.
I really enjoyed your material quite a bit. But this is a real question. You can come on a show like this and say wild shit like that, and you don't have to worry about your job? Like,
He does. He has to work.
Find out.
Yeah.
Michigan, awesome. I know what I'll do. I'll fly to Austin and get away with it.
Well, luckily, a lot of people in Lansing, Michigan don't have Wi-Fi, so it's an absolute dreadful place. And you bounced around a lot. What made you land in Lansing, Michigan?
Well, I'm from DeWitt, Michigan, which is by there. Then we moved to we were in Texas for like a year or two. We're in Mississippi, Chicago, and then I was in Thailand actually for like 2
You
years.
move around a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of bags and boxes. Oh, D-Madness is back, everybody. You say Michigan 3 times, D-Madness pops up out of nowhere. I love it. Johnny, tell us one more thing absolutely crazy about your life that makes you different that people would find interesting.
There's HGTV. There's an episode of House Hunters International about my family. We moved to Thailand. It's called Returning to Thai Roots. It's my one TV credit. So yeah, you can look that up. I don't know if I want to say this. You bought the house before they filmed the episode. Like, you're already in the house. You have to make it look fake. So I was like 11, 12 years old. I pulled my stuff in drawers, and then we were looking at it for the first time.
Now, it was when you were 11?
I was 2012. Oh, okay, I would have been 13. Yeah.
What makes you think you're not allowed to speak about what went on behind the scenes at HGTV? What do you think the consequences of that might be versus you being a man that handles young children coming on a show like this? I think your concerns are out of whack right now, Johnny.
That's fair. I prefer the Property Brothers to come fuck me up, I guess.
How long are you in town for?
Until July 8th.
They have you on the Secret Service. Wow, look at that. Great man. Okay. Real human beings on real shows. Johnny, fun times. Here's a big joke book. Congratulations. There you go. Johnny Morkey. Have fun. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the part of the show where I am going to ignore the next couple and bring up an unbelievable golden ticket winner, perhaps one of the people's absolute favorites of all time. He is back in town from Toronto, Canada, where he lives, where he spends most of his time famously eating ramen noodles.
This guy
It's the
sucks.
return of Kansai Asuka.
Arigato. I'm a bilingual. I speak Japanese and English, and I feel like I have a different personality in each language that I speak. Like English concept is more confident, but Japanese concept is like more it's like a little bird. Like for example, when I see a beautiful woman walking down the street, English concept goes, I wanna hit that ass. But Japanese concept goes, I wanna get onto a crowded Japanese train and casually tap the ass. When I'm having sex, English goes, I wanna pound you all night until you break down, girl. And Japanese concept goes, I have a work tomorrow. That's my time.
Kansai Yasuda has done it yet again. The little Japanese-Canadian hybrid hero of the show. We love Kansai, a master in the interview portion, a man who calculated crisp answers to every single question.
Yes.
A legend of the game. He spends, for those of you that don't know, spends hours a day sitting in a ramen restaurant in Toronto, Canada, slowly sipping hot broth. And sometimes he will grab chopsticks and deliver actual physical embodiments into his mouth and then chew them and swallow them. Am I correct, Kyle?
Yes.
That's what you love to do. You love that more than what?
More than my...
Almost got in real trouble there for a second.
But my girlfriend works there.
I know. So best of both worlds. Everything is there.
Everything is there.
Now, let me ask you something. Very famously, the last time you were on the show, we did a thing that we do sometimes where we read Yelp reviews, and we famously read the Yelp reviews of your favorite ramen place, Ryugu Shinmen Tondo Ramen. You say it best. Say it to the camera. We got that blue light. In action. Action.
Ryugu Shinmen Tondo Ramen.
Yes, everybody loves it. So, since we read those reviews, word on the street is that it's kind of blown up a little bit. Have you noticed it getting busy?
It grew up.
It grew up. It grew up.
It grew up.
It grew up big time.
It grew up. Just like my country.
Yes. Yes. It's not the first time Americans have blown up a Japanese location. That's a really good point. Did I mention now's a good time to invest in Halliburton, everybody? So Kansai, you're seeing it. You're seeing people come in and people recognize you since that you're famous for sitting there.
Yeah, they come and they say hi.
It's a lot of Kill Tony fans coming in there.
Oh, yeah.
Is the owner happy with me?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, Tony.
Yeah, I love that. That's what I love. That's exactly what I love. Amazing. And your girlfriend's happy about it?
My girlfriend's happy. Yeah, she's the only Filipino. Not Filipino in the restaurant, so it's very easy to recognize.
Right.
And I
offer something. That's a good point.
really good. Right.
So we have some reviews here, current reviews of Ryukyu Shinmin Tando Ramen. One 5-star review from Jordan F. My friend Tony recommended me to try this place. You need to try it if you're in the area. Derek L. 5 stars 1 month ago. There recently on a work trip. It was recommended by my good friend Tony, who loves the place so much. Okay. Alright. Joe R. 1 month ago, 5 stars. If it is good enough for Kansai, it will be good enough for you. My friend Tony said you will not leave hungry. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Jason at 5 stars 1 month ago. Great food and great service. I really enjoyed my visit. Thanks to Tony for the recommendation.
Just to be sure, see if any of these guys are also reviewing like bathhouses.
Thank you to our friends Tony and Kansai for the recommendation. John K. 1 month ago said, I heard about this place from some guys named Tony, Ryan, and Kansai. Everyone should be going here for ramen. The whole place is absolutely incredible. Eating here is just the golden ticket. Heidi and the band are planning on coming soon too. Wow. Our fans are completely insane.
Let's go.
Absolutely incredible. So this is happening in the, are there any 1-star reviews recently? That's how we normally do this. Just like sometimes you have to balance the scales a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Click on that thing. Oh, no recent ones. It's all old. All of them are 6 years ago or more. Absolutely incredible, Kansai.
Yeah! Thank you, you guys.
So tell us, what else has been happening, Kansai? Anything else going on in your life that you're excited about?
I am tour.
Oh, you're going on tour. Where are you going to go? Oh, wow, you live in Canada. Very exciting. You're doing other cities in Canada. Right.
Thank you.
Edinburgh. Edmonton.
That's UK. Ottawa, Vancouver, Victoria, Calgary, Oshawa. Newfoundland. Halifax.
You ever perform stand-up in Japanese?
In Japanese, it's really hard.
It's really hard for you.
Yeah, I'm not funny in Japanese.
But you say you're bilingual, so you can talk in Japanese. It's just hard to be funny in Japanese.
Yeah, it's different type of humor.
Right.
Yeah.
There's all the bowing fucks up the timing.
Yeah. Like,
do you have any jokes in Japanese? Can you do one short joke in Japanese?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Just jump in performing in Japanese.
It's Kansai Yusuke. 私韓国人と日本人のハーフなんですけど、だから何でも食べちゃう。スーパーエイジアン。
Kansai. Very good, Kansai. Another amazing performance. You are truly one of the top young risings in the world. Enjoy your Canadian tour and your newfound fame and your delicious ramen. They can give it to you for free now, right?
Yes,
It's free every day. We're feeding them people. Kansai is reaping the benefits.
Check out my tour.
How do people get tickets to your Canadian tour?
Go to my Instagram.
What?
Wait, what is it?
Go to your what?
Instagram. Yeah. Kansai comedy.
Kansai comedy. That's
K-A-N-S-E-I.
Very good. Yes.
Comedy.
One more time for Kansai Yusuke, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the bucket we go. Pulled one of the names of a young lady. Oh la la, Heidi. Oh my goodness gracious. One more time for the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. This young lady was pulled out of the bucket in Phoenix, Arizona years ago. It's been a while since she's been on the show. It's very exciting. Make some noise for Celia Contreras, ladies and gentlemen. So I have a rape whistle, because I like to blast off a little tune before I get started. I went hitchhiking recently, and all my friends and family said stupid ass shit to me. They're like, "What if you get raped or kidnapped?" Y'all see me, right? If somebody raped or kidnapped me, that motherfucker earned it. Do you know how hard it is for guys to fuck me with my consent? I have to spread my legs as far as I can, so I'm down there with a Call of Duty headset, giving them directions. You're gonna go 6 feet to the north. You're gonna go through the main tunnel. The 2 smaller tunnels on either side are dead ends. And at the end of the night, they still jizz on my thigh, and at that point, I just want them to go home. So I'm like, "Good job, soldier. You did your country cut." Exactly a minute. Celia Contreras is back on the show. Hello, Celia. How are you? I'm going through a lot right now. Okay. Not good. Okay. All right. I wasn't supposed to be here. I was supposed to fly back to Phoenix. I live there. I moved back. But my friend fucked me over, ghosted the show. He asked me to be on. So I was supposed to leave Saturday or Sunday, and now I'm here till Friday. Okay. And then you're going to Phoenix. Yeah. You're going to do a show there. Well, I live there now. So I live there now? Yeah. Okay. So you're back in Phoenix? Yeah. I love Austin and I love Texas, but my heart belongs to Arizona. I'm sorry. Right. That makes sense. What do you love about Arizona? What exactly is it? Well, I didn't know what the dry heat was until I came here. That's part of it. But also, I'm smarter than everybody in Arizona because we're 49th in education. Right. Right. So I just kind of been shitting on everybody in Arizona. That makes sense. That makes sense. And that's Phoenix where you live? Yeah, I'm in Phoenix now. I'm born and raised Flagstaff, Arizona. Okay. Very good. You're fantastic at comedy. Remind us, how long have you been doing it? My 9-year anniversary was in May. Okay, 9 years. And what, how did you survive solely off of comedy? Stand-up, doing stand-up? For the last 2 years, yes, and the kindness of strangers and friends. And also selling titty pics to lonely men online. Wow, okay. What is a titty pic from Celia Contreras run exactly? Like, here's the thing, it's the same with my tarot card reading. It's like if you're lonely enough, if I think you're gonna kill yourself, it's free. Okay. And it's illegal to be topless in downtown Austin. So there's some people who, like, it's like this motherfucker needs a win. They're not the best titties, but here you go. Right. Okay. Wow. You are lately $25 to $50 on one. Joe's about to kill himself here. Dude, I love Joe. We had a heart-to-heart about Lord of the Rings. Wow. He's trying to get near Mordor, We just signed the guest book on the way out. We talked about Lord of the Rings, but I said that I was not a huge fan, correct? You want me to lie for you right now? No. What did I say about Lord of the Rings? Dude, you told me to watch the one with the shadows in the background. Yeah, that cartoon from the 70s. Yeah, and I'm halfway through that, and I fucking love it. But the thing is, like, I need to pay. It's only an hour long. I'm troubled that you had to split it up into parts. To be fair, by the time I have to watch it, we all know I'm an alcoholic. I drink Tony's Crown. That is true. Yeah. But, like, I can't process new like, I can't watch something new if I'm writing jokes and or if I'm trying to fall asleep. Otherwise, I'll stay up all night trying to watch it. Okay. Or I'll just completely miss the show. So I've actually tried to rewatch it like 4 times. And I love it, but I'm trying to write jokes. But you could just set aside time to watch something. Are you writing? Are you writing like I mean, your comedy's very funny. And so if that's what it takes, then that's great. But
Well, it's comedy and my main journal because I have bipolar disorder.
okay.
So I have to fill that out where I'm like keeping track of how much alcohol I have, and I normally do good until about 8 p.m. And
That's how most alcoholics are. Yeah. At 8 p.m.
I know what I am.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
That makes sense. Go ahead. But no, did you say you also do tarot card readings?
I do tarot card readings. I can kind of do a palm reading. And yeah.
Oh shit, what do we got here?
Is your dominant hand?
This is my dominant hand. Please.
Okay, that's it.
Sorry. That's my hitchhiking thumb.
I might have to hitchhike back home after Friday. We'll play by ear. But this is your lifeline. So it's pretty long.
Sweet.
So at the very least, you're not going to die at least until your 60s or 70s.
Let's go.
This is your romance line. I don't know your relationships at all, but it's kind of like on this weird linear path. It should go here. Well, it's kind of going this way, but that's a fake line. So,
does it say anything about possibly getting my dick sucked when my wife died?
No.
So close.
These 3 lines here say you'll have at least 3 kids.
I do have 3 kids.
Wow.
Look at that. Hey, come over here. Read Red Band's lifeline real quick. I'm really curious. Hold on.
I am too fat to walk over there and look at Red Band.
Over there real quick. I want to know. I gotta know what his lifeline's looking like. For those of you that don't follow him on Instagram, he posts pictures of every disgusting meal that he eats, which is every night in the middle of the night. Always sugary, lots of carbs. He can't stop posting about it, even though I make fun of him every single day about it. He'll literally post, oh, my girlfriend made me fried donuts at 3 a.m. So I just can't imagine. How long is that lifeline? Red Band doesn't have a lifeline, it's a drive-through line. What are you looking at, Celia?
Hey, Red Band, you have your affairs in order. Like, you have like 5 splayed lifelines, but like they don't get to hear, so you might die sooner than you want to. That's one possibility. But it could mean you'll live longer, but you're just gonna have a fuck ton of like health problems. So like we're talking heart disease.
The fly just flew out of his ear. Is that a good sign?
How's that with you guys?
Come on back, Red Band. You look fantastic. Look at this In-N-Out bag coming towards me. Absolutely incredible. There you go, Sarah. Celia, fun times. Anything else crazy we should know about you before moving on?
Well, a lot of crazy shit, but like I'm not gonna bore them with it because it's crazy for me, not for them. Tony, can I ask you a question? I met you to sign my Marriott card from when we went to Celebrity Theater, but could you sign this wristband for me? Okay. Yeah. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. You hate to see a wristband drop in value like that.
It's instructions on
You're now our emergency contact at our rehab facility.
Celia, here's a joke book. You got it? I'm gonna try to aim it right at those fucking money bags. There you go.
Yeah, you see that? That's how you do it. You just fuck it.
Sometimes you gotta use the old bread mask. It's there. One more time. Alright, we're having fun in here tonight. Okay.
Okay, for 16 years as a Black Hawk pilot. Yep, I mean, Pride, I've been fired by Rob. He said, you fired? Yep. So I figured I'd start my career in stand-up comedy. I hear it's very lucrative, so here I am. First time signing up, and this is exciting. I'm not sure if you could tell that I was trans. I'm always like self-conscious about my voice. I figured it'd give me away. But men I've been with lately actually said it was my dick. Yep, so that answered that question. Being fired is not the only surprise I've had this year. I was also accused of crashing my Black Hawk into an airliner in D.C. back in January. I don't know if you all saw that. It kind of blew up online. There it is, yeah. Yeah, trans terrorists that committed a murder-suicide killing 67 people, including myself. And during the doxing process, when I was number 2 on Twitter that weekend, they found out converting to Judaism, and so trans and Jewish, if you haven't noticed, my hobby lately is collecting identities that people hate. Thank you.
Holy shit, Joe Ellis. I have 1,000 questions. I'm so excited you're here. Let's check in with Tim Butterly first. Tim.
This is a crying shame that the military let a female Black Hawk pilot go just for having a white coat.
That's a great point. You are a powerful presence, Joe Ellis. Welcome to the show. How long were you in the military for?
16 years.
16 years. And you really got released recently?
I am currently in the process of separation.
And how exactly were you informed why or how that happens?
They said, hey, you're a tranny, you're getting fucking kicked out.
Is that true?
I mean, they didn't say it like that, but the executive order came out. They said all trans are in the military, and I was one of them.
So 16 years, do you get like all your benefits and stuff? Is it kind of like a good separation?
Not really.
Really? What's the downside? Can you kind of explain it to us?
Sure.
No idea how it works.
I'm being discharged under a code that means I'm a national security concern. Same thing they discharged gay people out of during prior, don't ask, don't tell.
So how long, you've been in the military 16 years, how long of that were you a female? Does this make sense?
It does. So I transitioned in 2023 during the Biden administration when it was allowed. And then the new administration came in, they said, sorry, but because you did that, now you're disqualified.
So when you say that you transitioned, does that mean like you just let your hair grow out? Like what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, I started hormones. I called them my titty skittles. They grew these. These are natural. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I got a face surgery, which I paid out of pocket for all this, $60,000 for this beautiful face.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've been shopping for vaginas lately, but I haven't done that yet.
What is the shopping process for vaginas like exactly?
It's crazy because I still kind of have like a guy brain, so like I shop it like I'm shopping for cars on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, oh, check out this one. I found out there's 2 types. There's a full depth and a no depth. Why would anyone want to know that? I don't know, because it's like getting a Lamborghini without an engine. Like, what the fuck? It's like having a little kiddie inflatable pool in your backyard instead of the deep dive for the diving board. Joe DeRosa is freaking out right now. We're gonna let him ask this question. Hard as a rock.
Can I beg you? Can I beg you to not get the vagina? Don't ruin this beautiful thing you've done. Keep the wonderful cock. I mean, that's awesome.
Thank you. It does play well in certain demographics.
Yeah.
Bi women, men in their 40s. Okay, we'll talk. Yeah. Joe DeRosa famously got his dick sucked at Skankfest.
And
Oh no, that's not the story we heard. Yeah, you gotta. Wait, you gave it a blowjob, right? No, you gave it. Yes, he did.
I would tell you, I have no shame.
Right. It's okay. You don't have to just make noises just because you're excited now. I have questions for you, Joe Ellis. So I've always wondered what this thing is like. So first of all, like, when did you start to think that you're a woman? Like, was it when you were a kid, or is it something that? Yeah. So 5 years old, I had symptoms, but because I grew up in a conservative, homeschool, religious household. My dad worked for Pat Robertson at CBN, that kind of environment. Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I just thought it meant I was a bad person. And then when I was in Army training at SEER school, which is an intense survival school, I was locked in a box, as they do, for about 12 hours. Locked in a box? Were you locked in any bags? Were you locked in bags and boxes?
Everyone just won $1 million.
It's a reference from earlier. Don't worry about it. Okay, so you were locked in a box. And very hungry, very tired, and that's when I just started having these epiphanies that, like, I couldn't push it away anymore because I was so exhausted. I was like, oh shit, I think this means I'm trans. I guess I have to deal with this when I get out. And I sought therapy, and that's how it started. So you can see the Army trans me.
Very interesting. Why did they put you in a box?
Well, POW training that you go through.
Okay. And when you say you were 5 years old and you started having symptoms, what exactly does that mean? What were those symptoms?
I would steal my sister's clothes and dress up, and then be scolded for that being a terrible thing, and boys don't do that, and lots of gender envy. So like just seeing women and just being envious of them.
So now I'm going to ask you questions about the penis vagina thing, which I find so interesting because you can come right now.
Fuck yeah.
Right. That sounds a lot like me. So you can come. Now, help me to understand, because I'm just like, it's like I'm blind to it, right? Sorry, D-Madness. But I just simply don't understand the idea of giving up coming forever to have just a physical thing. Can you kind of like help me to understand that?
It's so advanced now, most people can still come afterwards.
You can come with a depth vagina?
Hell yeah.
Wow.
There's butt coming too.
Butt coming. Butt coming is entered the chat. Thanks to our senior butt coming correspondent, Brian Redman. Butt coming, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Is there a percentage of possible failure with the in-depth vagina?
Probably, like I said, I just started shopping recently, so.
Right, an interesting thing. So, Joe Ellis, so what are you doing now? Now that you're out of the military, what's your new plan?
Well, I do IT to pay the bills, and I've been a fan of comedy since I was a teenager. The Ambitious Circle Dane Cook era was huge to me, and just Richmond, where I'm from, gets a lot of great comedians. Tom Segura, Louis C.K. coming through this year, and I always go to shows, and I was like, oh, I'd love to try that sometime. But until the crash rumor happened, I was nervous.
So that's real. So that
all that was
there
real.
Was a female pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter, and then someone started a conspiracy theorist that the female was actually trans, and that it was on
The
purpose.
DEI hired.
Wow. And that was you.
That was me.
And you got doxxed for that.
Yep. And now I'm suing in federal court.
Wow. Who were you suing? The news outlet that reported that?
Matt Wallace. Ellis. Okay, on X or Twitter. Amazing. That's incredible. And he must have done no research. You just heard it, ran with it, or researched you and looked you up and just threw you under the bus. First one to tie my likeness to the rumor. We don't know if he started the rumor, but he had millions of followers. He did most of what we can determine as damage. So, and because I was a private person, I didn't really have social media following or anything. I think it's a good case. Were you already fired from the military just before that, or did that happen all at once? It kind of all happened at once. The executive order came out, which meant it was coming, but I was still, serving. And then the crash happened that week, and then I was named as the pilot. Okay, let me ask you this: when you started taking the female hormones and everything like that, did you notice yourself kind of becoming a less tough soldier? Does that kind of make sense for you? It makes sense. So, do you nag a lot? Yeah. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we have woken Osama bin Laden up from a nap. My tits got sore because they were growing. Right. Yeah. But I was still mentally tough. Like, I'm still mostly me. Like, did it make you more emotional? At first, and then I got stable, and then in a few months, I was good to go. But you were in the military for a few months on medicine, feeling kind of unstable. Not unstable, no, just emotional. Right. So I was grounded from flying during that time, and then put back into service afterwards. I was deployable within 6 weeks. Hell yeah. So, okay. So interesting. Now, what types of things over your 16 years of military service have you done? Did you go to the Middle East? I did. So, before I became a war officer and a pilot, a few years ago, I was a mechanic on helicopters, and I doubled as a door gunner on the UH-60 during Iraq in 2011. So I was a door gunner. Wow. And now you're about to bunker bust your dick off. That's incredible. That's absolutely amazing.
Speaking of that, if I could urge you once again to just keep the beautiful gift God gave you. Just for one more night.
Yeah. So, Joe Ellis, explain you want to do stand-up full-time now. Do you live here in Austin? I do not. I live in Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia. Okay. That must be a tough place for a trans person to live. Am I right? Kind of get stared at a lot? I mean, I get stared at everywhere I go. I'm tall, all these things. No, Richmond is actually like a blossoming queer community. You'd be surprised. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. What's your type? This could be anything right here. What is the person that your type that you're most attracted to? Yeah, I mean, I lean towards women. Since transitioning, I haven't tried. So you're kind of a lesbian. Kind of. I've got some stories. Lesbian with a penis. Molten strap on. Oh, I got a story about that. Absolutely incredible. Like, what is a story? When you say you have stories, I agree with John Dees, I do believe it was on this, who said that. Let's hear it. Yes. Since I've tried it all now, since coming out, lesbian women have been interesting because some of them like that I have a dick, and some of them don't. And some of them are like, oh, I'd rather use toys or whatever. And I've got skills, I can do that. But one time, this one girl handed me, it was in a box as a toy, and it was a fucking strap-on. And I was like, yeah. It was offensive because it didn't have like vibrations or lasers or any cool shit. It was like as if I went and got my maid into one. And I was like, I mean, I still fucked her with it. Wow. That's incredible. So you put it above your penis and just, yeah. Wow. I mean, it's great if you want to do like DP, like double penetration. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Red Man is in his glory right now. I don't think I've ever seen him more happy. Wow. That's hilarious. Awesome.
Joe, speaking of toys, I have what's called a ColecoVision. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I'm going to show you.
That's for zero penetration. Joe Ellis, I like your style. You're getting a big joke book. There's a black one. How about that, Phil? Oh, she catches like a woman, everybody. The transition is happening. Catches like a real woman, not like a guy that was in the military for 16 years, but like a brand new female.
Now, I'm going to hand this to you, but you need to promise you're not going to try to turn this into a little joke.
Joe Ellis, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Joe Ellis. Fun times. All right, your next book and pool is on the inside. A comedian from around here. He's been on this show before. Make some noise for Keith Ray, ladies and gentlemen. Is Keith Ray around? Keith Ray. We have movement by Keith Ray. I'm not seeing movement. Oh boy. What a disaster. Keith Ray. Keith Ray. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? It's pretty good ratio there. You can turn down the inside lights, they're grabbing him. Here he comes, it's Keith Ray. The very, very back of the room. Here he comes. It's a long walk to the top. If you want to rock and roll. All right. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Keith Ray, everybody.
A little about me. Obviously, I'm a big fan of The Little Mermaid. Yeah. Not so much Ariel. I like that Ursula. Yeah, I like that big bitch. She got ride or die bottom bitch energy. That's the kind of chick you can start an insurance fire with. And she's got 8 legs. That's 4 pussies. I know math. She's got them big old squid tits. Big old sack of mud titties, we call them back home. Kind of tit you can smack one tit and roll out. Come back like the tide. Big old sheet cake lunch lady jugs. Kind of titties got the brown stain on the bottom from dipping in the manwich juice. I like a bitch so big her titties start in the middle of her back. Come swooping.
All right, Keith Ray with a full presentation. For those of you that remember Ursula, the Little Mermaid. Wow, Joe DeRosa.
Keith, I never thought I'd see a comedian that made Uncle Laser look distinguished. But dear Lord.
That is incredible. It's quite the breakdown of Ursula from The Little Mermaid. I don't even remember what that looks like or what it is or anything, really. I'm not a big Little Mermaid. You've seen The Little Mermaid a lot? Johnny's just made a noise back here.
Yeah, she's a big man.
I get the point. She's a big girl, but a lot of... Oh, yeah, that one. You watched The Little Mermaid a lot?
When I was a kid.
You were a kid. Okay, and you still got her on the mind.
There's still time to catch Celia on the way to the airport.
That is true. That is true. A lot of bags, one box. Keith Ray. So remind everybody, how long have you been on stand-up?
12 years.
12 years. And you live here in Austin. Tell us about your life.
Well, I moved here back in 22 in January and lived in my van for 4 months. And then I moved into a room for rent above the Chupacabra Cantina. And, yeah. Spent the next 2 years drinking myself into oblivion.
Yep.
And I was one of the original 15 door guys here at the greatest club on planet Earth.
It's true. The original professional door guys here at the mothership.
And I was the first one fired.
That is true. We all remember that. You were very, very sloppy. You would linger around until the wee hours of the night, keeping conversations going with absolutely anybody that would sit anywhere near you whatsoever. It was unbelievably annoying. You were a terrible.
Yeah, I was.
But you're sober now.
14 years of daily practice, I never got good at it.
And you're sober now.
Yeah, I quit after I got fired. Right. And last November, I got passed as a regular.
That is true. He closes some of the shows. Little boy, late at night. So Keith, what did you do to quit drinking? How does someone that made their entire existence drinking, and how do you quit?
Well, I left town, thought needed to change the scenery, so I went to LA for a couple months because it's the worst drinking town in America. Everything's so spread out, and I started going to yoga every day because you had turned me on to hot yoga. I was still in my drinking days.
That is true. I insisted that you try hot yoga to try to reset something in your system.
Yeah, and it worked. Yeah.
Look at you now. You can't imagine what he looked like before.
I was gonna say, you're sure you're going to hot yoga and not frozen yogurt?
I love it. And you got fat people in yoga class.
Keith, what else do you do when you're not doing stand-up?
I'm doing stand-up full-time now.
Right, but like what else? Like at nighttime, for example, when you used to just get obliterated and drunk. What do you do now?
I don't know. I like to watch The Sopranos with my girlfriend.
Genius. I love that. That's pretty much.
I like a nice bowl of ice cream from time to time. Big Oreos guy now.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
How many Oreos are we talking about, Keith?
I try and keep it in single digits. If I'd done that when I was drinking, I probably would have had to quit. Try and watch my over intake, but yeah, I'm milking cookie now. I used to do rails of Coke and drink bourbon by the fit.
Milk and cookies, look at you. Adorable. Years away from being a mall Santa, assuredly. Joe DeRosa?
I can't believe getting fired as a doorman was your bottom. You've mentioned 8 worse bottoms in this interview. And the door guy thing.
Yeah, no, I quit drinking because this club's a family and I wasn't going to pick the bottom up on my field.
It really is true. He's walked around here. Keith, the good set, rock solid. You already have a big joke book?
No, I haven't done your show since it was in the belly room at the store.
Wow. Well, guess what, my friend Rabbi?
Yeah, I'm looking at me on the secret show Thursday, Keith.
Hooray.
I love you guys.
Keith Ray. This is definitely a new name. I would know if I've pulled this out of the bucket before. Very interesting name. I'm excited excited about the Kill Tony debut of Sancho Pancho Villa.
What's up, guys? I know a lot of people can't tell most of the time, but I am vertically challenged. I'm 5'1" on a good day, which is ironic because I'm actually into taller women, but not for any weird, like, fetish reason, like most normal people. I just want to hopefully get one pregnant, so that way my kids have a chance at a normal life. But I can't date tall women anymore. I can't do it. My last tall girlfriend, she got mad at me because I was going to go out on a Monday night and do some joke called Kill Tony. And she was like, well, my horoscope is an asparagus or some bullshit. And she needed to be nurtured and comforted. So she's like, well, let's see how far you go without these. So she grabs my keys and she throws them on top of the refrigerator. So I can't date tall women anymore. Thank y'all so much. Sancho Pancho Villa.
Sancho Pancho Villa. I like the way you say it. Sancho Pancho Villa. Thank you very much. Sancho Pancho Villa.
I'll see you again, Tony.
Good to see you. You've been on the show before.
No, we met around dinner like a few months back.
Around dinner? What the fuck are you talking about?
I was leaving the restaurant and you were going in.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And I met you.
Yeah, I can't be specific. I think it was like February 25th at like 5:03 p.m.
Wow. All right. There you go. Amazing. Amazing Sancho Pancho Villa. Joe DeRosa.
I just saw it today. You were great 28 years later. You were really, for the people that saw it, that's very funny.
He asked the women is 28 inches later. So.
Whoa, this guy's claiming he has a huge cock. Is it as big as you?
I'm average for my size.
You are adorable, Sancho Pancho Villa. I gotta know, what do you do for work looking like that?
I have a part-time job as an operations assistant.
What exactly are you assisting in operations?
It's this chocolate factory.
He's an Oompa Villa.
That was my last job, but I got caught fucking Mrs. Oompa. So,
seriously, stick with the actual questions here.
Yeah.
What are you working?
No, I do assistant for operations for like the trailer repair company and like Kyle. So I set that up so I can come here on the days to make sure I can sign up.
Okay. What do when you wake up in the morning, Sancho Pancho Villa? Does someone have to let you out of the crib that you sleep in, or kind of crawl out on your own? You kind of put a little ladder there.
A grasshopper opens my drawer.
No, I like to drink a lot, so I just make sure I go check, make sure I didn't crash my car. I mean,
so when you say you drink a lot, what do you mean exactly? You go to bars?
Well, I was in the Marines, so I have a high tolerance, so I drink a lot.
You were in the Marines?
Yes, sir.
Somehow this is crazier than anybody else we found out that did military service today.
I have a tattoo. It's a car.
Fucking shit.
My license.
Oh my god. What exactly did you do in the military?
Well, it was 5'3" when I joined. Now I'm 5'1", but no, that's true. I was an engineer company, so we built stuff, blew it up, and yeah, just heavy equipment operations, generator, mechanic.
Wow, absolutely incredible, Sancho Pancho Villa.
Yeah.
Wow. So when you say you drink a lot, like what does that mean? Like 2 or 3 drinks and you're trashed?
No, like maybe after like 5 no whiskey Sprites and like 7 tequilas, and I'm blessed.
Oh my god. And what do you like to do when you get drunk? Do you like flirt with girls?
I like to talk to married women, but no.
You talk? Is that true?
Yeah, no. So I got the nickname Sancho by always like not caring who I'm flirting.
Really?
Yes.
What does Sancho mean?
It means like a side dude. It's like a term of endearment in Hispanic culture for like a guy that sleeps with married women.
Really?
Yes.
So that really is a thing of your culture.
It is. It is.
So how many, if you had to guess, how many married women you've slept with, Sancho Pancho Villa, how many would that number be?
Married women, because I also sleep with people with like boyfriends and stuff like that. So married women.
So before you answer, you're specifically into women that have someone else.
Yes.
That's like a thing of yours.
It wasn't at the beginning, but it's just become.
So when you go up to a woman at a bar and you're like, hey, do you have a boyfriend? And they say yes, you are into it.
My first question is, how tall are they? That's my first question.
How tall are you?
Whenever they say, oh, I have a boyfriend, I'm like, okay, how tall is he?
Oh.
And then if he's not like over 6'5", I'm like, I can find him.
You think you could find someone that's as long as they're not over 6'5"?
I know I could.
I would almost argue that you have a bigger advantage over someone that's taller than 6'5". You could shoot low. It seems like you would get the fucking absolute shit beat out of you by a 6'3" guy.
No, I got like a strong jaw, but like I'll pick someone up and slash him like
Okay, it's such a bunch of me.
Well, guys,
has that ever happened before? Have you gotten it?
Also, if you squeeze his legs, he's gonna really mean this to him.
It's an action figure. Oh my God, Sancho Pancho Villa. So let's go back to that number. Ballpark number of married women.
It's probably like not to be specific.
Oh my God. So obviously 27, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though I'm sure you're exaggerating by fucking like 26.
I'm not.
So, has there been times, obviously, there must be, where you kind of got in trouble, kind of got caught, right? The husband finds out, tracks her down, she's at your place, something like that?
No, I go to her house, at her place, or we do it in the car. So.
Okay.
And then I'm 5 on a good day, so I get out and decides what to do.
What?
Like, in case the husband gets home early, I can escape out any size window.
Yeah, I'd argue that. Do you have any special? Go ahead, Joe. I was
going to maybe a bay window.
Do you have any special moves in the bedroom, Sancho Pancho Villa? How do you please these women? What's your specialty?
Well, so I'm so short, I go up on them. So, like, I start like from the clit, and then, I start like kissing the thighs and stuff like that. Usually it's a lot of like vaginal play and like that. Just
vaginal play?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So keep describing this vaginal play to us. This episode is brought to you by Talkspace Prize Picks and Tacovas, by the way. I forgot to mention that earlier. They're going to love that shout out right there. Because now it's part of an internet clip. Okay, go ahead.
So, like, when I first joined the Marines, like, my training sergeant, he gave me this book, and I was like, how to complete a female orgasm, and I read the whole book, and so it just said, like, oh yeah, you want to make sure that you do the alphabet, and you do the tongue tornado, and then I just make sure that they get close to the climax scene, but I make sure they don't finish, because I still want to fuck. So, like,
You think if you make them finish, they're not going to want to fuck?
Yeah, no, I don't think that, but it's just a precaution.
Has that ever happened where you've given a woman an orgasm and then they don't let you fuck afterwards?
Only when she's sober up. No, it's never happened. Not yet. And I hope it doesn't.
Okay. Tim Butterly.
I know you said you've sworn off tall women, but we had an absolute knockout blonde a couple of comments ago. Now,
I don't think
it kind of depends on how you feel about a shallow vaginal canal.
I think it's going to work perfectly for her.
It's perfect.
If that dick looks like the tater tot that I'm picturing.
Hey, but at 100 miles an hour, they're going to feel that. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Is that what you do? You have 100-mile-an-hour pelvic thrust?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you show us? Can you show us what you fuck like? No, not your dick. Just your hip movement while fucking.
Yeah, man, like, so, like, it's just like.
You don't need to fuck the desk. We want you out there so that we can kind of see you. Go back that way. Take a step back. Right in that light. Right there. Yes.
Alright, cool. So, like, I make sure I stretch so I don't pull anything. And then, like, I just, like, fucking.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go!
Wow. Absolutely incredible. One of the most disgusting episodes in the show's history.
This is not the first time I've asked this question on this show. What the fuck is happening right now?
Yeah, man.
What is going on?
That's incredible. This is a wild episode. Sancho Pancho, anything else crazy we should know about you before letting you go?
I support this nonprofit for veterans, disabled veterans.
Nothing better after 35 fast pelvic thrusts than giving a shout out to a good old nonprofit. What exactly is this nonprofit that you're promoting right now?
Yeah, so it's aherousa.org, and it's ran by my former commanding officer, and it's just bringing a bunch of disabled veterans together for health rights activities.
Yeah, amazing. I love it. Maybe Sancho, Pancho, Pia. Here's a little joke book, or as you call it, a joke book. Hey, him and Joe Ellis catch this thing. That would be a magical connection. All right, let's get one more fucking fool in here. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Mike Ryan. Mike Ryan.
One thing that I've discovered about doing comedy is that I don't fit in. I don't fit into the comedy scene in Houston where I'm from. I don't fit in with all these other comedians. Mainly because like they all broke class clowns or they're molested. The lucky ones were both. And I feel like at 37 years old, I'm too old for those things to happen for me. At least without being my fault. Like if I get molested at 37 years old, that's on me. That's my bad. What was I wearing? It's been kind of a tough year. It took away Pornhub in Texas. Got so bad this morning at jack off using my imagination. Turns out, I'm pretty fucking gay, dude. I had no idea. How am I supposed to tell my mom that I'm a Democrat now? I'm not gonna be one without the other. Not you.
Fuck yeah, Mike Ryan. You've been on this show before, Mike. Welcome.
How you doing?
Remind the people, how long have you been doing stand-up?
1 year, 7 months.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a logistics coordinator at a refinery.
Okay, like an alcohol refinery.
A chemical refinery.
Chemical refinery. What type of chemical exactly?
Olefins is what they use to make plastics.
Oh, okay. Is that hazardous to be around?
Yeah, probably. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, we are. God damn, that's pretty crazy. How long have you worked there?
About 2 years.
Okay, and it pays well?
It's pretty good.
Long hours?
No, I probably shouldn't say this, but I don't work very much when I'm not on a project. It's like, it's really chill, but when I'm on a project, it's 84-hour weeks.
84-hour weeks? Jeez, whoa, yeah, I did the math on it. That fucking sucks. Holy shit. Damn. And is that mostly like sitting in a chair? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, but so I coordinate the logistics, the shipping and receiving of everything that goes in and out of the plant. So,
okay. What do you do for fun?
For the last year and 7 months, just comedy.
You must have some kind of hobby or something.
I like to hang out with my daughter. That's funny.
Okay, how old's your daughter?
She's 12.
12 years old. Look at you. I wouldn't have guessed that you came inside of somebody 12 years ago.
You would be very surprised.
Yeah, I am exactly that surprised right now. But you only have one kid.
Yeah.
Amazing. And what's that like? Does the mom live in for you?
About 30 minutes away.
Alright. And you guys That is amazing. So this 12-year-old growing up, 12 years old in the year 2025, what do you notice? What's going on?
Roblox is expensive.
She trans yet?
What's up?
Getting nothing.
Oh no, she's not trans. She's actually going to church camp in like 2 weeks. So.
Oh, that's where you get trans at. So perfect. Yeah. Amazing. What exactly is church camp?
It's a camp. It's actually here in Austin. I don't forget what it's called, but it's a camp for girls that are Christian. Like we're hanging out having a good time at camp, I guess. I don't know. Don't ask too many questions about it.
I love it.
Yeah, I should.
You could always just trust the adults at a church camp with your kids. What could possibly go wrong? Anyway, has she ever been to church camp before?
Last year was a freshman.
Okay. All right, good. So it's fine. All right, good. And Joe DeRosa, go ahead.
I have a question. Red Band. Wait, I'm sorry. Red Band.
You guys are somehow both dressed like two obese Kleenex boxes. It is shocking.
According to the laws of physics, one of you is going to disappear in a minute.
How are you guys both dressed like the Big Island?
A year and 7 months. You're very slick with the comedy for that short a period of time. Very good. I appreciate it. Seriously. Yeah. Very good. I actually mentioned this shirt. I bought this shirt when I got booked to do Secret Show by Enrique because it matched the background. So
nice.
So Red Band did inspire this shirt.
Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It wasn't the backdrop. Red Band was just standing behind you.
I love it. Mike Ryan, what's something else we should know about you? Something crazy about your life? Some weird habit that you do? What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning?
Not pray.
Yeah, but what do you do?
So like I said, I work remote most of the time, so I kind of wake up and just turn the computer on and then
It's
check.
next to you in bed already?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very lazy. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah. Do you jack off on the clock?
No. I'm sorry, boss. Did you see this?
It's better than the high school teacher earlier.
I got the camera on my laptop covered, so we're good.
Perfect. Okay. What about the microphone?
How much noise do you make when you jack off, Red Band?
You should hear him breathing throughout an episode. It's absolutely incredible that it doesn't sneak into every episode, every segment, but I get the amazing pleasure of hearing it out of my left ear for 12 years now, everybody. No, it's great.
Mike, I'd love to have you back on the Secret Show.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. And you already have a big joke up?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes. Mike Ryan, everybody.
Sounds on drown, baby.
And that is indeed your final fucking roll of the night. How much fun have we had? Talkspace, Prize Fix, and Tacovas bring you this episode. And now it is down to one. And if you ask me, I mean, what a time we had. 3 black songwriters to start. How much fun did we have with a little hit called Bags and Boxes? We met Johnny the teacher from Lansing, Kansai Yasuda, Celia Contreras, Joe Ellis, a full-blown Black Hawk helicopter pilot, 6'7" woman, badass, Sancha Pancha Villa, Keith Ray, Mike Ryan, and now there's only one person, if you ask me, that can end an episode like this, and it is the man with the all-time most appearances. Yeah, the most interviews ever in the history of the show. the first ever living member of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame, here to increase his monopolized record. This is the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Tacovas Tycoon, the Prize Picks Prince, and the Top Space Tyrant. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
Hello, my name is William Montgomery, and I'm thinking about adopting Ja Rule. Break Tony. I like the name Thurston. First of all, sounds rich. Second of all, he a thought. Lately in the mirror, I've been practicing battle rapping people I'll probably never meet. Like, I've got a brand new daughter, restless in bed. To help her fall asleep, I read the lyrics to Right Said Fred. That's actually me if I was battle rapping Right Said Fred. It was a long break, Tony. Okay. This is sad. An Indian billionaire recently died when he swallowed E playing polo. I didn't even know bees played polo. Okay, Tony, that's my time.
William Lights Out Montgomery, the Tacovas Tycoon, the Talk Space Tyrant, the Prince of Prize Picks, has joined us again. Rubbing his eye, this is new thing. We've never seen this before. We've never seen him rub his eyes like this.
I've developed this very nervous tick ever since I found out about my carotid artery being clogged up, Tony.
You have a clogged carotid artery.
I'm on statins now.
You're on a medicine for it?
I'm on statins, and it makes me fucking rub on my eye. I don't know if it's the statins. I don't know if it's just a nervous tick, but be careful, Red Man. You really need to be careful because I feel like I've already rode almost 750 miles this year, and I have shit in my fucking carotid artery. So, Red Man, you really do. I think SEAL
I get checked every week, blood tested every 6 weeks. You get checked every week? I mean, I have a good every week, and I get blood tested every 6 weeks. Is it Dr. Pepper? What the fuck are we talking about? Who goes to every week? That should tell you how unhealthy you are if you go to the doctor every week. People with cancer go like every 2 or 3 months. Jesus fuck.
Silly when an alcoholic's like, I drink every day and I'm fine.
What are you talking about? Dr. Liver King tells me I'm okay. Oh my goodness. I think it's pronounced Burger King, Red Man.
Okay. I said, no, see, I visited Red Man's mom every week, but I didn't really have time to say that. And it was weird. Red Man actually was with Liver King in this past plotting against Rogan, so I think people need to know that. Red Man was the one telling his ass to go after Rogan. I think people need to know that. For Red Man, Liver King was staying at Red Man's place. He was not staying at the Four Seasons. That was not the Four Seasons. That was Red Man's downtown penthouse. Seriously, Red Man, you need to stop fucking around with that guy. He got thrown in prison, dude.
Wow, misunderstood guy, man. Wow. Absolutely.
He's an innocent guy. Is that what you just said?
Misunderstood. So, William, absolutely incredible set, as always. Tell us more about what's been going on with you lately, other than the carotid artery, which is clogged.
I have a 200% chance to die of a heart attack or stroke in the next 10 years, and I don't even know what 200% means. What does that mean? I only have 5 years to live? I don't know what that means.
They said you have a 200%
chance to die of a heart attack or stroke in the next 10 years, Tony. So I'm really in a weird place right now. I don't know what to do, Tony. We just had the break or whatever. I've been chilling. I've been doing my puzzles, and I've just been relaxing, doing the row machine because it's like I'm probably gonna die.
I'd lay off that row machine if your heart's down.
Yeah,
I would not exercise or do anything physical at all. Yeah, Joe DeRosa, great fights. I mean, really, it's incredible. The amazing medical panel here that I booked on Kill Tony.
The man's a ticking time bomb, and he's doing a row machine. It's not a good idea.
I'll die on the row machine, dumbass, and I'll be happy. I'll die happy. even know if I can yell anymore. That just made me lightheaded. These are so red right now. Oh, stop.
This is Stan talking right now. Wow, so have you felt side effects of the medicine?
Yeah.
Tell us about them.
Oh, what happened? Oh my gosh. Well, my eye, Reggie, my freaking,
Side effects with me.
my toes are going numb. Which actually, last time my toes were going numb was when I was doing a bunch of cocaine. So that's weird. My toes are going numb. Eyes are itching. My belly button, I cannot feel inside of it anymore. Because I love, people don't know this, but I love to put my little finger in my belly button when I'm trying to go to sleep, because it would hurt. And now I don't even feel this.
Oh, it's deep.
Yeah, I got a deep belly.
There's an indentation on your shirt where your belly button is. Look at that.
Yeah, this is what the trans woman's pussy looks like.
Oh my god.
See?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, it looks like my fucking belly button. It's like nasty and but yeah, it's been fucking, that doesn't feel like anything. I'm not gonna bring up the doo-dooing thing because my father immediately messages me on Monday nights and says you need to stop talking about that, but there's something going on with that.
There's something going on with that.
But I'm working it out, but there's something going on.
Your dad and I are friends. We have a relationship. We communicate, and I'm going to override your father. We want to know what's going on with your doo-doo situation.
Really?
Yeah.
You really care?
I normally hate it when you talk about it as well, but for some reason, I'm curious.
I'm still just not. It's like every other day.
You're constipated.
Yes.
And what are you doing to fight this constipation?
Prune juice. It's just a bunch of prune juice. But, can't print.
Red man squeezed his fart noise in there.
That's also what his mom pussy sounded like last time.
Wow. William, lights out. What do you love about it? What do you love about Monday nights?
Being here, being around friends. Wow, being around friends, being around family, being around all these nice people who always come to the shows, being around trans people. I actually got her fucking number. When she left, I made it a point to go from the green room back there to get her number. So, gonna be doing that later. And just living life, Tony, trying to have fun. Go down to Mexico. Bought Xanax boards in Mexico a couple months ago.
Very nice.
To sell them here.
Oh, you're selling Xanax.
Yeah, I'm selling again. Wow. Yeah. But it's been so much fun, Tony, and yeah, I'm gonna die one of these days. And just know that I love you. I love all of y'all. It's been a lot of fun. And, until that day comes, I'm gonna give it my all. We're gonna see how long I can keep on going. But it starts getting weird because you start thinking, you're running older. You're lacking a 200% chance of death in the next 10 years. So it starts getting weird.
It is weird, but death is natural. You know, my grandma lived to be 100 years old, and I remember the last thing that she left me. When she left me with bags and boxes. She left me. How about one more time for William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen? We've done it again. We absolutely did. One more time for the great Joe DeRosa. Joe DeRosa Comedy on YouTube. The new special out July 21. Tim Butterly, The Tim Butterly Show. Metal Girl Solid. How loud can this place get? One more time for Joe DeRosa and Tim Butterly. Talk Space. Prize Picks. The Novas. Steve Madness. Michael Gonzalez. John Dees. Matt Mueling. Raul Baeno. Fernando Castillo. And Carlos Sosa. So she left me. If you just killed a woman. We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Okay,
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
fucking night of their lives, Right here, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the best damn man in all the land, everybody. How about one more time for them? There you go. That is Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Nachos Belgrande, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. That's Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Bees on the keys, and this is indeed the one and only D Madness live in the flesh. We are here. We are live. The number one live comedy podcast in the world. We're very excited. We have an amazing episode for you. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Hey y'all, this podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, enter the room deep first. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code for your crotch. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Tony and check out and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time and one bust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info and big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring your podcast. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show, huh? Every single week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world. I know this is a special one because not only are these two of the greats, not only are these two guys up for guest of the year right now, but it's also two of the younger bucks that fucking just moved here from the East Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, two of the greats. Make some noise for the great Joe DeRosa and Tim Butterly. Yes. Oh, yeah. Joe DeRosa, Trent on his way out. Absolutely perfect. Millions of people saw it. Millions of people saw you trip. You tripped. You could have done anything and you tripped the second you came out, you son of a bitch. The internet's laughing at you right now.
That was never there before. How did you add that set?
That is true. There is a little.
It is Monday, July 14th. Man, July is just flying by, am I right?
use it at County John.
Heyo, it is Monday, July 14th. Man, July is just flying by, am I right? Hell yeah, dude. What's going on, man? It is a glorious summer day here in Austin. Still waiting for this insane heat. Still waiting. I think I figured out why before I moved to Texas, when we talk to Texans, everyone goes, just wait for that heat, man. Just wait. Because it's the only thing we can think about. It's don't get me wrong, it's hot. It's hot. No doubt it's hot. But it's not, I'll have some neighbors like, July, August, I get out of town. Just give me my funds, I get a leave. Because it gets toasty, we haven't seen it yet. Just wait. Even Jamie Rogan's guy was like, when you coming? I'm like, yeah, I'm moving there. Where did you? He's like, man, good thing I moved in July, man. Just wait. So maybe it's just a rare summer here in Austin. I'm waiting for this extreme heat everybody keeps talking about. It ain't shit so far. It's Jumanji out here. If you want to lead with anything, don't lead with the heat. If you want to lead with anything, nobody told me it's Jumanji out here. I've had tarantula hogs, I've had snakes, I've had vultures every day. Like Jurassic Park vultures flying around my house, they live around the crib. They're insane. They can steal one of my kids. No, they're not trying to steal them. But Boston, see ya. Billy, see ya. My wife, maybe, could lift their big ass up. And then this morning, in the garage was El Tarantula. He's cute. I was gonna say that of all things, he's cool. He actually was cute. I don't mind a tarantula. Joanna was freaking out. She came because I was getting ready to go to my workout, so I was like making my pre-workout mix. She comes in, she's like shaking. She's like, oh my God, come to the garage. I'm like, oh shit, what is it? She's like, wait till you see this thing. And then he's right by my Hummer. I'm like, oh, he's cute. Yeah, he's cute. And furry, just like, and they're not that aggressive, that I can like jump out at you. He's kind of playing possum. He's just like froze. And so I didn't move. I just see his little leg. I'm like, all right, he's still alive, still kicking. I just got a broom handle and just kind of put him on that and then walked him over to the yard next to his house. John's like, kill him. I'm like, I don't kill that thing. It's cool, man. He's not doing nothing. It's like the cutest tarantula I've ever seen. He's like the cutest shit. Furry, dude, big butt. Snuggled up that big butt. Yeah, he's like, please don't hurt me. So John, like, we're gonna step on him. Think of the oh my God, think of the mess. And also, he'd be like, oh, not today. So yeah, long story short, everyone keeps telling me about this heat. It ain't shit. So far, it's toasty, but it's not hot. Because nobody told me about the Jumanji animals, the issues. Led with that. But even that's not like that shit. The only thing with my kiddos is they get lazy, they ride their bikes around the neighborhood, and then they'll rush in and take their shoes off. Just gonna work out the old Scorpio shoes. That's the only. I'm fine. If my dumbass, gets stung by a scorpion, I'm in my 40s, dude, you deserve it. The kids, they don't know, that's the only thing I worry about scorpions. Speaking of scorpions, let's talk about the fisticuffs. The fight. We get here. Let's talk about some fighting. You got a fight night in Nashville, Tennessee. I assume Theo was on the road, otherwise it's been front row. The bus with the boys was there. I saw Will Compton there, cage side. You had Luke Bryant there. He didn't get it as much as a pop as you think. Luke Bryant? He's huge. Oh, I'm sorry, Luke Combs. Oh, even bigger. Luke Combs is massive. He had to get that big of a pop. Get big of a pop. But, Nashville card, these fight nights are good cards, man. I'm telling you, if you guys are sleeping on
some moves we've had this year. We'll get the UFC 318. In hindsight, this should probably be a fight night. You have a good main event, the rest of the card. If you're hardcore, you know some of the guys. Even if you're not, you're kind of casual, one foot in, one foot out. You tune into the fun cards. You know some of the guys, Paulo Costa, Kevin Holland, D-Rod, and Ige. You're probably not too familiar with Patricio Pitbull. Michael Johnson's been around forever. This is like his 50th fight. Kevin Vittori, Brendan Allen, Ryan Spann, Jim Crew. But overall, if this is 10 years ago, this is a fight night. What a great main event. This is a fight night. We're like, holy shit. This is a fight night. Okay, yes, me and the boys, we do a fight to pay for. It's not working. It's one of those fight nights. Yeah, it's tough as a pay-per-view. We'll get to 318. Let's jump into that. Let's cover the fight night in Nashville. Great card, ton of finishes. The Walker versus Kennedy, the heavyweight fight. So he's Johnny Walker's brother. He's freaking heel hooking everybody and their mother. And he was an underdog in this fight. This kind of his first step up. And obviously I text Nick from the fight because I made bets on it. And as Walker's walking out, I go, dude, I love Walker as a dog here. I'm taking my submission all day. And then Nick didn't respond. And then right after 54 seconds, God dang it. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, man. These people who make the odds here and set the lines, they don't really know what they're doing, you know? Walker's a savage. He's a savage, aggressive, just, especially in the heavyweight, where jiu-jitsu is not really the forte. Listen, I can't do that to Tom Aspinall, but outside that, you know, I can do that to John Jones. But outside those two top dogs, and obviously Almeida, but outside like those top echelon guys, the rest of the division, they're not exactly well diverse when it comes to leg locks, especially at that level. So he's gonna go pretty far. I'm a big fan of his. And then the main card kicked off with a bunch of finishes. And even the few decisions weren't terrible as far as entertainment wise. Brian Count definitely watched his card. Teddy did when we talked about Fight the Kid. But if you watched it, Brian would be rock hard for Vitor Petrino. Oh, that boy first did all about it. What's that like heavyweight? Coming up his first fight at heavyweight, good first fight against Austin Lane. Has a beat up. Tough as hell, super athlete. This Vitor, oh my lord, dude. His body, that Burlington Ryan season. I can't wait to introduce Brian to this guy. So see what he does. You know, I'm not ready to Austin Lane, but at least it's something. Then we need something. Then we need some contenders. It's not that deep, so this guy's like 2 wins away from cracking the top 15. You know, our poor dude Nate Landwehr at Tennessee Louisville. He was doing well. The first round he probably lost. Second round he won, and then that third round, this Morgan Chaudhry finally got his shit together and just said, you know what, I'm just gonna street fight him and just mollywopped him. That was tough to see. Kevin Kadar, that was a tough one. Yeah, he just never, he's just, since, you know, he's had some losses, he's just not the same guy. There seems to be a mental block. You know, he went to Faraz up in TriStar, obviously to help him with that. He's just not putting any output. And this Steve Garcia, you know, he's not doing any bodybuilding awards, but, you know, Greg Jackson trained. He's a bomb. He's damn good. Damn good. Just outworked. Just got outworked. It's tough to see. He's accurate, but it just sucks. Kevin Jackson, there's some content on the 6 month. Come on. They keep Christie's under pressure. Take you back there with the jab, up, screw it, set him right up. Take the back to offset bias, but Wonderboy Thompson, I thought as far as straight damage goes, significant moments in the fight, I give Wonderboy. No bias, love Wonderboy. Former training partner, absolutely adore Wonderboy. I thought he won the fight. The show was pretty gnarly, but as far as the closest to finishing the fight, that's one time he got knocked down, he just slipped on the leg kick, so I thought it was a fight. Have you seen, I can send it to you, my boy Ryan owns True Classic, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure. Brian was the mastermind behind the commercial. Have you seen the True Classic commercial? That's right. Give it up to our boy Brian. Let's go. We all should see something. But when this commercial, dude, it's so good. That's somewhat, and I knew Brian was big influence. When Bisbee, he goes, you gotta rescue it, and they go, dude, you have one eye and a messed up neck. He goes, no doubt, it's all depressing. That's count. When I saw him like that, Brian for sure wrote that one. Bisbee stole the show. He's a legit actor, but he's great in this. Just wait and see if I can say what's happening. I'll tell Ryan too. Cejudo's great.
Sometimes when I see pictures of Emerson Silva, it makes me sad.
That's so weird.
There was this one time I won the belt, but I didn't actually win.
It's okay. I feel the reason why I've been wrestling for so long is because I just been looking for a hug. Yes. I've been called Wonder Boy my entire life. I'll be honest with you guys. Maybe in my 40s, if I just want to be called Wonder Man, or even just see it. Thank you so much for sharing, Wonder Man. What the guys? I called for our shares. What are you doing?
We're just feeling it.
We have a gong guy. Guys, this is a waste of time. You don't need enemies when you have outer perfection. Outer perfection? You have a broken neck? Glass eye? Two depressing facts. Absolutely true. However, two depressing facts are absolutely true. This is a true classic paper cotton shirt. It's like a cloud hat now. Mr. Bisley, can we all wear true classic? Why, yes.
Texas has got excellent news.
So, where do you get those like that?
Airplane sounds like a nice guys jack off good. Did you turn on it? So
That too. They all did a really good job. Yeah, shout out to Cal and baby. Yeah. Two guys the best. Best than Ryan's awesome too. Ryan's great. Yeah, love the UFC. I love it. Where was I going with that? Oh, go back to the fight. Commercial's so good. Bisbee stole the show. Oh, because I was talking about one time. And it doesn't sound like it's his last one either. He's like, shout out to the UFC medical staff for sewing up my leg. He said I'll be back. I appreciate all the help, but it was a retirement fight. And then let's get to the heavyweight fight. Derek Lewis versus Teixeira. Did you see it, Joe? Of course. Early stoppage? No doubt. No doubt. Now, I'm not mad at him because I love Derek Lewis, and I wanted to win anyways. I didn't think it was going to pass the first round. But, and I think because Derek Lewis is so beloved, I don't know what the online reaction was like, but no one really, none of the broadcast addressed it at all. That was a bad stoppage. Yeah, especially when he never really went limp. There was a bunch of unanswered shots, but he got up to defend himself, clearly conscious. It's just such a bad stop. But also, as fans, we want to see an actual finish. Yeah, I think Derek would have still got the finish. Hopefully, but it's heavyweight. Derek got clipped in the eye early on. there's just not a big enough uproar, really. I haven't seen any. I don't know if online's missed about it, and people love Derek so much, which we all do. But I was just like, God, man, that sucked. People are upset. Are they? Yeah. It's what's right is right. I was just like, God, that sucked. Even though I want Derek to win, I'm like, God, you don't want to win like that. Because after when the antics was hilarious. Because he did so many different things. Yeah, so many things. He literally moved the crowd. Yep. He's so damn nuts. Killed his wife. Like, what's next? He's like, my wife. Dude, and they made me go listen to this thing where it's basically how Derek Lewis is like, my wife's next. That shows John Jones like, mine too. Like, singing on. Yeah, dude. It's just so funny. Yeah, Derek Lewis looked great, man. He looked good. He's like, I knew it was going to be one of these fights. You know, Teixeira hasn't fought anyway. He's been fighting cans. And they're like, why'd you go so hard on, you know, after the win celebrations? He was like, because I don't know what they're saying in Portuguese, but I bet they're talking shit. Like, all right, man. He was great. He was on the cell phone the whole time while they're announcing his win with Trump. Yeah. That's so crazy. Dude, so many things happen with him. Yeah, Derek Lewis awesome. And here's the thing. I'm not mad. Just to build the top basketball kind of mythical champion figure is I'm more excited about Derek Lewis than I'm a Cyril Gahn fight. Now, according to Tom Aspinall, they have the fight lined up in a date. But I wouldn't mind Derek Lewis jumping the queue. You know, they've done it before. It'd be a huge feather in Tom Aspinall's cap. New opponent, fun opponent, fans level. Tom Aspinall can beat him. It's a good feather in the cap. And then more people get familiar with Tom Aspinall. I think it's just way smart move than Cyril Gahn. More dangerous too. Yeah. But can you actually think they'll actually want to jump the line? Yeah, I do. They need some sort of life in that division. Derek Lewis is a big name. This is his second knockout in a row. You know, he has the most knockouts in history. Yeah. So let's say Tom knocks him out, knocks him in. So like, that's a good feather in the cap. The guy has the most finishes in the heavyweight division. It's a good start point, especially if you're going to compare with Tom. And as fans, just like you said, you prefer Derek over Cyril. Derek Lewis is tough to take down Cyril Gahn. He's good, big, strong, you know, shorter base than Cyril Gahn. Much prefer that. But we'll see what they do. All right, kids, let's take a little break because this weekend something special is about to happen in the Big Easy. That's New Orleans, fam. UFC 318 is coming to New Orleans, and it is a fun one. The BMF title is on the line, and the hometown boy doesn't play. It's the last dance. That's right. The king of the lightweight division is going out on a fun note against Max Holloway. It's the trilogy fight, man. And DraftKings Sportsbook has the official sportsbook partner of the UFC, has all the action you need. Holloway plays 3 headlines. It's the last time to race ever the outcome. And if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers should bet 5. We get 150 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code SHOPSHOW. That's code SHOPSHOW. For new customers, get 150 bonus bets instantly when you bet just 5. Buckaroos. Only at DraftKings. The crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Oak Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
All right, let's get into the UFC 318 picked up. I guess this is a pay-per-view. I'm not gonna hate on it. It's a good card, and it's gonna deliver. This is one of those cards that's gonna deliver. Obviously, you know, the BMF title on the line. You can't book the rest of the card with just normal fighters. So all these fighters could eventually, if they haven't yet, compete for the BMF title. So BMF right back, motherfucker. For those of you who don't know, the BMF title was created by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. So, and now the UFC was like, yeah, this is great. We're just going to roll with it. I think it's supposed to be a one-off, and they're like, no, we'll just roll with it. Because the casuals, as long as there's a belt on the line, we could call it the biggest pussy in the world. As long as there's a belt on the line, people assume it's a world championship fight, and we can have them headline pay-per-views. Here's my question. Maybe you can look this up, Jim. So because technically Topuria has the BMF title, right? When you have the BMF title, or since Max Holloway's fighting for the BMF title and Dustin Poirier's fighting for the BMF title, do they get paid like it's their actual title, or is this all smoke and mirrors? It's just the way the UFC is rolling over on the fan base. Will the UFC actually compete in the BMF title? The BMF title isn't a traditional divisional title, but it's presented as a special championship award to the balanced MF in the UFC. Yep. While not leading to fighting for BMF title, like an interim title can convert champions status in the UFC, which can affect fighter pay, including potential unlocking pay-per-view points. So it's not like confirmed, you know. In essence, while the BMF title doesn't carry the exact same weight as the World Championship in terms of visual ranking and touchdowns, significant draw eyeballs to head, of course. Position is secure and limited pay-per-view points. Essentially, Benoit probably goes fighting for additional belts and aspects of compensation. So I assume they get a little pop, but I doubt it's the same as the actual World Championship. Kamaru expenses made up BMF belt, not a real UFC title. Be correct. This one said the BMF, I guess this was a hypothetical that was made up because of me. So don't forget that myself Covington was supposed to fight in the Mexican Grand Prix. Okay. Does the UFC BMF title holder receive points? So it's not clear. Gaethje's fight against Poirier reportedly hit a whopping 700,000, which included 100,000 with bonus along with his share of pay-per-view sales. So for some people, it sounds like that's kind of a bump, but not the same as being a straight champion. Better nothing. Worse, better nothing. Better nothing. I don't mind the BMF stuff. You know, it's fun. And if you look at the history of BMF, there has been a bad fight. It always delivers. So I don't mind that aspect. Again, I'm just old school. I come to the whole day. So this is more of a fight night. I'll pay. Don't get twisted. Your boys paying for it all day. And as far as, you know, even Dana tweeted out, like, look at this badass card. It is a badass card. And stylistically, this delivers on every aspect except for main power, which, you know, you don't have to have. But as far as it being a big pay-per-view needle mover, it's not that, you know. But all the fights on there are fantastic. Michael Johnson, literally, how many fights is this for? He's been fighting for a hot second. Has to be close to 50. So when he got to the UFC, he was 85. We go all the way up now. Nice, 23-19. 15, 11. Where he has a total of 42 matches. Stingray 13, he's 30 or something. You know, there's a lot of losses. But again, he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. look at strength of schedule of Patricio Pitbull before he got to the UFC compared with a guy named Dustin Poirier. This is the difference. Strength of schedule is everything. Who are you fighting? Yeah, you're champion over here, but who are you fighting? Night in, night out. And if we go through some of these names, he's also lost to them. If we go through some of these names, you can tell me if these guys are being dominant in the UFC. Adrian McKee. I'll give you that. He lost to a decision. Adam Boards, you know. And then also, as I name some of these guys, I want you to tell me if you ever heard of them. Walmart, Lettuce, Hancock, stuff. Pedro, Cabo, Manuel Sanchez, AJ McKee, Adam Borix, Heber, yep, Sergio Pettis. He fought the UFC. Was not a world leader. Now, when he left the UFC, he got better. He was young, too. Suzuki, you know, he lost that one. Jeremy Kennedy. Go down. Michael Chandler. You guys might say, look, he beat Michael Chandler. How's Michael Chandler done in the UFC? So winning record, fun fighter, one of my favorites, fun fighter. Lost to Ben Henderson. And no more Ben Henderson. Ben Henderson was very dominant in the UFC, and he lost to him quite some time ago. Henry Corrales, Danny Strauss. He's fighting good guys, tough guys. But again, my whole point of all this is strength of schedule. Go to, and a lot of these names I was giving you is from 2014, 15, 16 for one. Go to Dustin Poirier's last 15 months. Just his last 15. This is what I'm talking about, strength of schedule. Now go ahead and scroll up. This is Dustin Poirier's last few fights. Now you tell me if you recognize any of the names and strength of schedule. This is why the UFC is the top dog. This is why, unless you're fighting the UFC, it really doesn't matter. And I know this is tough for a lot of people out there, especially those, you know, the people that keep champions in the leagues. It's just not the fucking same, dude. It's like saying a Division II football player, dude, he can play at Alabama, he'd tear it up. Really? Let's see it. Why is the SEC so good? Why is SEC considered the best? Because they're facing the toughest competition weekend after weekend after weekend. They don't have just one tough guy, one tough team that comes along. They have two cans, and then they have a tough team, and then two cans. No, weekend after weekend, it's murderer's row. And that's what the best of the best do. The UFC has that roster provide that nobody else does. Especially now with the shit show out there for these other organizations. And let me just cover and remember, Dustin Poirier was not even a world champion. He's an interim champion. He's fighting for the BMF title, but he's never an actual world champion. But this is his strength of schedule. This is his last 15. Again, you tell me if you know some of these guys. Islam Makhachev, number 2 pound for pound, was number 1 for a long time. PSD, Benoit Satan, Denise. At the time, he was fucking tough. Remember, everyone was scared of him. That was a terrible matchup for him. Yeah, he knocked him out. Justin Gaethje, never heard of him. Michael Chandler, we also beat him. Charles Oliveira, Conor McGregor twice. Dan Hooker, pretty fucking good. Khabib, because top 3 of all time. Max Holloway, real quick, these are all in a row. Eddie Alvarez, Justin Gaethje, Anthony Pettis, Eddie Alvarez, Jim Miller. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are his last 15 fights. More than that, 17 fights. Fight after fight, tip with a spear, doesn't get easy. Monsters, 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 monsters. Yeah, but he never became champion. Yeah, because it's fucking damn near awesome. You're fighting the most elite guys in the world. Not like these other leagues. Not like these other leagues where you might get one tough fight every 5. I'm talking night after fucking night. You're You're fighting the very best in the world. Oh, when you kind of fall off, they give you the next young line, BSB. And he knocks him out. That's the difference. That's the difference. So back to Patricio, who is fighting against Yair. He didn't look like he should be in the same cage with him. Danny Gates no Boston apart. So we'll find out a lot. We know Danny Gates' game. We know Danny Gates' game, and he's a fun fighter and stuff his fucking nails, but he's not a world beater. He loses to the echelon guys. So if Patricio doesn't beat him, it's over. Especially with his high salary, it's probably over. But stylistically, it's a very tough fight. Patricio's probably going to want to get down. He's going to get down. And he's no punk on the ground either. He's not Patricio's level. He's no punk down there. And then Danny get with the pressure. So we'll see how Patricio responds after getting dog walked by Yair. And again, if he beats him, what's up now? I'm with you. Yeah, Danny gets up, but he's not the best we have to offer. We saw how Patricio goes against some of the best teams he has to offer. It was a shut. He had dog walk. So see what happens. And again, I'm not hating on these guys. I'm saying this narrative of these other leagues are just as good. They're not. They're not. They're just not. The strength of schedule is nowhere near. Nowhere near. I keep telling you guys, I can see the guy who went to CFL MVP saying he's the best in the world. Not true. Any fucking facts. Those guys make an NFL roster, let alone start for an NFL. Paulo Costa, Roman Kopylov, great fight. Depending on what Paulo Costa we get. Paulo Costa bursted onto the scene, first team Almani, the acai, the juice, the secret juice, all that shit. He was 5-0, like, oh my god. They lose Stacey. Some more Vittori. They beat Rothschild. Those kind of shit thing. It's an entertaining fight, but they're both exhausted. Well, the guy's back. This is Rothschild. They're pretty good against Rothschild. And he looked kind of like himself. It's a 4-4. He lost 3 out of last 4. He loses this one, that's 4. He lost 5. He hit that 3. And it's not an easy fight for him at all. This is Roman. Roman has some work to do. I would assume Paulo's the favorite. I can't believe we have Vittori and Brendan Allen off the freaking prelims. And Paulo's Paulo's a plus 200 buck. So on the left is over 2.5 rounds or under 2.5 rounds. The right is actual odds. So plus 200 is a plus 200 underdog. That's about right. Danny minus 170, that's right. That's about right. Max Holloway minus 125, Dustin Poirier plus 105. That's right. Michael Johnson, big dog. Damn, minus 125. I'm actually not surprised with that. Holloway? That makes sense. Kind of. And it kind of doesn't. There's been trilogies in the UFC before, like back in the day, Tito, Volkanovski, Max, I think PJ Penn, Frankie Edgar. Guys who are 0-2 have never won the third fight. It's never happened. The only caveat with that is you're talking Max Holloway and Dustin Poirier. I'd say Max Holloway's evolved so much since those last 2 fights. Their first fight was 12 years ago. Their second fight was 6 years ago. So remember, Max took on short notice. That was a short notice fight. It was at 45. And then, took the second fight on short notice. Remember that. Wasn't a natural 155er, just kind of great cut weight at the time. Came in there. There's a huge power difference. So I think this is the first fight in the trilogy where it's actually fair for both of them. They're both 12 years ago, and then 6 years ago, short notice at 55. Max was the true 55er. Max, now that he's over, 55 is his division. I think Max would have a much better outcome. I don't know if he beats him. I'm just saying a better outcome if he fought Topuria at 55 than he does at 45. I don't want to see Max at 45. 55 is where Max should live. I I can see how they favored Max in this fight with his output. What he did at 55 against Justin Gaethje, like phenomenal against Gaethje. And a lot of people will watch the Gaethje fight versus Max Holloway just look at the knockout, like, dude, that was insane. It is. But if you go back and watch the entirety of the fight, Max Holloway was kind of dog walking. It was a clinic. That fight wasn't that close. I don't remember the knockout, most people do. But that fight, for the majority of it, was just completely controlled by Max Holloway. So I assume the odd makers were like, well, that's it, Max at 55. Fights Poirier like that. It's very tough for Poirier. I can see that. But again, the odds are on Dustin Poirier's side because a guy who's 0-2 has never won the third fucking trilogy fight. Since Poirier's last fight, it was so much better since they beat 6 years ago. Way better than they competed 12 years ago. But if you had a chart on who's progressed the most, it'd be Max Holloway, especially at 55. Especially now he's older. He's so much better. He's so much better. But history says Dustin Poirier should win this fight, and in his hometown, and he got Lil Wayne walking out. And I do think, a lot of people go, well, if Dustin, let's say Dustin goes out and starts in 30 seconds, like, oh, does he fight Poirier at 55? I don't think so. I think Dustin's done all he can. Then we got the title up, got the interim title just as good. Now he has a BMF title, pretty damn good. And look at his run, he's fought everyone. And at the time, he could have fought for a title to try and win the actual lineal, lightweight title. He decided to go for the Conor McGregor family night. And for his family, probably smart to fight Conor and make all that money. Easier to fight two for him, very smart. You're looking at your daughter, you're like, God, do I chase this belt, which is me fucking murderers row, or do I fight Conor McGregor? The last hurrah with Conor and make all the money. That's what you do. It's prize fighting, Just Barnes had a footnote first ballot Hall of Fame. And he posted, or maybe his wife posted, his daughter made a piece of art when she was at fourth grade. His dad was so glad to get fighting. All the scenes of his life. I love both of them. Title, but both of our first team all lives. Like there actually is. The narrative online is going to be, you can't look up to any of the MMA and UFC guys. There's all this darkness with the Conor news, and then you got the John Jones stuff. Those guys are outliers. But there's a lot of analysts out there who tell you how you don't want to look up to your heroes in the UFC, and that's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. The bad apples get the headlines. The majority of the UFC are really good dudes that your kids can't look up to. They're awesome. Dustin Poirier is an amazing human. Max Holloway is an amazing human. They just are, man. They're just good dudes, but that doesn't get headlines. Marvin Vettori, awesome. Brendan Allen, fucking awesome. Aspinall, awesome. Curtis Blades, awesome. Justin Gaethje, awesome. I can keep all these guys. Volkanovski, Poirier, there's a lot of guys that are actually good human beings, and then your kids can't look up to. But the narrative online is, oh, here's this toxic, all this bullshit. Those bad apples get the headlines. But the majority of them are really good people. And this is one more time. But this is their influence. So it's a dream. Everybody's fucking down. It's awesome. And Max Holloway just represent that. So don't let the negative headlines be something that as a fan you focus on. I think there's an issue with the UFC. There should be some bad apples. You can't control it. It's fucking human cockfighting. There's going to be some wild birds out there. Just like Aaron Hernandez doesn't represent all the NFL. There's actually some awesome human beings in the NFL. But the bad apples make the news. So you think, oh, they'll be wrong. No, they don't. It's also game fighting. You're going to get some guys who are drunk and some bad men. It just is. And so it just so happens some of those bad dudes are really fucking good at fighting. They don't know when to turn it off, like John Jones. He's a wild boy. Conor McGregor, wild boy. But there could be a better representation of the UFC this weekend than Matt Holloway does for it. Take a little break here. We'll jump right back in this episode. Because this episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You ever find yourself playing a bunch of games, ship a little money here, a little money there, hoping it all works out? Well, with the name and price tool from Progressive, you can be a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find you options within your budget. Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law, not available in all states. Do you remember back in the day when Ariel Helwani awarded Stephen Thompson the NMF? Nicest motherfucker. It's so funny to get those words good. Nicest motherfucker. He said to win it, and you can give to both these guys too. Submission and referencing the awesome. Awesome. So yes, tonight we're going to breakdown Jesse got fired for a much more deeper dive. What's actually very great. That's all it is for it. Cool. So there was another event this weekend, and it's just like it's pretty prominent in the women's boxing here. With the female card, I missed it. Yeah, so Katie Taylor beat Amanda Strong. This is her third shot. But one of them was apparently controversial. Yeah, sure. And they keep pushing. They keep pushing Amanda Strong. Yeah, or Jake Bird. Of course, that's his girl. Hey man, it's over. Katie Taylor's beat her 3 times. End of fucking story. No one's seen the 4th time. It's over. Yeah. What's this? I thought this was cool. So this was an announcement. Now, this is what I'm curious about. I don't know if we have these numbers, and again, Netflix bullshit, so we'll never find out. Similar to the UFC, but remember the second time they fought, it was the co-main event under Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, which is like the most watched fucking sports event of all time. And they're like, man, for the Toronto fight, they pulled like whatever, it was 15 million views. Like, okay, sure. How many of those people actually tuned in for that fight? You think all 15 million? Or do you think that was just people getting ready for the main event, which was fucking Mike Tyson, Jake Paul? I don't know. We'll find out. Because I mean, Netflix like, damn, they got 15 million to do this again. We do it on platform. We'll do all female card. How many people watch the all WNBA All-Star? I love Katie Taylor. She's awesome. She's a badass. She should be the narrative. Not Toronto. She is the back end Jake. Obviously, he does that. He's doing media job there. But what's the piece of change? It's 3-0. Get over it. But where do you go from there? Where do you go? Let me see this. Yeah, this is just Amy. Amanda Strong talking about there's a good. You know, I'll just play that video. Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Pleased to announce a $250,000 performance of the night bonus that can be awarded to any fighter or any fight.
But are we able to win that today? I don't think, honestly, you're giving me the biggest payday in my life, as well as Katie Taylor. I don't think that we deserve as much as these young ladies going out there and fighting and giving their all. I think it should be just for them.
So that's very sweet of her, but I'm sure she was like, Katie Taylor's like, what the fuck? It's not like we're making fucking Scrooge McDuck money, lady. Yeah, I'm curious how that did on Netflix. Okay, so this has always been a little bit of a mystery. Jake Paul has been rumored to get back the money for his. He did a deal I paid for. So, but I heard both. So they both could have helped him. Tia said he could. The way he said it is more like, I don't want to talk about it, but did we help? Yeah, we helped. So he didn't say exactly how much. It seems like they both helped, I'm sure he has a lot of donations from fans as well, so. But either way, both are cool. Danny's cool for doing it, Jake's cool for doing it. There's a little update on Ben Askren. He looks a little better. He does. What's up, guys? Update on how I'm feeling. Everything is going pretty well. I got a chewed out. And I wanted to make a reflection with where I was last night, which was fine. So I'll read you this. journal actually, our friend Amber, actually done her wife photo. This is fake. So, they're really, that's not anything about baseball. They have been trying to tinker with the new shit about this. But honestly, constantly changing. Part of the day, you think you can read, or you're going to die. You're going to die. I realize that I'm oxygen around me. What's happening is that his heart takes blood and doesn't get through the neck bone before it they're hopeful to start transplant evaluation.
Remember, like,
that was
2.5 weeks ago, there was
like
a Rothschild.
Transplant evaluation. Like, holy crap. No one came a long way since then. That's what you don't want. That's on Monday's message. That was, I'm gonna plead guilty. I feel guilty of myself all the time. Right? And that doesn't do anything good. And I thought, man, I never smoked one cigarette. Never smoked any weed or anything. So I kind of wanted to smoke.
It's becoming the WWE.
I don't like it. Why does this happen? You can't really smoke so bitch.
It's entertainment.
And I realized,
But in order to get the rules of the sport,
I think that's right.
mixed martial arts, it's mixed martial arts. It's not mixed martial entertainment. It's becoming the WWE.
So, hope you guys are doing those updates. I will not feel sorry for myself. I'll be out here pretty soon. And how is everything today?
I told him to do it.
Fucking beat this thing, get back to business.
Too much to.
Definitely with all the support too. I'm sure it's like super smart. Hey, Daylight weighs in on the controversial stoppers they gave people to the events they gave them. Like I said, I'm seeing it. Let's do the same though. Keep it going up. Kind of figured that fight would go like that. It was what we expected. It was what we expected. Nobody expected the fight to fight. I can turn with one punch. Whoever lands that big shot, they both kind of landed. He got it. Got the stoppers really fast, but you know, it is what it is. That's a problem. That's a problem. Defense bad stoppage. Korean defense was KO. That was unbelievable. People saying that was bad stoppage. Jared grabbed the cage, pulled himself up. Referee needs to take the point. Can't stop the finish to take the point, so you stop the fight. They never stop the fight. You declare a winner off someone grab the cage. You can get a point deducted. Now, you could let that play out, where he grabs the cage, gets back up, they defend himself, you stop. Point deducted. They were talking about fucking 10-7 round, you know, but whatever. And then you let the fight continue. That would be better. If you're complaining about this fence grab, but you could say, oh, they could have stopped the fight over the fence grab. That's not the rules, DC. You know that. Now, I'm glad Dick Lewis won too, but let's just call it what it is. That was fucking crazy. Crazier. That is what it is. No, man. That young contender that just lost in the main event, he gets half his paid. It's not what it is what it is. You're set financially. I know to you it is what it is. To that young Brazilian contender, he's fucked. He has to work his way back. He's at half his pay. It ain't right, but what are you gonna do? As Gita just said, it is what it is. That's I'm surprised he would say DC's done his exhibition there. He makes it. When you got the fence, you could have stopped it there. Yeah, you could have. Or you just wait to see how it plays out, and then when there's a slow in the action, you stop and take your point. But no fight's ever been stopped and somebody declared a winner over a fence grab. Yeah, and plus that dude was like, he was supposed to win. I think he was like a pretty heavy favorite in the very beginning. Because he was undefeated. Yeah, gigantic. Hasn't had a fight go over like 3 minutes. It's months. But Derek Lewis, that's what Derek Lewis does. Alright, as I was saying, this is actually pretty cool. This is Marty Moscow, who had beef with Ben Askren way back. The same setting of message. Yeah, all that goes out the window. This is a different Everyone should rally around Ben.
This goes out to the one and only Ben Askren. What's up, my brothers and rivals in the ring? I just want to say, God bless you. And when I get back to America, if I can come shake your hand, brother, and just celebrate it with you, it'll be amazing, man. I know you're going to pull through this. You're a fucking warrior, brother. God bless. Your story is crazy inspirational what you're going through right now. God bless you, man. I'm hoping to get back and be able to just shake your hand, bro. I'm about to brother.
It is impressive. Very sweet. Yeah, love Warrior. Again, another good dude. Okay, so Dana White was on the Milk Boys podcast, Full Send one. Yeah. I already knew you were going to respond. It's so awkward. I don't get me wrong. I get chasing views, and I get it. They're huge in that young demo, like they're massive. That I can't compete with those boys. I get it. They're just. There's nothing in Dana that goes, I should probably sit down with somebody who fucking knows the sport. I should probably sit down where I can, because Dana's a genius with that thing. Like, I should probably sit down with someone that I can mentally, verbally spar with, go back and forth. When I see these clips and they're just, it's such a casual set of questions. It's the stuff that irks me as a guy who does what I do. I'll know if someone's a fan if they're talking about some of the young guys, these up and comers, Joshua Van, that dude, his box, and how do you think you'd do against, how do you think you'd do against Pantoja? And I'm like, this guy, he's hitting 20, he kind of knows his shit. Let's discuss. When someone comes up to me and goes, dude, Connor, bro, dude, when's he fighting? You're just like, fuck. Or, dude, John, what's going on with him, dude? What's the John fight? You're just like, oh, fuck. And that's what this is. This is like so rudimentary and so surface level. I don't get it. I'm not hating on Dan for doing I get it, dude. But part of me, it's just not what I do. Like, people I feel go on the podcast, like, oh man, it's just not. I can't inside. I just can't. Like, I'm not going to break down when Connor's fighting next for you. Or is Jake Paul going to fight Canelo? I don't want to do it. Or when's John fighting? Or shit like that. It's just not. So when I see this, I'm just like, oh man, I get it. But it kind of hurts my soul. Where it's like, as the kids say, it's cringy. Yeah. Like how much, again, there'd have to be some boundaries, but you know how much I would pay? As much as I pay for a pay-per-view to have Thomas and Dana White sit down. We're not going to get all political, but it's not going to be a hate fest in the UFC, but for Thomas's brain to go through and ask the questions that people that are into the sport need answers to. Buddy, how much is pay-per-view? And he puts it on his channel for Luke, and he charges for it. I pay as much as a pay-per-view. To have someone legit who knows the fucking game sit down with Dana and go through these steps. With no agenda, there's no gotcha. Just like go through actual shit we want to know. The super fights. They did Collar at the White House. Come on. This never fucking happened. Dude, John Jones, what's up with that? How great would it be if he sat down with Thomas Ariel, legit journalists? Mendenhall, legit fucking journalists. And someone goes, be honest, dude. You gotta be like the rest of us. You gotta be sick of John Jones shit. Do you actually care if he ever comes back? Don't give us the promoter, dude, who was the best of all time. It would be great if I did it. Seriously, take the wall down. How sick of you? How sick of answering what's Connor coming back? What's the deal with Connor? When's John Jones comes back? In hindsight, did you make a mistake carrying the belt this long? Was it fair to Tom? You could redo it. You could redo it. Would you have allowed Colin to fight Floyd? You didn't have your hand in it. Even though you guys made more money than that. In hindsight, you kind of fucked me over. In hindsight, was it fucked up having Michael Chandler wait 2 years for Connor? What actually happened there? You know? Just those legit questions we want to hear. Not, is John Jones fighting at the White House? Is Conor McGregor, do you think he'll get, dude, Conor McGregor, like, you see that, you're like, well, slam my dick in a door. Not true. My fucking 9-year-old can spit these out. He knows his shit. On this level is, there's not a talking actually is. Where does it exist? And I know, dude, she should, I know. But it's when this influencer shit that he's talking about John Joseph, I get all that. But there has to be a change. And when I see this, and when I see Dana only giving this attention, in my mind, I go, we're fucked. There has to be more. There just has to be. You have to have someone actually in the sport. I've been around for fucking 20 years. They eat, sleep, and live this shit. They can ask you questions that'll allow us to give a fuck about that. It's not smoking mirrors. It's not selling fucking tickets. But it's actual stuff we care about. Because it's not the NFL. It's not the you're the guy that makes the calls. You're going to these cupcake shows. You're going, dude, is Robin coming back? It's like, well, fuck me in the ass. This is what the hard-hitting questions. No one's going to hold his feet to the fire. It would be, I think, we should say both. Do this. So they go on area. Do this. You're going to talk to Will Thomas. Do this. And then talk to Chuck and Pete. Do that, man. You can do both. But when you're just playing that candy lane ass, it does the sport such a disservice. And to be like nobody takes it serious. Nobody. And then they're like, oh, I wonder why there's all these reaction channels and there's all this gossip and there's so much trolling and there's so much toxicity in MMA. Because we live in a conspiracy fucking sport. Nobody gives a straight shot answer. It's we're left to our own accord. That's basically what it is. It's just you're here to fan that. Even rankings really don't matter. None of it really, it's becoming a gimmick. It's becoming the WWE. You can live in a UFC world and I think it's entertaining. But in order to get the fucking roots of the sport, it's just actual mixed martial arts. It's mixed martial arts. It's not mixed martial entertainment. You've got to address this side of the fan base who actually give a flying fuck about the sport and pays for your terrible fucking pay-per-view. Weekend in, weekend out. You've got to address that because you're forgetting that. You're forgetting that. And you're turning them off by going so in trouble all the time. Again, pro-Trump guys. I don't give a fuck. I know for a lot of fan base it does. They would forgive all that if you just answered some direct, actual journalistic questions. Because when it's just this marketing campaign over here, working toward the right and doing all this shit, you're forgetting this whole other fan base. You're also forgetting the hardcores get you to where you're at. The Little Thompsons, Chuck Mandel, the fucking pizza kid. You're forgetting that those guys carried the torch, went into CBS, went into these networks, ESPN before UFC was there. And they're like, hey man, this sport's really cool and I know it, I'm an expert. And I can speak on it, and I'm educated, I'm smart, and I have college degrees. That made the people that were like, this is human cockfight go, well, these guys are pretty well spoken, can break it down pretty fucking good, maybe we should give them a shot. Those are the guys boots to the ground back in the day. And now you don't need them, and you're forgetting about them. And you're doing these cupcake fucking interviews that for a guy like me, and I'm nowhere near the level of those other guys, but I know my shit. But I'm nowhere near like the actual journalists, the Thomas, the Pizzi's, the Ariels, the Brett Octomotos. I'm not them. Nor do I tell you that I am. But I know my shit. I've competed in it. But I don't know as much as them. You're doing them such a disservice, man. And their numbers are down. Because the young kids, if you're new to the sport, you watch the Out Boys. This is their intro to the fucking UFC, man. It's not good. It's so short-sighted. The sport is dying in America because of them. Well, we're making more money than ever. It's so short-sighted. Go through the fucking list of talented American fighters. It ain't good. How many are champions? Fucking one, bud. And there's not a lot of promise coming up either. Because the sport's dying in America. Because you're focused on making fucking money in the Middle East and in Russia and in China. And you're forgetting who busted their ass to get you to where you're at. You didn't do it alone, amigo. You did it from these journalists, like Luke Thomas, like Garrett, legit journalists who busted their ass and got into fucking major corporations and started shouting from the rooftops, hey, look at us. These are actual talented athletes. This isn't cockfighting. And you're forgetting, you've left all of them in the fucking dust. That ain't right, man. They have the Note Boys. They can't name 5 fucking UFC fighters. And we get this. And this is where they're breaking news and breaking down fights. This would be like the fucking MLB announcing their draft on Nickelodeon. There's no difference. And that fan base is like, I guess we like it. If the Nelk thing Dana's cool, he has to be cool. It's so short-sighted, it's fucking over the sport. And I'm here for it. But you can do both. I understand you want the views. But you cannot forget, those guys did not build the sport. Those guys didn't make it their life fucking long quest. As journalists, they could be in anything, any other category. Ariel could be in fucking basketball, go far in there. Luke could be in politics. He knows his shit, dude. You're talking about legit journalists. They could be in boxing. They can do all these other sports. They chose the UFC. And you're completely forgetting about it. Because why? Because they might ask you a question you don't like, so you ban them from the fucking press conferences? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Are you fucking Putin? Dude, hold on, let me get this straight. The smartest minds in the sport can't go to these fucking events. What the fuck are we doing? Again, you can have both. Have them at the press conferences going to hold their feet to the fire. They're not looking for gotcha moments. They're actually asking well-thought-out questions that a lot of us who are in the sport want to know. Or you can just continue to do this, and the sport will die in America, and you keep shoving fucking slap fight down our goddamn throats. You can do that. Or you be in cruise control and forget about the UFC, which you are, and then go promote Canelo Crawford. You can do that and just fuck us. That's what he's doing. You can do that. Play the shitty fucking clip. I have nothing against the Nelk Boys. My issue is you can do the Nelk Boys, but you can also do actual journalists that are going to hold your feet to the fire. Again, all those guys I mentioned, they're not going to give you gotcha moments. They're not doing that. But they know the sport better than anyone on your staff, any of these YouTubers, any of these influencers. They actually are going to ask you questions that those of us that know the sport, that love it, actually want to know, man, and we don't get. So you get these weird conspiracies. That's what's going on. Because you're not asking fucking questions. Play the shitty cupcake clip. Okay.
All right. Here's the whole clip. The massive fight would be Ilya versus Islam, too.
Of course. But, Salim is obsessed with that fight. He's obsessed with it. And I tell him, like, they both got to win more fights than their division.
Really? What other fight is he obsessed with? Give me one other one in the division. Give me one other one. Go ahead. I dare you. Go ahead, play. Fucking play.
Right? That's kind of how you do it, right? When it's like they both run through their division, and then it's like you're in the position where it's like, I gotta make this. That's what happened with both Islam, right?
Well, the other thing is, too, is that Islam moves up, and obviously if Islam won the title, you immediately have a super fight with him and Billion. So
could that be if Islam gets one victory? Could that be because of that?
You have to see. It's one thing to sit around. It's what the media always tries to do. Sit around and talk about these fights before they happen, or hypothetically speaking, we have to. These are options that we have if things play out that way, but you never know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. You do. So obviously we have to create content. We have to come up with conspiracies and what we think is going to happen because nobody's answering us. What the fuck else are we going to do? It's not like the NFL and NBA where it's pretty cut and dry and legit journalists. We have no fucking clue. And then heaven forbid a fighter tells a journalist who's next before they announce it, then they're fucked. That's the world we live in, dude. All I'm saying is go on legit shows where the guys actually watch the fucking sport and aren't getting paid and don't have a business with you and there's no self-interest. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That would really make my brain. It's never happening. And mixed martial arts in America is fucking going down like the Titanic. Last break, kids. I want to get back to my weird rant about the state of the UFC. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Sure Shot. It's the summer. It's all good to be on the lake, be on the river, have a drink with your friends. You're like, man, I just don't want the hangover. I need to sober up, man. I got kids later today. Whatever it is, let me introduce you to Sure Shot. What's first? Alcohol detoxifier that reduces blood alcohol content as low as 30 freaking minutes. Sharper minded body, liver support, well-being boost, gut support, and hydration. This is your go-to. If you're gonna have some drinks, regardless how many, if you're gonna overdo it or just gonna have a few, you need to stay zoned in. You need recovery. This is where Sure Shot got your back. Go to SureShot.com. Use promo code Brendan. Get 10% off. Go to your local Bevmo, TikTok shop, Amazon. They're all over. Get a 4-pack for you in the homes. It's SureShot.com. Promo code Brendan. Let's get back to the program.
Do you know if there's any issues with the UFC?
Yeah, sure.
Because it seems like so Ariel for sure has beef. They're like, well, they've had beef.
And if you know that beef, it's so outlandish, it's so immature. Keep going on the UFC's part.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of the actual journalists that you're talking about. Like, the ones on the podcast I listen to, the only ones I think, well, freaking John Anik's not a journalist. He's on the UFC.
How dare you? John Anik is the fucking commentator. You can't love John. He's getting his salaries paid off Dana White. He ain't the guy to ask the questions. That's not journalism. That's our team.
And folks chatting on this. I think they also have some sort of thing with UFC. It seems like,
right out the front works for his family. He's a guy. I love Brett. Yeah, it's Chuck Lindenholm. It's Pete Carroll.
It seems like
it's Ariel. It's Luke. You think in the NFL and NBA they all get along? No. That sounds great. You can't just have it like a fucking White House correspondent. We're all the same team. They're just throwing these cake cut fucking questions that gets us nowhere.
Alrighty, dude. You want to just leave it at that? Because that was pretty powerful.
Sure. Alright, do you have any other really good ones or no?
I mean, there's just, just bullshit. You want to see what did. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So just suffice this weekend and we're good.
So on that rap.
It's a good rap.
UFC 318 this freaking weekend. I will be doing a breakdown with Jesse on Fire. Doing a deep dive on all things in the Fire event. It's called War Report. It'll drop later this week. But yeah, Max Holloway, Dustin Poirier, UFC 318 going down in the home state of Dustin Poirier, DP. Let's do it, man. Love both these guys. Just want to get a fight. I think it'll be a great fight. If you like badass trucks, Your boy's giving one away. It is Drive Fast All Gas. We got new merch on there. We got the Kings collab, Kimmy Tech collab, new shirts, Methline Blue. We got everything on there. The winner will be selected at the end of August, so we got a month and a half left. Yeah, man, anything you buy on the site, Diesel Dad, wear, the greens, the stickers, whatever you buy on the entries to it, this badass last call edition TRX with over $50,000 in mods. I'm staring at it right now. This thing is so filthy. You win that and $10,000 cash. So go on over to drivefastallgas.com. Win the ultimate dad rig. It's almost over, kids, so jump on in, alright? That's it. Love you. Thanks for watching, subscribing. Sorry I yelled at you guys. Love you.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TRX. Over $50,000 in upgrade. This is one of one. You won't find another TRX on the road or truck for that matter like this truck that I built. That's over $50,000 in upgrades. And this truck can easily be yours. All you have to do is go to drivefastallgas.com, pick up some merch, and I'll have the answer to it. That is good luck.
It is Monday, July 14th. Man, July is just flying by, am I right? Yeah, dude. What's going on, fam? It is a glorious summer day here in Austin. Still waiting for the insane heat. Still waiting. I think I figured out why before I moved to Texas, when we talk to Texans, everyone goes, just wait for that heat, man. Just wait. Because it's the only thing we complain about. It's don't get me wrong, it's hot. It's hot. No doubt it's hot. But it's not, you don't have some neighbors like, July, August, I get out of town. Jeez, give me my funds. Well, you never leave because it gets toasty, you know? We haven't seen it yet. Just wait. Even Jamie Rogan's guy was like, when are you coming? I'm like, yeah, I'm moving there, early June. He's like, man, good thing you're moving July, man. Just wait. So maybe it's just a rare summer here in Austin, but I'm waiting for this extreme heat everybody keeps talking about. It ain't shit so far. It's Jumanji out here. If you want to lead with anything, don't lead with the heat, Texans. If you want to lead with anything, nobody told me it's Jumanji out here. I've had tarantula hawks, I've had snakes, I have vultures every day, like Jurassic Park vultures flying around my house, like around the crib. They're insane. They can steal one of my kids. No doubt, not tigers, stupid. But Boston, see ya. Really, see ya. My wife, maybe, could lift their big ass up. And then this morning, in the garage was El Tarantula. He's cute. I was gonna say that. Of all things, he's cool. Yeah, she was cute. I don't mind a tarantula. Joanna was freaking out. She came because I was getting ready to go to my workout, so I was like making my pre-workout mix. She comes in, she's like shaking. She's like, oh my God, come to the garage. I'm like, oh shit, what is it? She's like, wait till you see this thing. And then he's right by my Hummer. I'm like, oh, he's cute. Yeah, he's cute. Yeah, furry, just like, and they're not that aggressive. You know, like, they just like jump out at you. He's kind of playing possum. He's just like froze. And so I didn't move. I just see his little leg kind of come up. Like, all right, he's still alive, still kicking. I just got a broom handle and just kind of put him on that and then walked him over to the yard next. John's like, kill him. I'm like, no, you're killing that thing. He's cool, man. He's not doing nothing. It's like the cutest tarantula ever. Yeah, it's like the cutest shit. Furry little dude, big butt. Snuggled up with that big butt. Yeah, he's like, please don't hurt me. Told you, I'm like, we're gonna step on him. Think of the oh my God, think of the mess. And also, you're like, oh, not tempted, you know? So yeah, long story short, people keep telling me about this heat. It ain't shit so far. It's toasty, but it's not like ridiculous. I'm fine. If my dumbass, gets to my scorpion, I mean, I'm in my 40s, dude. You deserve it. The kids, they don't. That's the only thing I want about scorpions. Speaking of scorpions, let's talk about but let's talk about the fisticuffs. The fight. We got here. Let's talk about some fighting. You had a fight night in Nashville, Tennessee. I assume Theo was on the road, otherwise he'd been front row. The bus with the boys was there, some Luke Compton there, cage side. You had Luke Bryant there. He didn't get as much as a pop as you'd think. Luke Bryant, he's huge. Oh, I'm sorry, Luke Combs. Oh, even bigger. Luke Combs is massive, dude. He didn't get that big of a pop. But Nashville's a good card. These fight nights are good cards, man. I'm telling you, if you guys are sleeping on it, they've been some of the best ones we've had this year. We'll get to UFC 318. In hindsight, this should probably be a fight night. You have a good main event, the rest of the card. If you're hardcore, you know some of the guys. Even if you're not, you're kind of casual, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You tune into the fun cards. You know some of the guys, Paul Costa, Kevin Holland, D-Rod, and Ige. You're probably not too familiar with Patricio, Pitbull. Michael Johnson's been around forever. This is like his 50th fight. Kevin Vittori, Brendan Allen, Ryan Spann, Jimmy Crew. But overall, if this is 10 years ago, this is a fight night. What a great main event. This is a fight night like, holy shit. This is a fight night Rogan and me and the boys would do a fight debate. He's not working. It's one of those fight nights. It's tough as a pay-per-view. We'll get to 318. Let's jump into that. Let's cover the fight night in Nashville. Great card, ton of finishes. The Walker versus Kennedy, the heavyweight fight. So he's Johnny Walker's brother. He's freaking heel looking at everybody and their mother. And he was an underdog in this fight. This was kind of his first step up. And I text Nick on the fight because I had big bets on it. And as Walker's walking out, I go, dude, I love Walker as a dog here. I'm taking my submission all day. And then Nick didn't respond. And then right after 54 seconds, God dang it. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, man. These people who make the odds here and set the lines, they don't really know what they're doing. Walker's a savage, dude. He's a savage, aggressive. I mean, especially at the heavyweight, where jiu-jitsu is not really their forte. Listen, I can't do that to Tom Aspinall. But outside that, I can do that to John Jones. But outside those two top dogs, and obviously Almeida, but outside like those top echelon guys, the rest of the division, they're not exactly well diverse when it comes to leg locks, especially at that level. So he's going to go pretty far. I'm a big fan of his. And then the main card kicked off with a bunch of finishes. And even the few decisions weren't terrible as far as entertainment-wise. Brian Count definitely didn't watch his card, but Teddy did when we talked about Brian the Kid. But if you watched it, Brian would be rock hard for Vitor. That boy, first team full body. Was that light heavyweight? Coming up his first fight at heavyweight. Good first fight against Austin Lane, former NFL guy, right? Has a beak up. Boy, his big guys the main. Tough as hell. Super athlete. This Vitor, oh my lord, dude. That boy is bodied up, bro. Wait till Brian sees him. I can't wait to introduce Brian to these guys. It's literally, in my head, I'm like, I can't wait till Brian gets a look at his body. He's going to be rock hard, dude. Rock hard. He's going to be a problem. Yeah, he's going to be a problem. And that heavyweight division needs kind of a, you need that dark horse. I can't believe he made 205. Good lord, he was great. So let's see what he does. I'm not ready to rank in the top 15 yet. I'm going to Austin Lane, but at least it's something. The heavyweight needs something. The heavyweight division needs some contenders. It's not that deep, so this guy's like 2 wins away from cracking the top 15. Our poor dude Nate Landwehr. I know, Tennessee, Louisville. He was doing well. First round, he probably lost. Second round, he won. And then that third round, this Morgan Chaudhry finally got his shit together and just said, you know what, I'm just going to street fight him and just mollywopped him. That's tough to see. Kevin Kadar, that was a tough one. Yeah, he just never, he's just, since, he's had some losses, he's just not the same guy. There seems to be a mental block. He went to Faraz, a TriStar, obviously to help him with that. He's just not letting any output. And this Steve Garcia, he's not getting any bodybuilding awards, but, Greg Jackson trained, he's a problem, dude. He's damn good. Kevin Kadar just outworked for 3 rounds. Just got outworked. It's tough to see. I mean, it happens with everybody. It just sucks. Kevin Kadar, there's some rounds in like 6 punches. Come on, dude. Like they go. And Steve Garcia's a pressure fighter. Great with the jab. His jab after him destroyed and set everything up. And then obviously I'm biased, but Wonderboy Thompson, I thought won that fight. As far as straight damage goes, significant moments in the fight, I give it to Wonderboy. I'm biased, love Wonderboy, former training partner at Money, adore Wonderboy. I thought he won the fight. It should look pretty gnarly, but as far as the closest to finishing the fight, not even close. The only time he got knocked down, it was a slip, up the leg kick, so I thought Wonderboy won that fight, man. I really did. Have you seen, I wonder if you can play it there. I can send it to you. My boy Ryan owns True Classic. And we'll talk about it finally, kid, I'm sure. Because Brian was the mastermind behind that commercial. Brian wrote this commercial. Have you seen the True Classic commercial? Give it up to my Brian. That's Callum. Calum's very talented, man. Well, super talented. But when, dude, this commercial, I'm sure we can play it. Dude. It's so good. That's someone, and I knew this was Brian influence. When Bisbee goes, you risk it, and they go, dude, you have one eye messed up. Neck is, no doubt, it's all depressing. That's Cal. When I saw him like that, Brian for sure wrote that line. Bisbee stole the show. He's an actual actor. He's a legit actor, but he's great in this. Just play it and see if I can play it. Yeah, I'm good. I'll tell Brian too. Cejudo's great.
Sometimes when I see pictures of Anderson Silva, it makes me sad.
That's so great.
There was this one time I won the belt, but I didn't actually win the belt.
It's okay. I feel the reason why I've been wrestling for so long is I just feel. Yes.
I've been called Wonder Boy my entire life. And I'll be honest with you guys, I'm in my 40s, and I just want to be called Wonder Man.
Thank you so much for sharing Wonder Man.
Wonderful, guys.
I know. For our shares.
I'm a calm guy. Guys, this is a waste of time. You don't need enemies when you have ultimate perfection. Our perfection? You have a broken neck? A glass eye? Two depressing facts. Absolutely true. However, two depressing facts. Absolutely true. This is a true classic paper culture show. It's like you could hold our arms. We all wear true classic. Why, yes. You can. Greetings, like wonderful. True classic. Look good.
Yeah, Lil was great in that too. They all did a really good job. Yeah, shout out to Cal and baby. Yep. Just the best. Brian's freaking awesome too. Brian's great. Yeah. Well, I love it. I love it. Where was I going with that? I'll go back to that fight. Commercial's so good. Bisbee stole the show. Oh, because I was talking about Wonderboy Thompson. And it doesn't sound like it's his last one either. He's like, shout out to the UFC medical staff for sewing up my leg. He said I'll be back. I appreciate all the help, but it was a retirement fight. And then let's get to the heavyweight fight. Yeah, Derek Lewis versus Teixeira. Teixeira. Did you see it, Jim? Of course. Early stoppage? No doubt. No doubt. Now, I'm not mad at him because I love Derek Lewis, and I wanted to win anyways, and I did think this would go past the first round. But, and I think because Derek Lewis is so beloved, I don't know what the online reaction was like, but no one really, none of the broadcast, no one really addressed it at all. That was a bad stoppage. Yeah, especially when he never really went lit. There was a bunch of unanswered shots, but he got up to defend himself, clearly conscious. It's just such a bad stop. But also as fans, we want to see an actual finish. Yes, I think Derek would have still got the finish, and hopefully it's heavyweight. It's heavyweight. Derek got clipped in the eye early on. There's just not a big enough uproar, really. I haven't seen anything. I don't know if online's pissed about it. I think people love Derek so much, which we all do. But I was just like, man, that sucked. People are upset about it. Are they? Yeah. What's right is right. But just like, that sucked. Even though I want Derek to win, I'm like, you don't want to win like that. Because after the win antics was hilarious. Because he did so many different things. Yeah, so many things. He literally moved the crowd. Yep. He's so bad that too. Killed his wife. Like, what's next? He's like, my wife. Dude, and they made him go and post this thing where it's basically how Derek Lewis is like, my wife's next. And shows John Jones like, mine too. Like, oh my god. Yeah, dude. That is so funny. Derek Lewis looked great, man. Looking good. He was like, I know it's going to be one of these fights. Teixeira hasn't fought anyway. He's been fighting cans. And they're like, why'd you just go so hard on it, after the win celebrations? He was like, because I don't know what they're saying in Portuguese, but I bet they're talking shit. I'm like, all right, man. He was great. He was on the cell phone the whole time while they're announcing his win with Trump. Yeah. That's so cryptic. So many things happen with him. Yeah, Derek Lewis is awesome. And here's the thing. I'm not mad just to build the Tom Aspinall kind of mythical champion figure. I'm more excited about Derek Lewis than I'm a certain fight now. According to Tom Aspinall, he has a fight lined out in a day. But I wouldn't mind Derek Lewis jumping the queue. They've done it before. It'd be a huge feather in Tom Aspinall's cap. New opponent, fun opponent, fans level. Tom Aspinall can beat him, then it's a good feather in the cap. Then more people get familiar with Tom Aspinall. I think this is way smart move than Zero Problem. More dangerous too. Yeah. But can he actually think they would actually let him jump the line? Yeah, I do. They need some sort of life in that division. Derek Lewis is a big name. What was this, his second knockout in a row? He has the most knockouts in history. Yeah. So let's say Tom knocks him out, Tom submits him. Like, let's get feather in the cap. He beat the guy who has the most finishes in the heavyweight division. It's a good starting point, especially getting fans on board with Tom. And as fans, just like you said, prefer Derek over Cyril. Derek Lewis is tough as Cyril. Derek Lewis is tough to take down Cyril. He's good hips, big, strong, shorter base than Cyril. I'd much prefer that. But we'll see what they do. All right, kids, let's take a little break because this weekend something special is about to happen in the Big Easy. That's New Orleans, fam. UFC 318 is coming to New Orleans, and it is a fun one. The BMF title is on the line, and the hometown boy, Dustin Poirier, is the last dance. That's right. The king of the lightweight division is going out on a fun note against Max Holloway. It's the trilogy fight, man. And DraftKings Sportsbook, as the official sportsbook partner of the UFC, has all the action you need. Holloway Poirier 3 headlines. It's the last time Poirier stepped in the octagon, and if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. The customers who bet 5, we get 150 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code SHOPSHOW. Let's go SHOPSHOW. For new customers, get 150 bonus bets instantly when you bet just 5. But we're only at DraftKings. The crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
All right, let's get UFC for you. I guess this is a pay-per-view. I'm not gonna hate on it. It's a good card, and it's gonna deliver. This is one of those cards that's gonna deliver. Obviously, the BMF title on the line. You can't book the rest of the card with just normal fighters. So all these fighters could eventually, if they haven't yet, compete for a BMF title. So BMF, right back, motherfucker. For those of you who don't know, the BMF title was created by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. So, and now the UFC was like, yeah, this is great. We're just going to roll with that. I think it was supposed to be a one-off, and they're like, no, we just roll with it. Because the casuals, as long as there's a belt on the line, we could call it the biggest pussy in the world. As long as a belt on the line, people assume it's a world championship fight, and we can have them headline pay-per-views. Here's my question. Maybe you can look this up, Jim. So if, because technically, Topuria has a BMF title, right? When you have the BMF title, or since Max Holloway's fighting for the BMF title and Desmond Poirier's fighting for the BMF title, do they get paid like it's the actual title, or is this all smoke and mirrors? It's just the way the UFC is rolling over on the fan base. Will the UFC actually compete in BMF titles? The BMF title isn't a traditional divisional title, but is presented as a special championship award to the baddest MFer in the UFC. Yep. While not lineal to fighting for a BMF title, like you can convert champion status and all these receivers can affect fighter paying for the potential unlocking pay-per-view points. So it's not like confirmed. We don't know. In essence, while the BMF title doesn't carry the exact same weight as the lineal championship.
At any rate, from Stavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos. Then we're going to go down to Antigua, and we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there, and hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to, readopt his Jewish identity. Originally came from Bayonne in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. Next time you were eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. I can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. And I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discover as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching.
But all the fights on her are fantastic. Fantastic. Michael Johnson, literally, how many fights is this for? He's been fighting for second. Has to be close to 50. So he was when he got to the UFC, he was 8-5. Go all the way up now.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, Columbus was actually Jewish. Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit miffed by the news because in 2017, I on this topic in which said that he probably wasn't Jewish. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit what's been discovered, and then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 is quite relevant, and then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background, right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There are quite a few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the mystery that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip.
The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth, studied his work earlier, wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in 15th century Spain. About Columbus, that the mystery regarding his origins is large outcome of his own audacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secret Jewish. It was like a chutzpah. So anyways, audacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade. He used to, try to put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. Like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this. He would write things like this. He openly cultivated kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we shall see how. Since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. Now, there's probably not, but there's enough nagging doubt, at least we can talk about it for half an hour. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. So first of all, his surname, we say Columbus, but it would be Colon. He find his name as Colon, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He referred to himself as coming from Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland. Another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name, definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So it's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved to make references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture, and whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He has a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual, but for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we looked at that again. Hard to say. He was very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, de Santagel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, de Santagel and Sanchez. It's very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." You know, it begins with, the Jews were expelled from Spain. Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters we have in his own hand that he wrote to himself. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you'll see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is, you see over here. That is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen. But of course, this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letter is Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to a handwritten letter. It would look a little different if you wrote them script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left, cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name. Reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing of his letters with this strange little swiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it so just as a family thing, as Baruch Hashem. And you may be thinking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. You know, want from him? He's pretending anyway. I don't know. It's true. Normally, you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center up as well. So what if he puts it on the left? You know, it doesn't even look like it does his Castilian there too. One last detail in this same letter, he developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. You know, I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, you know, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is a short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part in cur, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenc, Christopher. So that part's easy. But what's the business with this, either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. Cecil Roth, a major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, this is kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. the conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it for the.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7 or 9 years ago is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. And I'm just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before, we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation at Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos. That in itself is a derogatory term. A more appropriate term would be something like crypto-Jew or a converso. And that population, which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with Kosher River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on the boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you cruise with us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
Stephen Thompson, the NMF. Nicest motherfucker. I don't know, it's so funny to put those together. Nicest motherfucker. Makes sense. He would win it. You can give to both these guys, too. Ben Asker. Awesome dude. Awesome dude. All right, what else you got, Jen? I'll be doing a breakdown of what we call the War Report with Jesse on Fire for a much more deeper dive on UFC.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take 3 lectures to go over the entire course of the history of the land of Israel, with emphasis on the Jewish population that lived there, and with some look at the other populations with which they interacted. I'm going to break this up into 3 short videos, maybe a little bit longish videos, and they're based on a series I gave earlier this week in Vancouver that seemed to have been, thank God, very well received. The first lecture is going to focus on the ancient period, all the way back from the distant beginnings of the Jewish people in Mesopotamia up to the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Then we're going to look at a kind of a stretched out medieval period, starting from late antiquity with the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, right up until the 19th century. This is an important period because of the entry of Muslim people to the land of Israel, entry of Islam to the land of Israel. And then in the last lecture, we'll look at the contemporary period, focusing specifically on the land of Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism and the state of Israel, and take it up to the situation that we are in today. First thing I want to say is let's have a look at the geography, right? Here's Israel right in the middle of 3 major continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And just as you would imagine, Israel constitutes a sort of economic center because it is an exclusive land route between these 3 areas. It's also a major meeting place for ideas. And it's not a coincidence that it is in the land of Israel that we had the birthplace of 2 of the 3 great Abrahamic religions. That is, of course, Judaism and Christianity. and Islam is not too far away in the western part of Saudi Arabia, and then of course it comes to Israel very early on. But I think another way to look at Israel, that's one of my favorites, is the way this map maker, Heinrich Günting, who was a very unsuccessful Protestant theologian of the 16th century, but a very photographer, represented Israel, and specifically the city of Jerusalem, as the center of a clover leaf of Europe, Asia, and Africa. And I think this is the way a lot of Jews tend to view the world, as Israel as their center, both as the historic capital and the ancient homeland of the Jewish people, and of course a great deal of the thought of the Jewish people and their prayers for millennia, even when the majority of the Jewish population was living outside of that land. So let's focus on the early part of that history today, and the next two videos will go on to the medieval and modern periods. Here's another way to look at the region. This map shows the Fertile Crescent, which unites two major economic regions of the ancient world that connect through the land of Israel, labeled here as the Levant. The two major economic regions, of course, are Egypt, which is nourished by the Nile River, a very consistent source of irrigation for the farmland that spread throughout the entire Nile, especially in the Delta region as it empties into the Mediterranean, and also in the two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. All three of these rivers, by the way, mentioned in the book of Genesis. And the two rivers in Mesopotamia, the word itself, Mesopotamia, means between the rivers, flow from the mountains in Turkey down into the
I'll show right to your house. Bang, bang, bang. I don't give a fuck about you. You're doing me up, dude. I know you're fucking doing it. I don't give a fuck about your UFC shit. No, I'm gonna go straight to your house, all right? Well, that's what I used to be like. And now I'm not that way. I've found God. Don't fucking bully me, all right? Just saying. Now introduce yourself. You and I have a lot in common. I'm a lot like you. No, I would never say something that stupid. Go ahead. Okay, well, I'm an actor. I came to Los Angeles to be an actor because I like to move people to tears and to laughter. It's just so why? You said you like to move them to tears? Yes, and laughter. That's the whole point of being an artist. How do you like to be a person laugh before? Yeah, fucking, I'm a comic, dude. I'm really good at stand-up comedy. I understand that that's the thing, but it doesn't work. Yes, it works. That's why I don't sell a lot of tickets. I sell a ticket. So can you tell a joke to my manager about floor that could make him laugh? No, my comedy is not like that. I don't do jokes. I do, so tell a funny story to my manager about fuck, alright, tell a funny, my manager, he's in, what is it? Serious pain, what did I say? Yeah, you said he's in trouble. My manager is in tremendous pain, and he's breathing, and he begged me not to put him here. Can you please tell him a funny story to lighten up the mood? He's kind of off, like we're talking away. So, but that's not what I asked. I asked for you to tell me a story. You put me on. I don't have a lot of funny stories. It's more like I start with a theme. With like, oh, you're like a crowd work guy. Yeah, no, I don't do crowd work. I mean, sometimes I will do crowd work. Like I'm a guy. Tell crowd work to viral floor. Like I saw a guy. He had a big head, and he had. Look at him while you're doing it. Okay. Well, this was funny. I said, your head looks like I can fit my head. And then kind of people chuckled. And then I said, you look like you have a big torso, but you have skinny legs. And I said, you're built like an orangutan. And if you were there at the time, it was very funny. He's not laughing. He is laughing. Jesus Christ. Anyway, here, I just want to say that I'm a little older than you guys, so this is a good opportunity for you guys to ask me questions about life if you have. All right, well, we'll get into the serious stuff. Just remember that thing about bullying, because, yeah, I know. I got in trouble for bullying certain people. Yeah? Did they show up to your house? Bang, bang, bang. Dude, I know what you're doing. I'm not referencing you. Yeah, I feel like you are, and I was a younger man. I'm way better looking, and I feel like I was, I had a lot of heat in me. When you're young, you have a lot of heat. Are you 50 years old? No, I was. How old are you now? I'm 57. Okay, I was 9 years old. I have tiny skin. Was I that old? I was 48 years old. How would I know? But when I was old, you're okay. But when I was 48, I had a lot of, I still have a lot of testosterone in my veins. As you get older, you develop perspective. So if you wanted to fight me when I was younger, I'd be like, right, let's go. But
right now, I would do this. Watch. Say, I want to fight you. Watch this. Watch this.
If you want to bully me, I'll fight you.
You're not mad at me, young man. You're just mad at the world. You see, that's called perspective.
What if that's a 48-year-old?
Well, I would probably say that. Yes.
That's not how I would threaten somebody. That's how somebody on Joe Rogan's podcast.
See, I feel like you're referencing that. No, I'm not.
I don't even know what it is
that you just mentioned.
It's just a guess based off what you said, an educated guess.
Well, all right, that's fair. I teach Rogan a lot. He's a friend.
Get me on there. I'll give you some of his money.
I'm going to do his podcast on Friday. Maybe I'll play the good word.
If you want to bring me on, where would my guy here, terrorist, is wearing?
Yeah, that guy didn't say anything. He just came out of the fucking bathroom. He was in there for way too long. His whole head is wrapped in a fucking shirt, and he's got, I can't see anything.
Well, let's move on, okay? Introduction.
And this is, I have to be honest with you, not to be a dick. I've been doing this for a long time. I've earned a certain amount of respect, and you have a fucking sheet set up.
That's just my setup. Let's move on, okay?
Even this chair is not comfortable.
Have you ever tried?
I got this fucking guy next to me. Keep going.
So have you ever tried a Mexican cookie? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce on it.
It's my favorite food, to be honest with you. I love the sweet and the spicy. I've always been kind of a sweet and spicy person myself, like behind my face. Thank God he's fucking done with his pizza. It's fucking monkey. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called that. The point is,
why did you say that?
Because it just popped out.
I'm
sorry, it just popped out. I tend to get. See, when people chew that quickly, and I can see that it makes me nervous. You understand? Yes. Now I insulted him. Now I feel bad.
So let me ask you a question. So far, just from a couple of minutes,
I'm sorry, I apologize.
A couple of minutes you've been on. Did you say that you're having a better experience than when you went on Joe Rogan?
I feel like this is a good fit, to be honest with you. Yeah, sorry that I upset your guy. I didn't mean to call him
I guess he took that with like a major offense. He just fucked up all three angles.
Yeah, I know.
Look at that main camera right now.
That's my main camera too. That's my main shot.
Like he just took that whole thing out right there.
Yeah, and I have shit I want to plug in now. All right, fine.
Sorry, I got distracted a little bit. Why is the Mexican cookie chocolate chip with sauce all over your face?
Because it's not what you would expect, and it's what I call sensual food.
Have you tried it before?
No, but I'm going to. Try to get to it. Probably Matan.
If it wasn't me, because earlier you said it was your favorite food, you lied that you would have tried it.
Yeah, because I went through it in my mind.
Who
would have introduced me to a chocolate
chip with sauce all over it?
Somebody of Latin descent.
Florida?
The other one told me he was Venezuelan.
Where's Brendan Schwab from?
It's Schwab.
Brendan Schwab?
Yeah, Brendan Schwab. He is not Mexican.
So why would you
not that? So he's actually a white boy.
So why did you say that?
I said, well, you said Schwab, and I said Schwab.
That's where I got it.
It's my favorite food. Really?
Yeah,
oh, you know what, dude? Fuck down the rabbit hole, and I fell for it. And you're looking up like you don't know what you're saying. What I don't know. See? You're acting innocent, but you're not doing a good job.
I didn't do anything.
God, I'm jealous of your name, to be honest. Todd!
Just what the question was. I thought you would have gotten me.
I didn't. I'm not good with I tend to be a little bit naive.
No, you were not.
I accept what I'm
saying. It's like a gotcha podcast or nothing.
It doesn't feel like it's not. It's full of bullshit. What's behind this?
Nothing.
It's actually, I'll be honest with you, that's an expensive sheet.
It's a good sheet. I keep telling everybody that.
It's low quality. Gotcha. How many counts for this? This is fucking expensive.
I found it in the dumpster, but it was outside of the bar. I don't know what it was. It was outside of like a high quality.
It's a very good neighborhood. That's a gay neighborhood. Yeah, and gay men tend to be.
We already.
Saw a lot of guys holding hands. One guy was making out, and then he complimented me on my lower body, which I get a lot of. And then
why would he know that about your lower body?
Because I'm not gay. I mean, college and stuff, but for the most part.
So you were gay a little bit.
You go through a phase, that's all. You know what I mean? Or sometimes I'm gay if it's an emergency.
And what type of emergency would that be?
Like if you're in Europe, you lost your wallet,
And how could that translate into something gay?
It's just because you meet somebody. I'm not a big guy.
But you're a fighter, right?
Yes.
You have more fights than UFC fighters.
Well, dude,
You've had more street fights than UFC fighters.
I know what you're doing to me. I know what you're doing to me, dude. All right, now listen to me. Look, all I'm saying is that there's a situation, okay?
Ron, I'm a big fan of you too. What do you know what I'm saying? So I just know all about you guys, and I'm happy that you're here. And I got rid of
feeling not being sincere.
I'm being super sincere. I got rid of.
Why are you looking over there?
I got rid of all of the animals that I have here. Usually, I got rid of some of
I know a lot about animals.
There were homeless people that used to be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Are you getting disrupted or no?
Not really. I'm bad with these references, bro.
I got rid of the cats and all that.
He said nothing this whole time. What's he do? He's a
massive fan of you, and he's my manager.
So you just want to be around me with all that fucking money? Every time I fucking reach for it, he doesn't give it to me.
My manager,
it's a lot of money. You must be making a fortune.
He's making a fortune. He takes 98% of my income.
Why are you using him as a manager, bro? You're too young. You're gonna take the manager.
So why am I not?
You should. I have other people that can take 10%.
No, well, that's not an option. He got me signed in when I was like 12. So he got that thing where my parents signed it. So my mother was such a bad thing. And what did he do? He had it ratified by the courts.